Two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you seeing me? 1, 2. You should be getting a signal, hopefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2.
Between 1940 and 1980, the number of farms in the US halved and
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Maybe try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's an echo, is there?
We get it, then we get that delayed reaction.
Ah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3.
Lovely.
It's just like we're talking to friends, but there are 200 of them across the country.
Welcome to you all.
Fantastic. Why don't you kick off?
Is this bit for me?
This is for you, you're E.
You're so organised.
Emily Norton. Emily Norton.
Tom Martin, conference chair, general good bloke. We can do this. Good morning and welcome to the East of England Farming Conference. I'm Emily Norton and we are in the not green room, it is the
greenish room.
Greenish room. We've got a lovely view of Peterborough behind us. It's obviously not very nice out there. But what we will be doing today is bringing each of our conference speakers into this room today to ask them the questions that we may not have had time to talk about on stage.
Fantastic. I'm Tom Martin, I'm the chairman of the conference today, and I want to add my welcome to Emily's. So hello to everybody at the Royal Agricultural University of Cirencester, hello to you guys at Shuttleworth College, and a big hello to Easton and Hotley as well.
My favourite one, sorry.
We don't have favourites.
You don't have favourites?
Okay.
Well, I'm a Norfolk gal.
We love you all dearly.
We do, thank you for being here.
And as a sign of our love for you guys, we've got a fantastic conference for you today. And you can ask questions at any time, which will be relayed to the session hosts, so in real time. And all you need to do is make sure you've downloaded the Me2 app or gone onto the website and logged in using the code, which you should have provided in your auditorium. This is a fully interactive conference, so as well as asking questions using the Me2 app or website, we'd love you to post on social media using the hashtag EofEFC18. And we'll also display social media contacts for our speakers, like this, and sponsors should you wish to include them in your tweets or posts. You can share your news on the conference today, send us pictures of what's going on in the room, and it's always really good, I find, to post kind of little tweetable facts, short excerpts. It's a great way to kind of reinforce learning and remember exactly what's going on.
Absolutely, and the challenge for you guys today is to make our lives as difficult as possible. Not only are we talking to the speakers and getting as much out of them, we've got to listen to the room, and with our third brain, watch what's going on social media. So make our lives difficult, ask those good questions that we've overlooked. It's busy here in the room, it's really hard to pay attention to everything going on. We need you to be our eyes and ears on the ground to make sure we don't miss those really important questions.
Come on. That said, the format of the conference is really simple. So speaking first today, we'll have Andrew Fern of the University of East Anglia. He's a professor of value chain management, and he'll be describing the current economic, political and environmental challenges facing the agri-food industry today and in the coming months. We'll then have 3 sessions aiming to address each of those issues and show how modern producer businesses can face up to the challenge and be fit for the future.
I am then, drumroll please, hosting the first main session on stage, which is the politics session. So interviewing 3 key thinkers and decision makers in the industry today. We've got Neil Parish, MP, who's chair of the EofE committee and hot from interviewing Michael Gove and George Eustace on this very subject yesterday. Also, we've got NFU Vice President Stuart Roberts, who'll be talking about the role the NFU is playing in the evolving policy landscape, and also Patrick Holden, who's Chief Executive of the Sustainable Food Trust. They're doing loads of work around how the payments model might work to incentivise farmers and land managers to farm in more sustainable ways. So with all of the sessions, the speakers are going to speak for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll have the panel session, we'll be putting questions to them, and then a free phone discussion, and that's where we need you guys to contribute both then and then afterwards when we bring them back in here to make sure you get your questions in.
Brilliant. Just taking you through the rest of the day, the second session, which is the pre-lunch session, will feature scientists, technicians and entrepreneurs. They're the groundbreakers, and our session host, Tom Bradshaw, who's himself the chairman of the NFU Combinable Crops Board, will be welcoming William Wells, the founder and chief exec of Hummingbird Technology, Jamie Stotska, who's the consultant bioagronomist for Plantworks, the Hertfordshire farmer and director of Groundswell, John Cherry, and AHDB strategic farmer, Brian Barker. And then in the final session after lunch, I'll be joined by some excellent farmer practitioners, the risk takers. So Stephen Jones, who's the founder and director of the British Granola Company, Emily and Guy French, who set up and run Fox's Farm Produce, Will Armitage, a local guy to here, who's an award-winning multi-site organic dairy farmer, and Mike Chapman, who's just won Farmers Weekly Farm Manager of the Year. So a fascinating way to finish the day, Emily.
I think it's technically quinoa.
Quinoa.
We might have to establish this on stage today.
I think we will.
Yeah,
You might be
absolutely.
surprised by his view.
It's a fantastic lineup. Very, very much looking forward to it. You need to go and do your
That's
opening
right.
speech.
Come on. See you later.
Okay. So guys, I hope you've now downloaded the Me Too app and logged in. Make sure you include your name and your college where you're from and what you're studying. When you ask your questions, we can give you as big a shout out as we can. And please take part as much as possible. Don't forget to use the hashtag. I won't read it out because you can hopefully see it everywhere. And now it's time to go live to the auditorium for the East England Farming Conference 2018.
And there are toilets back up in the foyer of the Peterborough Suite. Just going through my list of stuff to do here. Could you please turn your phones to silent is the other thing. I don't want you to turn them off because once again this year we're using the Me Too app. So for those of you who have caught on to that beforehand, you can either download the app from whoever your provider is, or you can actually go onto their website, meetoo.io, and there you will be requested to join. And if anyone has it in front of them now, I'll give you the code. The code will be up on the screen, just like that. The Me Too code is 114-364-623, and if you put that in, that will connect you through. I will be putting some questions up in a few moments. I've gone and realised I've left my phone with all the stuff at the back of the room, so maybe there's someone at the back of the room can bring my phone or my iPad up, and I can ask you a few icebreaker questions just to see what we're doing. Getting into the more important stuff, there'll be a break for refreshments mid-morning, and there'll also be lunch at 1 o'clock back up in the Peterborough Suite. Some people have missed it in the past, which has been good for me because I like desserts. But we prefer it if you would get your main course and your dessert. So don't forget to feed your sweet tooth and your sugar addiction. British Sugar are here today, and they would like me to encourage as many people as possible to consume their great locally produced healthy sugar. So I've got my iPad and my phone, so I can double up. Thank you, Emily. So I'll probably have forgotten the password for my... No, I'm in luck. So who has got their Me Too fired up? Everybody ready to have a pop at this? I'm just going to ask a few questions. The guys at the back can switch us over, I think. Over onto another computer. Yep, there we go. So there's the details again. Website details and the meeting ID. I'll ask a few questions. You can see how it works and you can catch up as we go along. It's a bit of fun, but it's also a bit of information. So here we go. First question. What area of agricultural industry do you work in? We don't have anything there for tweed wearers, but no? Well, I better be quiet now at this stage. So with 31 people registered so far, 20 have voted. Still room for a few more. And I'll close that out now. So 38 of you have an arable interest. There must be a livestock and a vegetable farmer in the room. 52% professional services. And that's it. There are a couple of others there, but you can't see them on the screen, so they're not here, so that's fine. Right, we'll carry on. In June 2016, oh, that was quick. In June 2016, did you vote to leave the EU? So we've now got 40 users registered. The purpose of this is that we've got a few questions now to get you warmed up, and then as the day goes on, we'll come up with a few more and surprise you as we go through. Oh, there's a few people changing their mind here. Sorry, you're 2 years too late. And we'll close that off. So that's probably not going to surprise many because that's roughly where it was last year as well. So next question. Would you do it now? Well, there's some people very quick there again. 55 users registered now, so you're getting there. There's 1 or 2 of you not sure. I don't know who's having the dilemma. And we'll close that one now. And I think that's pretty much the same as it was last year. We'll do one more now, and we'll maybe come back later on again and see. So we've got a couple of influential policymakers and influencers here today. Not getting any messing around with this one. I want 61 users. Come on, there's 20. Sorry, there's 16 of you left to go. Quick, quick, quick. It sounds like I'm talking to my daughter again. And we'll close that one out. So if somebody could take that message back to Mr. Gove, I think that would be greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it there now. We will throw a few more of these questions at you as the day goes on. We'll try and think up with some awkward ones, and we'll get your feedback. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to, well, we'll now set our introduction going, and we'll hand over to Tom, the conference chairman. Thank you very much.
Between 1940 and 1980, the number of farms in the US halved and farm sizes grew. Today, with less land, crop production in the US is twice what it was in 1970. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for British agriculture.
British farming must be globally competitive. How are we ever going to compete when we leave the European Union, little England, on our own in a large global market?
Are we up for the challenge? Or do we need a bailout?
Well, the bottom line is the public doesn't have to engage with farming. They don't have to buy British food. But ultimately, every survey the NFU does year on year, more people want to be able to buy more British food.
The French wine grower wants our market. The Spanish fruit grower wants our market. They are desperate for our market. We are their biggest individual customer, and that common sense is going to start to permeate through.
I think we do face a really interesting and potentially incredibly positive time where farming could regain the public confidence, public trust and public support which I've seen in my time in farming since the 1960s.
And it is this session that I'm most excited about. These are the farmers with flair. Each one of them has taken a good look at their business. They've assessed the content, the capability, the character and the capital and taken those businesses on to the next level.
The primary question we get asked in relation to our business is how are your cows looked after? What are you doing about animal welfare? Okay, I call them cow-cerned consumers.
It's trying to obviously deliver good tasting meat, but also with environmental sensitivity, ethical production, etc.
Our industry is full of amazing minds and amazing people, but to not utilise that because they're scared of failing is a crying shame, I think. So just back yourself would be my suggestion.
I think that one of the great opportunities that we've got in the post-Brexit era is building the British brand.
Our vision in Red Tractor for the industry is to become the flagship for British food and farming with world-class standards, independent inspection and robust compliance at its core.
It's the story that makes us what we are. The economic value we provide as an industry, the sustained focus on productivity both in our factories and in the field.
And you have to work together with your partners that you trust and that you can be honest with. This, for branding, is something that we really need to hold dear to our hearts as an industry.
We're incredibly fortunate and that we build on that. And above all, we can remain really cheerful, optimistic and really content in what we're doing, but with a moral obligation to help those that are not so fortunate.
My view, we back British farming. We need to change our farming methods to progress, drive innovation, become more competitive, build UK agriculture as a powerful brand and have full belief from our UK government.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the East of England Farming Conference 2018. I'm Tom Martin, and I'm really excited to see you all here today. I would say that a number of our delegates have been stuck in traffic. There have been some issues, so if you've got a spare seat next to you and you can see somebody who's just come in a little bit late, do give them a wave and you'll have a neighbour in no time at all. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers today, and that I believe will, between them, download a wealth of information from across the political, geographic, disciplinary, multitudinal and technical spectra to not only engage and interest us, but to inspire us to look again at our own business and activity, to sharpen our skills and to ensure our businesses are fit for the future. This conference goes beyond the budget and beyond Brexit, as we know that profitable primary production is not only at the heart of our agri-food industry, which employs nearly 4 million people and represents over 200 billion of consumer expenditure, but it's essential in maintaining our natural environment and driving the countryside economy that our rural communities depend upon. Today will be a success thanks to the fantastic input from our wonderful speakers who've given their time to prepare and be here today, thanks to the hard work of Ruth and her team at the East of England Agricultural Society, and thanks to our fantastic raft of sponsors. So do please ensure that you engage with them at the trade stands or elsewhere throughout the day. It will also be a success thanks to you, our brilliant delegates. So I encourage your engagement through questions, through social media, and through further conversation in the various break times. Having personally worked in 4 very distinct sectors, I've at times been frustrated when comparing farming to other industries, with the often frequent lack of appetite for CPD, continuing professional development, so off-farm learning, personal improvement, business benchmarking, and progressive thinking. But I'm preaching to the choir here. In attending this conference and others like it, you're ensuring your businesses are ranked among the top performers, the most profitable and resilient. You're the future. And if you're watching this via the live stream from our leading agricultural colleges, then you are the future leaders. And so, to quote one of my favourite films, you are the top 1%, the elite, the best of the best. We will make you better. The format of our sessions today will be simple, with each of our panel of speakers giving a short 10-minute presentation, followed by questions to the panel using the Me Too app. In a few minutes, Emily Norton will welcome our decision makers Neil Parrish, Stuart Roberts and Patrick Holden. After coffee, Tom Bradshaw will introduce groundbreakers William Wells, Jamie Stotzker, John Cherry and Brian Barker. And this afternoon, I'll be chairing the Risk Takers session with Guy and Emily French, Will Armitage, Stephen Jones and Mike Shapland. But before that, and in a departure to our typical schedule, we have invited the University of East Anglia's Professor of Value Chain Management to address us, whose research into consumer behaviour, inter-organisational relationships, and his analysis of value chains will help us to understand the retail and consumer environment and the challenges facing us today with just 149 days to go to Brexit. It's been announced just this morning that he's been awarded the Nuffield Farming Lectureship 2020 to explore the impact of digital revolution on UK farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Professor Andrew Fearn.
Thanks very much, Tom, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And I mustn't abuse the privilege of going first, so I'm conscious of the agenda and the need to crack on. I have 10 minutes or so, and therefore probably will leave as many questions unanswered as some that I try to suggest some answers about. I'm going to focus on market opportunities and threats. You need to know that value chain management, that's kind of bringing the push from production and the supply chain in connection with the pull from sales and marketing. So that's my perspective. It doesn't make it the best, but it is mine. So that's the one I'm going to share with you. And I'm very happy at being completely wrong. But I can only share with you what I've learned over 40 years working with the agri-food industry all over the world. Dad was a pig farmer, so my formative years are in agriculture. So I have so much passion in this sector, along with which I've worked, but I'm not in it. So I have a very privileged status that I can observe you all and try and make some sense out of the stuff that goes on, which I often struggle to do. So I'm going to focus on the market, the opportunities and the threats. You should also know that, I must be true to my word, that I am one of those people whose glass 9 times out of 10, most of the time, is half full. So I'd like to focus on the opportunities. But I think there are some really significant threats. So I'm taking the role here, but it's okay, Tom, of provocateur. So we've got some fantastic speakers. I'm looking forward to hearing from them and contributing to the discussion. But I'm going to try deliberately to provoke. Most of the stuff that I'm going to use to provoke you, I believe, but not necessarily to the same level as you might want, as some of you. So macro trends I'm going to touch on in the 8.5 minutes that I've got left, and then I'll wrap up with some implications for farmers as I see it. Okay, so it's just as I see it. So the macro trends, these are trends that kind of endure and are kind of we can see happening all over the world. And I just thought, most presentations, kind of the 2 most important slides are the ones at the beginning, where you kind of engage with the key the key points that you want to get across, and then of course the ones at the end, and then the bit in the middle is the substance that provides the support for this. So I'll spend a minute on this if I may. So what I observe and what I take from listening to people, reading stuff and looking at the data is that wherever you are in the world, markets are doing these things. So they are fragmenting, that means they're breaking down, which is fantastic. So the big plus here, opportunities. So wherever you go, there is fragmentation. So particularly at the value differentiation, niche end, craft end, people that can afford to and have time to think about their food, where it comes from, how it's produced, and what it's doing to them. That's continuing to fragment. So there are small groups of people that want different things. So point number 1 is finding them, however, reaching them is a challenge. But there are lots of them. So it's fine to say I'm focusing on value-added niche markets because there's more of them emerging everywhere. But because they're small and fragmented, they're not so simple to reach. Second one then is that there's a polarization. So at that one end, you've got this fragmentation. Lots of groups of consumers are looking for points of difference that are special to them. So that kind of individualization agenda. And at the other end, there's this significant, and I'm afraid growing group of consumers, particularly in this part of the world, who are only interested in cheap food. That is a reality. The masses, so the significant majority of people in this country that buy their food, particularly in supermarkets, do not care about you. They will only care when they can't buy stuff, when there is a crisis. But most of the time, they don't care about where stuff comes from, how it was produced. They care about getting stuff into their stomachs and the stomachs of their children. And they're not engaging in this intellectual debate that all of us want to. They're not like us. So the polarization is there's a significant group worldwide who need to be fed with cheap food. So a drive towards competitive agriculture is consistent with getting the costs down. Yeah, but guess what? Coming with that comes getting the margins down. So you are on a very, very specific path if you believe competitive agriculture is about scale and economies thereof and reducing costs. Because that does mean, I'm afraid, investing more and running faster to stand still. I'm not knocking it because I'm sure it has to be done, quite sure, but I know I wouldn't want to be there. And it's not right for everybody. So opportunities abound, value added, but you've got to look for them. And that road to large-scale, technology-driven commodity agriculture is not straightforward, and it's a real tough one. And as somebody in that video said, the world is looking at us. to pick off those value-added opportunities coming from Chile, coming from Poland, coming from Kathmandu, but also to exploit the opportunities for low-cost raw materials and low-cost products. Because the retailers aren't as loyal as they say they are. They only speak the language that they feel their consumers want to hear. So they'll talk about sourcing everything from Britain, as if that matters. What matters is what shoppers do at the point of purchase. So you can ask however many people you like, what matters to them? Welfare this, provenance that, the cuddly friendly farmer looking after the environment. When they're busy pushing their trolleys around, screaming kids and thinking about getting back home for Strictly, they're not worried about half the things that we think they should. That's the reality that sometimes I think gets forgotten. Competitive, so much more of that, so that's bad news, isn't it? And uncertain, so huge question marks. Don't believe these, I'm going to say it, arrogant fools that believe they can tell you what the future's going to look like. We don't know. The scientists aren't sure. Is Brexit good or bad? Nobody knows. I haven't been there before. Climate change. What's it going to be like, this conference, in 10 years' time? So you've bought another 25,000 hectares, you bought 3 more class, huge juggernauts, and then you discover in 15 years' time, you might get the payback by then, that we can't grow that stuff anymore. Don't dismiss it. What do I know about farming? Bugger all, really, so I could be talking out of my rear end, but don't dismiss things that we don't actually understand. So uncertainty, that's good, because there's lots of questions. So strategic thinking and all that stuff, it does pay before you sink a lot of cost in a factory to make some stuff that nobody wants. When there was excess capacity for making that stuff just down the road, but you didn't think about that, you didn't ask them because you want control, all of that stuff. I gave this sort of lecture 25 years ago. Why? It feels like nothing's changed. My glass is rapidly getting empty, so I need to fill it up, don't I, quickly. So, macro trends defining the consumers I'm talking about here. So, our nation is changing. Health and wellness is a fundamental global driver. I'm going to touch on value redefined. Sorry, it's going in these polarised directions, and it's the one direction we don't want it to go in that is the reality I perceive, share with you. The social conscience, nothing like as great as many of us advocates would want it to be. People do not care as much about stuff as we think they should, which is why ultimately I think regulation is inevitable. Markets will fail to deliver these solutions. You can sit back and wait for it to happen, or you can try and engage with the process of change. Things are never going to be how they were. And then this incredibly fascinating group of people that some of us, I certainly don't pretend to understand. The millennials and the digital natives who are transforming the way food is purchased and prepared and consumed. So very quickly, a few key points on this, the changing nation. So we are an ageing population. 10% of children currently live with their grandparents. So households are becoming, they're changing. The key point here is the households for whom somebody's making purchasing decisions are not staying still. So they're getting older, we've got mixed generations, growing diversity. We travel about, we have lots of people sharing our culture with us, which means it becomes more diverse. So culture, language, the exposure to new foods through travel. More people living alone, 32% increase in single households, and the income gaps continuing to grow. Consistent with polarisation, the rich get richer, and are really very interested in where stuff comes from, blah, 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 and the masses are getting poorer, and they couldn't give a damn. So health and wellness, we all want to be the healthiest version of us, but health is still a major problem. Healthy stuff tastes like cardboard and we don't understand what it's really going to do. One day we're told to eat more of this and less of that, and the next day some other posh professor or smart kid says, no, it's not like that really. So it's not clear at all. We might think it is. Consumers and shoppers do not feel that way. So here, 60% of adults claim they check the food they eat is good for them. 40% claim to regularly buy food that has a specific health benefit. So why is it that 2/3 of the population and 1/3 of our children are obese? People say one thing and do something else. Do not base your investment decisions on claimed behaviour. Ask for the evidence and scrutinise it. The redefinition of value, price and promotions are still a priority. 72% of shoppers, now I'm believing the survey results, shop around to get the best deals. These sad people driving into one store to have a check and then driving somewhere else, or actually, of course, going online and being told with 3 clicks where they can get their cheapest basket from. Loyalty is sliding. Only 11% of consumers say an offer would not lure them, and that experience and time saving are equally valued. Time saving and experience. So, but experience is only part of that. So give me convenience, I want it now. And then there's the social conscious. So we care about social responsibility. Look at the furore around food waste and plastic, but behavioural change of the masses of society is far too slow. This, I believe, our food industry, our food system is fundamentally broken, and it's not going to be fixed by waiting for consumers to be willing to, let alone able, to pay the true cost of producing sustainable food. It's not going to happen. Regulation, I believe, is inevitable. I just question whether there's any government that's going to have the courage to take on the food industry and tell it what behaving responsibly means. So 60% of consumers think that food companies should be punished for lack of green credentials. But at the same time, give me good value and give it to me now, please. 35% are sceptical about the origins of where stuff comes from. They don't believe your labels. They don't, look, I'm sorry, they don't understand the red tractor. They're not going on that website believing half of what you claim is happening. And you don't have the budgets of Procter & Gamble to tell them. So you convince yourself that it matters, and they do. I'm telling you they don't. Apart from the 2% that will shop in Waitrose and spend hours in there because it's the only leisure activity they get during the week. Feelings are often trusted over fact. The millennials rely more on Facebook and their peers than they do the BBC News. That's the future. The people that care about you are dying. Literally. God, my glass is frigging getting emptier by the minute. The average Brit, here we go, this is fascinating. The average Brit touches their phone 2,600 times. And that's the bloody average, for Christ's sake, including dinosaurs like me. How can that be possible? They go to bed with them on stuck to their bloody palms. How long will it be before the first child is born with the iPad embedded in its palm? Millennials are embracing this concept of the digital self. I'm so in tune with this stuff. I know exactly what's going into my body, and I know exactly why I'm indulging, because I'm about to go to the gym, and I know exactly why I'm going to eat more of that, because it's going to grow this and expand that and make me look wonderful, whatever. And then I had to bring in this, I could have put this almost on every slide. We may demonize them. They are kind of what the Soil Association or the organic group were 20 years ago. It's now the vegans, these crazy people. Not so crazy, and even if they were, they are what they are, and many of them are these digital natives and millennials who don't care about you. So fastest growing culinary trend according to Tesco in 2018, up 25%. Already worth 310 million in this country, 3.5 billion in the US. This is serious stuff. So let no one shake their heads thinking, when will these fools wake up? No, when will we wake up to the reality of what consumers do, not what we want them to think? They're saving money, they're eating healthier, and they're saving the planet, they think. Tell me the size of your advertising budgets to convince them they've got it wrong. Because when all of the major brands are piling into vegan versions of their existing wonderful range of products, consumers will get the message that this is a good thing to have because they can see more of it. I want to lose it here. So the reality of consumption, I'm conscious now, Tom, answered that I'm going over time. So this was meant to be audience participation, and I fear now I can't have it because I've indulged myself already. But the average meal preparation time, answer. Oh, that's a good one. 5 minutes. Any advance on 5? That's better, 25. So 25 minutes, it was an hour back in the 1980s. Meals eaten alone, percentage of? 50% of meals, yeah, not bad, 45%. Poor buggers sitting by themselves, eating this stuff, thinking, where did this come from? How's it produced? Food eaten at the table, types of food where you sit down and eat it. 50%. Half the food consumed is eaten somewhere else other than the table. Children with food allergies, 8%. Eating occasions outside of the home, 29%. Value of food consumed out of the... Where are we spending our money? Outside of home. Where are we still focused on retail? People have got time sitting at the restaurant to read the menu and think, I'm going to pay more for that. So, done the consumer. Now I'll just speed up because Tom's waving at me. So, shopping behaviour, the reality, busy people, financially strained, stressed out, like you all are, haphazard lives, shopping quickly. The average time I spend at a fixture, bread, oh, it's wonderful bread coming from these wonderful farmers in Norfolk. 7 seconds I've got to think, will I switch that brand? And there's this one here which is half price. I'm not doing it. So shoppers are promiscuous. They shop around 4.5 times average per week. And then, of course, there's digital. We're upset. We are. It's like the juggernaut. No, it's like the Martians are coming. It's like the comet. It's the comet, isn't it? We know this comet's predicted to hit Earth, and it's coming. But we're not quite sure where on Earth the food chain is going to hit and how big the impact's going to be. But we're absolutely scared stiff that Amazon, when it gets into bed with the man that enters your home to respond to the camera that said you just run out of pickles, gets into your kitchen and replenishes your kitchen. That's happening. That's been tested now. It's only a matter of a year or two before that's going to happen. And we can shake our heads. It's happening. So we don't know to the extent that's going to affect us, but it's going to be a massive shake-up because it's less than 8% of the food that we currently purchase online. Amazon sees that as a great chance to grow. Tesco have been doing this since, 2003? We've got to do this because we think it might be important. Still can't work out how to do it without charging us for it. Amazon will be doing it for a fraction of the cost. Everyone filling their pants with how on earth can we keep with them. So what have I learned? Assumptions are the mother of all. It's a Thursday, so it's cock-ups today. Looking at the market in aggregate leaves us blind to the detail. Farmers, you cannot rely on other people to fix this for you. You've got to invest in doing this yourself. So what does it mean? Getting there, Tom? We must stop relying on what people say. We can try and change people's attitudes by raising their awareness and educating them. All that does is, yes, I now know that I shouldn't be doing that, and that really matters. But there's a gap between what people do, say, and what they do. We call that the attitude, intention, behaviour gap. And we don't pay enough attention to that because it's difficult, and we don't want to know what the reality is. We're quite happy satisfying ourselves that people care about these things. Nothing like as much. And people speak with their wallet, so that's really important slide, that one. Embrace the paradigm shift. We would like to think that we're in a transition from this to that. I have to say to you, I'm not convinced that our industry, particularly agriculture, is embracing the concept of this is what we need to grow. I'm still hearing, this is what consumers need to understand about the importance of what we do. And I'm sure we can have loads of examples today that is telling me I'm completely wrong. And of course, there's loads of people that are embracing the right-hand side, but we have got to embrace it. The mousetrap that's better than someone else's is no guarantee of success. Just because we have got prize winning, the best of this, matters diddly squat if we can't convince consumers to pay for it. And currently, we divulge all responsibility and ownership of that to somebody else who have vested interest in offering them more for less, for which you pay. So if you want to grab some of that, here we go, finally. If you want to get some of that value that's waiting to be captured, it doesn't come for free. You've got to be, I perceive you have to be much more proactive. Take a lead in building more sustainable business models based on an understanding of what consumers value, not what you can do because you've got the experience and the soils and the climate, but what consumers need. Because if you can't do it, you need to be partnering with, investing in people that can, and take your dividends somewhere else. Just sell the land and invest somewhere else, right? To collaborate much more extensively. Farmers historically have failed in this country to collaborate. And effectively both horizontally with each other, you are not your competitors, and vertically in the food chain. And investment. Of course you've got to invest in this super duper technology that will enable you to carry on taking those drugs to get your costs down, to fuel the cheap food that will remain our policy for as long as I can see. But you also need to invest in downstream, adding value to what comes off the farm if you really want to capture some of it. Don't expect someone to offer you contracts with higher prices for stuff that people don't value. So I believe that you all need a much better understanding of who buys what and why. Thank you very much.
Do this, yeah, okay, I'm right. Could I welcome our speakers to the stage? Thank you very, very much indeed. That was quite terrifying, but I was indeed here this time last year talking about consumer engagement within my own family business. So at the pointy end of making all of these decisions and trying to get this understanding of how we communicate with consumers. However, how a year can change things. Thanks to the Nuffield Farming Scholarships and a fortuitous conversation over lunch, I stand here today as Head of Rural Research at International Property Consultancy Savills. And I'm very, very much looking forward to putting your questions to these guys here, our esteemed panel of speakers. This last year has, of course, been momentous for our industry. We stand here today with increasing awareness of the political importance that agricultural policy reform takes in the whole Brexit debate. Even arch Remainers and anti-agriculturalists like George Monbiot agree that the opportunity to reform the direct payment system is an enticing prospect that can only be achieved outside of the European Union. But we have little experience of defining agricultural policy here at national level. And as much as I believe that Michael Gove sees the bigger picture and the opportunity, the question is, of course, is he setting the right direction for us? For a while, I worked as an advisor to a politician who worked on the Agri Committee in the European Parliament. He described the legislative process there as the Commission, the European Commission, throwing the Parliament a carcass. The MEPs would pore over the carcass, over the animal, tearing off flesh in chunks, reforming it and sticking it all back on again, but always around the original skeleton, such that the European Commission's original intention was always recognisable. We do, of course, have here today a speaker with substantial experience on the EU lawmaking process. So I'm very much looking forward to your thoughts in particular, Neil, on the new UK paradigm in comparison to this. In my opinion, I sense that the Agriculture Bill has given us two legs only, one on public money for public goods and one on regulating contracts with producers. We've been sold an idea that the overall beast will be stronger, fitter and better behaved than the confused and greedy common agricultural policy. But it may, of course, be the case that the old lion of the CAP is being chased out of town by nothing more than a sack full of tabby cats. But fear not, because herding those cats is the responsibility of these gentlemen here and is the challenge of our three speakers this morning. So without further ado, I would like to introduce these fine chaps by saying we have Patrick Holden, who is the Chief Executive and founder of the Sustainable Food Trust. He's been polluting our fine fenland soil with his Welsh biome underneath his wheel arches. And as a Welsh organic dairy farmer and cheesemaker, he is also at the front line of communicating the values of farming to our consumers around us. We also have Stuart Roberts, Hertfordshire beef, not Essex, Hertfordshire beef and cereal farmer, 300 acres, Vice President of the NFU, who spent 20 years in DEFRA and the meat trade at the pointy end of issues around horse meat in particular. So very much looking forward to your perspective. And then finally, and who will be taking the stage next, Neil Parish MP, Somerset farmer, local councillor, the chair of the Agriculture Committee in the European Parliament, elected as an MP in 2010, and then re-elected as chair of EofE in 2017. And I'm particularly hoping that you're all paying attention to his scrutiny session of Mr. Gove and Mr. Eustace yesterday, which I'm very much hoping he's going to give us some insight over. So please, as we go through this, make sure you submit your questions via the Me2 app. That's the only time I'm going to mention Me2 on a panel full of men as the sole woman. You can all... And please, we will be putting questions after everybody's had the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Well, good morning. We've failed miserably on gender balance, haven't we, already? But it is great to be here. And I chair the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, deals with agriculture, fishing, environment. And so I am a scrutineer of government, and it's great actually to be here this morning because we are living in a different world entirely, and it's going to be turned, and I believe, completely upside down, certainly as far as support payments are concerned for agriculture and the environment. And our last speaker, I always say that people's hearts are on the left and their pockets are on the right. And it's always making sure that we can actually get them to spend that bit of money to make sure they get that quality. And I think we mustn't give up on the idea of organics, of conventional food, of good quality food, of higher welfare. All of these things are great, but we've also got to remember at the end of the day, a lot of the population buy on price, and it's affordable food. The Agriculture Bill, I'll launch straight into it because I'll try and be disciplined this morning in 10 to 12 minutes because I spend most of my life trying to make sure the speakers don't go on too long and they take too long over the questions. So what I want to say to you is clear, is that the last Agriculture Act was 1947, so over 70 years ago. So this act is very important because it will change not only, what was happening now, but for many years to come. I did chair the Agriculture Committee of the European Parliament between 2007 and 2009. I was an MEP for the South West. And of course, I also saw the changes of agriculture policy as I farmed, as a dairy farmer, then sheep and beef and arable up to the present day. Because you saw the Bikshari reforms, then you saw the Fischler reforms, you saw the payments moving from the number of sheep, cattle, the types of crops we're growing, direct support to those, to the basic farm payment, to the Marianne Fisher Bowl health check, which I sort of lived through when I was chairing Agriculture Committee, through to the present day. And what we're going to see now is a complete turn. The whole thing's turning, where you've got, at the moment, majority of the money going into the basic got the greening, then you will turn round and actually see now that, 10-15% of that money is into greening, the rest of the basic farm payment is going to be turned completely upside down, and the payments are going to be targeted indirectly towards the environment. And don't shoot me, I'm the messenger, this is where the bill goes. There's not enough agriculture in the Agriculture Bill as far as I'm concerned, there's not enough about food. But there is also some good stuff in the Agriculture Bill, because I think whatever we like, whatever we think of the basic farm payment, and we've all got mixed views over it, it's probably kept up rents, it's probably not necessarily driven the competitive agriculture we want. So the balance now, really, as we look forward to it, will be to get these policies right. But government money in the future will come much more on the schemes that you have, and we should be able to develop an agriculture policy for 4 nations of the United Kingdom better than we can create a policy for 27, 28 countries of the European Union, from the north of Finland, to the south of Greece. Different climates, different soils, different crops. Now we've got the opportunity now to really do something better, because we can look at management, catchment management as far as water is concerned, flood management. We can link more into the water companies. All of these things could be done. With a stewardship scheme, we won't any longer need to work out whether a tree is a sapling. We won't necessarily have to have a photograph of every tree as we make those applications for stewardship schemes in the future. All of these things can be done, and these payments need to be positive payments in the future, not just loss of income, because you can't live in farming on loss of income. The old adage, you can't be green if you're not in the black. If you're in the red, you're not going to be able to do any greening policies, you're not going to be able to deliver for the environment. So those are absolutely key. So we can actually get these things much better. But the bill itself, the Agriculture Bill itself, is very much an enabling bill. So therefore, I did say to the Secretary of State in a private meeting, well, it just allows you to rule by decree. He didn't necessarily disagree or agree with that statement, but it's got so much flexibility in it, which in some ways it needs, because as we change the payments, it's going to need to be done very quickly. It's going to be done by statutory instruments through Parliament. But of course, the problem I've got as a scrutineer, statutory instruments arrive here on the Tuesday, and by the time you get to the Thursday, they are passed. And so you've got very little, you can't amend them, and so it's going to be a real tussle now to make sure that we get these policies right. We need long-term contracts. We need something to make sure that if we're moving into environmental management, and I accept Michael Gove's statement that you can't bind successive parliaments, but you do have to have at least a 10-year contract, I believe, for a good stewardship scheme if you're going to make a difference on the outcome on that land. So those are absolutely fundamental. And of course, on the one side, the bill sort of talks very much about the environment. It does talk about, further into the bill, about competitive farming, about support for competitive farming, for grant aid, these types of things. But of course, what you've got to be careful of is that you don't tie our hands so hard behind our backs that we can't, in environmental conditions, that we can actually compete in a world where it is very competitive. You take cereals, you take all the chemicals that are used to produce cereals across the world. You know, are we going to stop imports coming in that haven't met those standards? Are we going to be able to stop meat imports and others that haven't been read to the same high environmental and welfare standards? I mean, we questioned Michael Gove very strongly yesterday, and they still don't want it in the agriculture bill, food standards on imports. That's one thing I can get the select committee, because it's very much a cross-party committee, I can get it to agree on, and that's one of the amendments that we will put down and try and force through Parliament. The one beauty, of course, of a small majority or no majority at all, it doesn't take too many of you to cause a rumpus, and not that I would do that, of course, but, you know, it is absolutely essential now that we take the agriculture bill, which has got many good parts to it, but also then make sure that it is targeted towards this great food that we want to produce, this competitive food. We look at our soils, because farmers do actually look after their soils, and because I get very cross when we're lambasted for the fact that we don't. Because if you don't look after your soils, you're not going to be able to grow the crops of the future, and you're not going to be able to compete in a world where we will need to be much smarter environmentally. Of course, there'll be lots of tools out there to help us with weed wipes, with technology of electrocuting weeds and all sorts of things further down the road. But again, all of that will need to be developed. And of course, all of that is not the detail in the bill, because that will come later. That's why I'm always very keen to have George Eustace in front of the Select Committee, because he can actually give us the detail. Michael Gove can give us the big picture of where he wants to take it, and then we have got to actually have the detail. Because the one issue I have with the government, and I've even asked the Prime Minister a question on this, is that at the moment the only public good in the bill is environmental. Producing food and affordable food is not a public good. The government says this has got to be dealt with by the market. To a degree, I can accept that. But of course, you know, if you haven't got food, if you can't afford food, then it is a public good. I also think, you know, and I don't want to be too sort of romantic, if you like, or whatever the word is, but in the end, when we import food, we import the water that was used to grow that food. So there is an onus on us, and I believe a duty on us, to produce good quality, temperate foodstuffs that we can produce. We can produce excellent cereals, sugar beet, poultry, pigs, lamb, beef, dairy. We can produce all of that, vegetables, and we can do really well. And so we've got to make sure that we develop a policy that can do that. We've got to make sure that we keep the means of production as we look to genotechnology in the future, and I believe even to GM, as long as it's properly managed and controlled, because we can reduce the amount of fungicides, pesticides, and all that we use to grow our crops and produce. But you see, as we do these trade deals, and this was another issue that came up yesterday with America and others in the future, then we've got to make sure that we don't, because I mean, Sonny Perdue, when he came, he's a US Secretary of State for Agriculture, all he wanted to talk about was chlorinated washed chicken, because of course, but it's not about the chlorine. The chicken are perfectly safe to eat. I was asking a Canadian, have the same system, can you smell chlorine when you open up the chicken? Very little. That's not the issue. They've been more densely populated, they use up to 5 times as much antibiotics as we do, and then they whack them with chlorine at the end to make sure they're safe to eat. A very American idea. So it's not food safety, It's about animal welfare and making sure those are in our trade deals as we move forward. And of course, when Secretary of State says, you know, over my dead body will these come in? Well, of course, what you've got to remember is by the time we do a trade deal with America, Michael Gove will be long gone on to the next job. Well, I know what he would like it to be, but whatever it will be. And so I can't see him quite the top of it, but I can see him probably as a chancellor in the future. And so that will be key then, of course. My final point is we've got to make sure as we move forward that we maintain that money and support and we target it in the right way. Because don't forget, it's no longer tied down by a European system where a guaranteed payment, like it or not, came in through the CAP. Now it's very much in the Treasury spend. It's very much to make sure that when the Treasury looks for all this 25 billion for the health service, that 3 of that billion doesn't come from agriculture and environmental support. So, but also we have got to justify our spend. It's no good just spending money for the sake of spending, and I put my Conservative hat back on now. You've got to make sure there is value for money and make sure it's a directional one. But I believe we can do better. I believe the agriculture bill has much good in it. It needs to be turned very slightly towards food and farming and making sure we have enough food in the future produced in this country. Thank you very much.
Now, I've got the unenviable position of having to rewrite my presentation in the last half an hour. And that's basically because Andrew stole the first half of my presentation. Neil has used the second half, in which case I am now going to try and write another presentation that steals Patrick's presentation. So he's in the same position as me. The one thing I would say, and I think Neil makes such a valid point, you know, Michael Gove is fantastic at saying, you know, over my dead body will we undermine our own standards in this country. The reality is we do not want it written in his blood. We simply just want it written in legislation. Now, I wanted to introduce you to 3 gents. Now, this is Monty, Dexter and Freddie. For those of you that follow me on social media, the lady on the left is the one who put me in the doghouse last night for running out of heating oil at home. But I wanted to introduce you to these three gents. And I don't know if they will want to become farmers. Who knows? Certainly the one on the right thinks he's going to be the next Owen Farrell. The one in the middle probably does think he wants to become a farmer, and that's because he hasn't figured out yet how tough it is. But what I really want to talk about is whether they become farmers or not. That will be their decision. But what they won't have a decision over is the fact they will be consumers. All 3 of them will be tomorrow's consumers, they are today's consumers, and what happens over the next few years will be more influential on their future than at any point in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years, I fundamentally believe. And I think one of the things we've forgotten, you'd almost think this morning we haven't forgotten, but I think as an industry and as a nation, we've forgotten what it is we as farmers do. And we're constantly told we drench the fields with chemicals, we kill the planet with our methane, and we rip up hedgerows. What is it we actually do as farmers? We produce food. And it is very, very basic. We feed an urbanised population that cannot feed itself. And I get very, very frustrated, as Neil did, and Neil did a cracking job yesterday, very frustrated at the fact that there is bugger all food in an agriculture bill. In essence, it's an environmental bill in agriculture clothing. And why do I talk about food? Why do I talk about the importance of food? It's very, very simple for me. We've all taken it for granted. Politicians of Neil's generation have become obsessed with food affordability. What they've actually forgotten about is a much more important fundamental problem, and that is not food affordability, but is food availability. And I think actually this summer and last winter, we started to have a wake-up call. We had the snow in the spring, we had the drought, and we had the floods very near some relatives of mine down in Golden Grove in Wales. What did those things do? I believe they did start to wake people up. Biggest problem with that snow, and I get slightly nervous saying this in front of a group of farmers, less nervous in East Anglia than perhaps I would be saying this to a group of hill farmers in Cumbria. The problem with that snow, it didn't last for another week. Because what we started to see is we started to see the effects of short-termism around food. We started to see, this is actually a Waitrose shelf, so very appropriate in terms of what was talked about earlier. We started to see shelves with no milk, shelves with no bread. And just remember what happened in 2007, 2008, 2011 in other parts of the world. When people go hungry, they don't come after farmers, they don't come after retailers, they go after Neil, they go after politicians. Because every single one of us needs feeding, and we've taken it for granted. Now, I fundamentally believe we are not wealthy enough to simply buy our food from wherever we can forever around the world. Now, Margaret Beckett, Liam Fox, David Davis, Jacob Rees-Mogg, the honourable member for the 16th century, these guys think we're wealthy enough we can simply buy food from wherever we can get it in the world. Now, it would not be an agriculture conference without somebody. It's a miracle we've got to the third presentation in the morning without somebody putting up the future population graph. Okay? Forget it. We know what's happening. We know there are more mouths to feed around the world. But the one I want to focus on is what are those people eating? Look at the average calorie consumption per head of population around the world. And this is my lifetime, so 1974 through to fairly recent times. On average, we are eating 500 calories more. So not only have we got more mouths to feed, those mouths are eating more calories. Now, anyone who knows me from recent times will know I was way in excess of my 2,940 calories, and I've now cut back to a bit less, which is why I lost that 11 stone, and I'm hopefully now not in the bracket of obese people. I think I am, actually, as it happens, still obese, but I'm certainly getting there. So remember that. More mouths to feed, but they're consuming more calories. And one of the forecasts I heard is within a decade, we will be in an annual deficit of 213 trillion calories around the world. Now, that is a massive opportunity. Like Andrew, I'm an optimist. I'm half glass full. Now, everyone who says they're an optimist and then gives a really depressing presentation, I think needs to take a look at themselves. And I fall into that. I keep telling myself I'm an optimist because I think that I'll eventually believe it. You guys can judge on the evidence of what I have to say. But just remember this, food availability cannot be taken for granted. We don't have a plan in this country for how we will feed the next generation. But also, we have a moral obligation in this country. Forget the rest of the world for a second. In this country, we have some of the most productive soils on the planet. For every 1 acre of wheat that we don't grow in this country, that we turn over to a wildflower meadow or to a forest, we have to find 2 acres somewhere else in the world. Now, the next thing I want to talk about our food industry, and Andrew touched on it, but this is about the only bit of my presentation that has not been got into yet in too much detail, is actually the consequences of this ridiculous cheap food policy that has got us to a point where we are now spending not 20% of our income on food, not 10% of our income on food, but 8.2% 0.2% of our income on food. And that's food integrity. Now, if I go back to some time when I worked in the Food Standards Agency, we had a big issue with the authenticity of basmati rice. It shocked people. People have actually become immune to the challenges around food fraud. The fact that there's much more Manuka honey sold in the world than is produced. The fact that I believe there is twice as much Californian orange juice sold on the planet than is grown in oranges in California. And I don't need to remind myself, if nobody else, and thank you to the chair for reminding me about some of my colourful history. The fact that the first time I came across Neil, I did have to stand in front of him at the EofE Select Committee and apologise that my company had put horse into a Tesco's beef burger. If anyone wants to know how to do it, you can raise that in questions. Actually, it's not very difficult. You've just got to find an organised criminal somewhere on the continent to do some of it for you. But actually, food fraud is a really big thing for me. Because it is all, for me, about long, complex supply chains and what they end up leading us to. When people start to interfere, when we've made food too cheap, and this obsession with food affordability rather than food availability is, I think, one of the biggest challenges in terms of Andrew's food crisis, as he described earlier. But I am an optimist. And the reason I'm an optimist is actually because I think society, consumers, and the public are the answer. And yes, we haven't got the budgets of Procter & Gamble or one or two of these others. But what we have got is an absolute obsession about our industry. You talk to any parent, and there's plenty in the room, some of them in the room, many of you will have kids, young kids, you'll have grandchildren. What are the default toys and books that we buy for young children? They're books about farm animals, they're tractors. People are born with an interest in farming. And I believe that goes on into adulthood. I happen to be very, very lucky. I live in a postcode, it's AL5. It's one of the wealthiest postcodes in the country, 32 miles north of Marble Arch. Everyone in my town, with the exception of myself and Ian Piggott, everyone in my town is an investment banker, a high court judge, a surgeon, you name it. And once a term, we all get together. All our kids are at school together. We all turn up at the pub. We all introduce each other. And somebody will say, I'm Charles, I'm a land agent. That was a very, very poor impression of a land agent's accent. And apologies to land agents in the room. I'm Joe Bloggs, I'm a solicitor, I'm an investment banker, I'm a barrister. I'm Stuart, I'm a farmer. Who's the one person everyone wants to talk to the whole night long? It's the farmer. Because people are interested in us. People want to know where their food comes from. Now, Andrew is right. At times, their mouths and voices are much wider than their wallets. But we have to capture that imagination. And there's some great work being done. I don't need to tell you about Farmer Tom and his work. Every single person in this room has to take that message. The resources we have with all of our industry, we can get across the importance of our industry, get across the importance of food, and in doing that, get to a point where this generation of consumers understand where their food comes from and understand the choices they make at the supermarket shelf will impact the industry we work in, we enjoy working in, and that's why I'm optimistic about our future. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I want to talk about the planetary emergency that we're in, farming practice, and money. I'm mindful, it was mentioned at the beginning that a lot's changed in a year, not just about Brexit, but I'm mindful of the news that we've had in the last week or couple of weeks. First of all, from the IPCC, that we are maybe within 12 years of failing to avoid irreversible climate change by not staying in 1.5 degrees temperature rise globally. And it seems to me, I won't be able to go into this, that agriculture is in the front line as having the potential to help us reverse that, although that's not widely understood. Secondly, the WWF report looking at the decline of nature and the central relationship with food production systems. And then, of course, the latest news about ocean warming, which exceeds all the worst predictions. So we are in the last chance saloon in terms of being able to address these planetary emergencies and leave our world fit for our children to inhabit. And I believe that farming and food systems are centrally important in the role that they could play in addressing these challenges. But if I ask myself the question, is it possible to farm in harmony with nature, to maintain the natural and human capital that we have the responsibility to steward on our own farms, and to address the changes I've just mentioned, and to be economically viable? I think the answer is no. There isn't a business case for achieving those objectives at the present time. And my story goes back to the 1970s when I'm in London. I moved back to the land in 73 and I set up a hopelessly idealistic rural community wanting to farm in a sustainable way. Very quickly decided that it wasn't possible in the current economic climate because the CAP, and we joined the EU in 1975, and then the subsidies encouraged maximum production, and we were trying to farm in a sustainable way. We couldn't make it pay. So we had the bright idea of trying to write a prescription for the application of sustainable agricultural principles and take our story to the marketplace. And that was the story of the development of the organic market. And I now realize, all these years later, that we were treating the symptom, not the cause, because we were trying to put the whole of the difference between farming in a sustainable way and farming the way that most people have to farm, because they're following the best business case, you are following the best business case, onto a price premium. And you could describe the development of the organic market as tremendously successful, because we've captured a 2% share, or whatever it is today, or a failure because we failed to break through into the mainstream. And I'm concluding now that it's the latter, and that if we want to achieve the mainstream change in food systems which is necessary to avoid a breakdown of our planetary ecosystems, we have to tackle the primary problem, which is the absence of a business case for farming in a way which looks after our natural capital, which all farmers in this room would like to do, and to farm in harmony with nature, and to produce enough food to feed a peak population in a sustainable way. All of which I believe is possible from my own experience, because I'm now in my 45th year of trying to farm sustainably in West Wales. I've got a dairy herd, we make cheese, I'm milking tomorrow morning, and Dame Glenys Stacey, who's in charge of the regulatory review, put in charge by Michael Gove, is visiting our farm tomorrow morning. So I'm in the thick of it, and I know that from my own farming experience that it is possible to do this, but not to be economically viable. So what I want to talk about is what it would take to make my farming system economically viable for mainstream adoption, rather than my reassuringly expensive cheddar, which is about 3 times the price of what you can buy in Sainsbury's, keeping me in business along with my day job. And that's not a prescription for the wide-scale adoption of sustainable agriculture. So here is my suggestion. We need a post-Brexit policy package, which is based on a whole farm approach and area-based payments. I know that's a challenging thing to say because of the abolition of direct payments, but I think that the area-based baby is being thrown out with the bathwater of direct payments. We need farming systems which are across the whole of the farm, which are about farming practice, not greening the edges, and enable farmers across the whole of their managed area to adopt sustainable practices. And right now, I'm not sure that that's on the agenda. To achieve that, we need a whole farm management agreement based on the outcome and linked to the incentives linked to an annual farm sustainability audit. And the annual farmer sustainability audit is something that Sustainable Food Trust has been working on. We believe that it should be possible to develop a harmonized framework for on-farm sustainability assessment using common categories and common metrics, just like we have in accounting protocols, to be applied not just in this country but throughout the world. And we could use that, picking up on what was something that was said earlier, as a way of ensuring that if there are imports produced to lower standards, we would cost the difference between our sustainable approach and the less sustainable imported approach, if that is the case, and use that as the basis for a tariff. That's a discussion perhaps we could pick up on. We need carrots and we need sticks to achieve this. The carrots would be the redirection of Pillar 1 payments, and hopefully most of it rewarded through an area-based payment, which already exists in the form of organic payments, but it could be widened, rather than stewardship payments for greening the edges of the farming systems that we have. And unless we have that, it's not going to be possible for farming system to change and move to systems which restore soil carbon. We need sticks. We need, Michael goes on record as saying he believes in the polluter pays principle. Well, we need sticks, and this is maybe controversial, but I think we need to make farmers and land managers financially accountable for the economic impact of practices which are using at the moment, rightly, because it's the best business case, which cause damage to the environment and public health. The obvious case is the nitrogen fertilizer tax. Nitrogen fertilizer is cheap and there's a good business case for using it, but for as long as that is the case, that will remain the predominant system of farming, and it will be impossible to switch to a farming which is based on rotational cropping with a fertility building phase to rebuild soil carbon, because it'd be more profitable to farm with nitrogen fertilizer. But if we made land managers financially responsible for the impact of the nitrogen on pollution, on public health, which has been well assessed by the European Nitrogen Assessment, we would tax nitrogen, and we tax nitrogen fertilizer in exactly relation to the damage it causes. It would wipe out the business case for its use, and more importantly, it would enable us as farmers to change to farming systems which build soil carbon. And we, as the farming community and the stewards of the soils of this country, are the only people in this country can actually take CO2 out of the atmosphere and re-sequester it in our soils. And the biggest opportunity is not in Wales, where I farm, which is 90% grassland, but actually in the arable east. So if your farming systems went back into mixed farming, with a fertility building phase of maybe 40, even 50% of the rotation, you could sequester vast amounts of soil carbon. But at the moment, there isn't a business case for so doing, so we have to find out a way to deal with that, and the polluter pays taxation is part of that. We can also use hybrids between carrots and sticks. This would be tax breaks, conditionality of the receipt of the area-based payment in the transition period after Brexit. By the way, I have to say this, if Brexit occurs, which I hope it doesn't. What are the barriers? Barrier one. I'm not sure that forget all of this stuff. I agree with what Neil said about, the big vision from Michael Gove, but the question is it going to be made flesh in the post-agricultural bill policy package? It's still all to play for, but I fear that the fact that soil isn't really being mentioned very much, as I understand it, within DEFRA at the moment in terms of the implementation of the Agricultural Act in policy. That worries me. Soil ought to be at the heart of it, as I've just mentioned. I'm worried that the environment, the word environment, marginalizes the wider public benefits which can come from agriculture to society as a whole to merely stewardship around the edges, which is business as usual as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm in receipt of Tir Gofal and now Glasteer payments. There's the Welsh equivalents of the stewardship scheme. Frankly, I don't like them. I'd rather farm in harmony with nature and allow the environmental benefits to come out of the farming system than to be paid to do this and that and the other around the edge of my farm. I want the payments to be linked to my whole farming practice, not the stewardship around the edges. Barrier two, lack of public understanding. We've had mention of this from all the previous speakers. I'll focus on the vegans. I can understand the vegan protest vote I think a lot of young people in particular are horrified a bit about industrial livestock production, but unfortunately, once again, their failure to understand the central role of ruminant animals, particularly beef and sheep, in maintaining the carbon sequestration during the fertility building phase of the crop rotations that I've described we need, means that the market for red meat and its depressed state is going to be a barrier for wider scale return to mixed farming. So we have to tackle this, and I think we have to tackle this issue by discussing things with vegans. I think we need to convert vegans back to an understanding that it's good to eat red meat from sustainable farming systems, mainly grass-fed, of course. And I believe that these young people who are vegans are intelligent people, and they can respond to this. So we needn't be angry with them. We can understand their feelings, but at the same time, we need to reach out to them and say, we have to do this, because if you think you can eat a vegan diet globally, with this kind of farming systems that George Monbiot and others, and George, by the way, I profoundly disagree with him. He's been to my farm, but he won't engage with me publicly. I'd love to have a discussion. Bring him here next week and let's have it. Because George is fueling this trend into veganism through a fundamental misunderstanding of the centrally important role of livestock in sustainable farming systems. So there are lots of issues to address. I don't know what the budget is for all this in terms of engaging with the public, but we just all have to do it. I think the public are intelligent, they're interested. You just mentioned the fact that everybody wants to talk about farming. They do. So we have to be honest with them, transparent with them, and discuss these issues, because unless they help us, we can't make the changes. And critically, government will not introduce the kind of measure that I've suggested. The last barrier, which is really back to the whole project that I've been involved with, organic farming. I once heard a farmer in a farmers' meeting that I was in back in, I think it was 2009. It was a meeting of organic farmers just before I left the Soil Association, and everybody was going around the room and introducing themselves. And he said, this guy said, everybody was an organic farmer. He said, I don't want to describe myself as an organic farmer. I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer who has chosen to use organic methods because I think it's the right thing to do. But I'm not separate from the rest of the farming community. And I think that I played my part unwittingly in polarizing the farming community between those that are organic and those that aren't. And I think that's been a real barrier. And I think that if we understand that it's in our common interest to work in a more cohesive and collaborative way, we can bring about the political conditions which are necessary, because then only governments can introduce a lot of the changes that I've described to make a business case for truly sustainable agriculture. But we can do this. And last words, we must do this. Because if it's true that agriculture is in the front line of addressing all the challenges I identified at the beginning, unless we do it, our children will not forgive us. Indeed, they won't have a planet that's fit to live on. So this is not about can we, this is about yes, we must do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating, and perhaps goes quite a long way to give us some insight into the scale of the challenge that we have at the moment in unpicking the future direction of what is happening here. Is it possible to get the Me Too app on the screen down here? I don't know if any of the techie people, I don't have any telephone up here with me, so excellent, there you go. So I'll look in this direction, perhaps you can look in that direction. I'll try not to be too distracted. Gents, thank you so much. I wanted to take this back, first of all, to first principles, really, because what I feel at the moment we're lacking is guidance from either government or from consumers about what the purpose of UK agricultural policy would be. And you've both talked around this issue, you've all talked around this issue in terms of intentions, in terms of sustainable food production, in terms of reconnecting with consumers. But despite all of its weaknesses, the Common Agricultural Policy very clearly stated its objectives. So all of the subsequent enabling legislation had to meet those objectives, and it included income support for farmers, it included fair prices for consumers. Now, we don't have that at the moment in the Agriculture Bill. It was in paragraph 1 of the Agriculture Act 1947, the purposes were set out. Is there a danger it's going to be in the Environment Bill? What are your thoughts?
Shall I come in first on that? It's not going to be in the Environment Bill, because the Environment Bill is going to be about a sort of watchdog that's going to replace the sort of European Court and European Commission. That's what the Environment Bill is going to be about. Yes, there is a real problem now, because I think, you know, listening to Patrick and Stuart, I think we can get together in farming and we can have a sort of more organically based but sort of still conventional farming, use everything, all the tools we got in the box, but we've got to have food. And I think the problem with the bill at the moment is that I suppose it's typical, and I can say this because I'm a sort of cross-party politician in many ways because of my select committee role. Politicians and politics at the moment naturally always offers people everything, and so in a way what we're offering them is, yes, a much greater environment, and it'll be much more focused on the environment. Oh, that's great, we all feel better. And then we've got to make sure, though, within that there is the food and the good quality food that supports the environment and keeps our environment like it is, and that's where the bill is lacking. And I think, but we've also got to be realistic, is that, you know, 3 billion is probably the maximum you're ever going to see spent on it. I can't see any party coming in and saying we're going to throw a lot more money at it. So in some ways we've also got to look at what we've got, spend it more wisely, but still have a profitable food and agricultural business, because you're never going to get to the state where the state will subsidise agriculture and land management just to keep sheep or cattle on those fields. So that's the fundamental.
I'd absolutely agree, and I think for me the Ag Bill has got some good bits in it, but the problem with the Ag Bill is it is so heavily biased to the environment, and it's just about getting that balance back. It's about looking at farming effectively through a pair of glasses, and one lens is about the environment, one lens is about food production and getting that balance right. Now, it's really fashionable at the minute to be really critical of the CAP, okay? It's a really easy thing to do. Actually, let's go back to the original objectives of the CAP. It's been a bloody successful policy at delivering what it was designed to deliver. The problem is we never updated its objectives as the world moves on. And for me, the bit we need on the face of the bill, the bit that Neil needs to push really hard on, is that balance of food and the environment, not just the environment. Because as Neil says, if we want to go out and just simply buy the environment, which the market will not deliver, we don't need 3 billion, we don't need 5 billion, we probably need 10 or 20 billion. And as a society, as a country, we are not wealthy enough to do that. And we need food production and the environment. Ultimately, you get the environment because it's subsidised by food production.
Patrick, do you agree that the Common Agricultural Policy has been a great thing for environmentally focused farming?
I agree with both the what has just been said, that there's a lot of good in the CAP. And I was just with a guy called David Baldock, who's a kind of a Brit policy wonk who's involved with CAP reform. I was at a conference where and heard him speak about the conversations that are going on in Brussels at the moment. I mean, they're thinking about all the stuff that I was just sharing with you. So, and actually, I mean, I'm not saying this against you, Stuart, but the truth is that a lot of the greening measures in the CAP that were prevented from being rolled out over the last 5 years were partly because of the British government and because of the NFU, because there was a big farming lobby that lobbied to maintain the status quo. And if you look at Commissioner Dacian Cioloș, for instance, he wanted to green the CAP. And I think he understood that greening the CAP wasn't just about the environment, it was about the human capital, the social capital, the sustainable and health-promoting food, not just greening around the edges. But there were vested interests that perpetuated the status quo. So never mind that thing about the Brexit thing. We are where we are, but we shouldn't diss the CAP too much because there's a lot of good in it. And we need to concentrate because the agricultural bill is deliberately loosely framed. So actually it's all to play for. Just because we may not get the exact amendments in the wording, we can still get the stuff that I was suggesting that we need. And I would like to hear from Neil and Stuart whether they agree with my package that I set out, because I think there's some quite radical challenges in there.
Professor Fern, as a food specialist, we've talked, we've heard quite a lot of conversation about whether food should be in there, food as a public good. I mean, you see these things very much from a consumer point of view. Should we be producing what the market wants, or should the market be accepting what it is that farming can deliver in this country?
Yeah, good. Look, I think it is complex, but a few words that spring to mind. One is balance, so that's the one that keeps coming up. This number 3 billion and making it bigger, there's obviously a problem here, because this is fundamentally a political problem. And I'm not quite sure how many votes are going to be won by telling people, we're going to put in place policies that will increase your food bill, if the majority of the voters don't understand why. So for me, the role that the industry has to play is not just to leave it to government to fix this. They've got to stand up and stop doing what they've done for the last 50 years, which is to close their doors, pretend that everything is better than it really is, and go away. So the debate around intensive agriculture and food security has to be had. But how many agrochemical farmers, producers and large-scale arable farmers do you see and hear talking about what goes on and why these things matter in a grown-up way? Why abattoirs won't open their doors? Because actually, consumers intelligent, question mark, interested, question mark, unless they live in AL15, your postcode. The masses aren't either of those things. What they are is horrified that you won't share with them what really goes on, for fear that they might discover the truth.
Look, and it is AL5. AL15's a very different postcode. In fact, I'm not even sure there is an AL15. Look, I could not agree more. And I think the first point you make, which is about, it is not for us to say it is Neil's job to tell the story of the British farming and food industry. It is our job. We sell it much better. We tell it much better. What is the big thing for me with the NFU? And we are a very well-resourced organisation, but the real thing is the fact we are authentic farmers. We are genuine farmers. And the red meat industry is one I get frustrated with enormously. And why is that? Precisely for the point that you make. So if anybody ever wants to take a film crew into an abattoir, it is nigh on impossible, okay? Because the consumer doesn't want to know what goes on in an abattoir. Yes, they bloody well do want to know. And the reality is, if we carry on down a path where we don't tell our story, then actually what happens is consumers imagine what goes on inside abattoirs or big food processing facilities. And I can tell you one thing for certain, people's imaginations will make things a whole lot worse than they actually are.
Well, yes, but wait a minute, because the number of abattoirs in the UK has declined by 90%. During my farming lifetime, and is still on the decline. And nearly all animals that these millennials that are going vegan are buying in supermarkets are slaughtered in vast industrial scale slaughterhouses. There's one just down the road from me in Llanybother where all the lambs go, and often have to travel many hours. And we are running a campaign, we've got a report outside on our table called A Good Life and a Good Death. We're arguing for a massive switch towards more local slaughtering, away from the centralised slaughtering facilities that go on at the moment. So we have to, the point I'm trying to say is we have to be honest about what's wrong with our farming and food systems. And we needn't blame ourselves, because we've been following the best business case, but we have become commodity slaves in a race to the bottom, and we have to admit what's wrong with our farming systems, as well as how there are some bits of them that are okay.
Just on that, and I'm luckily these days I don't have to defend the red meat industry like I used to, or certainly the abattoir sector. But actually one thing, and I think you're absolutely right, Patrick, I think one of our problems is, and we get criticised as an industry for a lot of things, that practices we left behind 30 years ago. I use the examples of drenching the fields with chemicals, ripping up hedgerows. When was the last time don't dare put your hands up, but when was the last time any farmer in this room wholesale ripped up hedges? It doesn't happen. But what's been the problem with that? We as farmers have not been good enough, and this is your point, Patrick, at actually putting our hands up and saying some of the things we've done in the past, which were done for perfectly correct reasons, reasons because we were pursuing a policy, and that's where society wants to take us. Actually, sometimes we get things wrong.
Where the policy question is particularly interesting, though. If consumers are responsible for buying the stuff, and farmers are responsible for selling the story,
producing it.
What the hell are politicians doing?
Well, the politicians, that's going to be the difference now, because the difference is that you had a common agriculture policy that followed a path, like it or not. And so therefore now everything is actually up for grabs. So therefore, if you want support towards food and types of food, if you want to alter our agriculture system, then come in and actually lobby government hard, like every other industry does. Don't forget, we're a complete transformation from where you had a dictated policy, which all we did was nibble around the edges, and some of it was good, some of it wasn't, but we couldn't change it. Now we can, the Secretary of State of whoever party, whoever government, can completely change policy in the future, and they could change it overnight. I'm not saying they're going to, because you've got a transitional period, but that is why now, hands-on, get in, because we politicians much rather the industry came and asked what it wanted, because then if it's right, great, we'll claim the credit as politicians. If it goes wrong, we'll blame the farmers. But no, you know, I'm not being facetious, but this is the way the world is, and we've got to come in now, and you know, with Minette and Stuart, you've come in a new world where there isn't the common agriculture policy, and that's good, I think, because we can change things, but we've got to be proactive now. Don't take anything for granted that was there before.
Patrick, you sit particularly in the bit between creating a business case for sustainable farming and actually being able to deliver that to a marketplace that wants to buy something. So how does this nexus between policy and consumers work in your point of view?
Well, just back to this point, that you know, I'm so happy about Minette and Stuart. I'm happy about the leadership of the NFU. I think it's fantastic.
And Guy Smith. We must
Guy and I go back a long way, yes. And he's parodied me in Crops magazine. He just once described me as a man who danced naked in the moonlight and sowed carrots according to a lunar calendar. And actually, part of that was definitely true.
You want to tell us which part?
Hopefully the bit about carrots.
Anyway, I think that all I'm trying to say is that in reaching out to the vegans and the members of the public who are our potential allies, we have to be honest, and it's not our fault that the current economic climate encourages farmers and land managers to continue to undertake practices which are stripping some of the natural and human capital from the land that we manage. And that's all we can do because we're following the best business case. So if we're honest about that, it's better, because then people are going to trust us more. And it's not our fault that we're living in this economic environment. We have to change it, and that should be our message to Neil and the government.
But I think, and I come back to this word balance, because I think we talk about vegans, okay, as if they're, we've got vegans at one end of the spectrum, and I'm a meat eater, right? So you must eat more meat. That's what I'm supposed to tell you, okay? The reality is we have 1% at one end of the spectrum, we have 1% at another end of the spectrum. We have 98% of people who live in the middle ground. Actually, I lost 11 stone, okay, and I'm going to make a very difficult omission, probably one I wouldn't make in Somerset at an NFU meeting. Actually, I eat a bit less meat. Okay? That's not how I lost the weight, by the way. I stopped eating Mars bars and crisps. But the reality is, as a society, we probably should eat a little bit less meat. But actually, we should ask ourselves questions about where that meat came from, how it was produced. Actually, Patrick's point about grass. You and I have not yet developed a rumen. Okay?
Yeah.
But if we want to convert cellulose into nutrient-dense, high-quality protein, cattle and sheep are geniuses. And that's why we need to talk more about what meat, not just simply polarize it. And so much of society these days has become polarized. You're either a Remainer or a Leaver.
Yeah.
You're either a Trump supporter or you're not. You're either a vegan or a meat eater. The reality is most people and most consumers, therefore, inhabit that middle ground. And we talk about these millennials, okay, as if my kids are millennials. My kids aren't millennials, right? Millennials are today's middle class. Today's wealthy consumers are already those people. They walk around with these watches on, okay? I can tell you at the minute what my heartbeat's doing, how many calories I've burnt, and whether I can afford to buy a Starbucks on the way home or whether I have to have a skinny latte because I haven't burnt enough calories. That's the world we live in. And at the end of the day, every single farmer produces food, and that's why the people we need to listen to more than anyone else is the 98% of consumers in the middle ground.
Because you see, this is why we've got to get the market right, because all the other payments we make around the fringes won't actually support agriculture and food production and manage the land as we want it. So we can help with that, but you've also got to be market. And much as I agree with much of what Patrick said, I think if you think you're going to sort of row entirely away from the market, and the government will make all sorts of noises about the environment, but in the end, they will actually want agriculture to be competitive. They won't actually want to see food prices massively rise, because then the Treasury will say, this is driving up inflation, this drives up public sector pay, and that's the issue. So we've got to get the balance right. So it's got to be market orientated, but more towards environmentally good-based food production. But don't forget the market, because you won't subsidise it without the market working.
Can I ask the really challenging question that we know that the direction of environmental travel within this country is likely to maybe be a bit tougher, and the priority is a green Brexit and raising that environmental baseline. The polluter pays and a nitrogen tax have all been bandied around as ideas. How do we stop the UK producer from being undercut by lower standard imports? Okay, question asked multiple times. Can we do it? How do we do that? Or do we follow what Liam Fox says and use those production standards as a base for exports and just follow the market?
Well, we could put them into trade arrangements and trade deals. Much difficult to do if we came out without a deal and went to World Trade Organization rules, because you had to treat everybody across the world with the same tariffs, and so much more difficult to do. So in our trade deals, we can do it. But as long as when we do the trade deal with America or wherever, the financial services and others don't trump us, and we actually say, right, we've got to have those in. So, but that is the issue, but it's going to be difficult, and that's why I don't think, personally, we need to drive our standards up. We need to create a good environment, but we mustn't price ourselves out of the market, because if we do, we will diminish agriculture hugely.
Just on the pricing issue, current food pricing is dishonest. We've got a report, some copies of which are on a stand outside, called The Hidden Cost of UK Food, which we published last November. The headline is, for every pound that is spent on food in this country, there's another hidden pound which isn't on the food price in damage to the environment and public health, split about 50-50 between the two. So the first thing we need to do is to correct this dishonest food pricing, because it makes food look apparently cheap when it isn't really, because it's costing natural capital and public health. If we correct, that's one thing. But can I ask Neil what I raised from the platform, which is that why could we not use an annual sustainability audit and a government standard of baseline trading of food as not a barrier to trade, but as a passport to trade? So in other words, if an Argentinian soy, for instance, which is costing environmental degradation, is imported into this country to feed pigs or whatever, the person who's selling the product into this country has to pay the difference between the negative environmental externalities that they're causing and our higher platform.
This is perhaps a question for Professor Fern as well, in terms of supply chains, and how can you regulate that supply chain to comply with those environmental bases?
Patrick, I think the answer to you is that it could be done. Is it going to be done? No.
Why not?
Why? No, I'm just telling you that is the practicality of it. Because you're not going to create a massive bureaucracy in order to try and stop this happening. You've got to remember that when you do trade deals, when you import food, when you do all of these things, there's the art of the possible. And now I'm not saying your direction of travel isn't right, but to get all that in, it's just not going to happen, because on the one hand you're going to have the drive towards the environment, which is great, but you're also going to have a dose of reality in the minute. And the dose of reality will be they will not want food prices to shoot up, Patrick. They really will.
And it's dishonest.
It may be dishonest, but when the consumer goes and buys that food, they're not worried whether it's dishonest or not, to be blunt with you, Patrick. They just want to buy that food.
And would like to come in on that. How consumers will respond, in particular how supply chains might respond to raising environmental baselines.
Yeah, so another key word that comes up here is dialogue, and another black hole in all of this is the lack of dialogue I perceive in the bits, the rather important bits between the consumer and the farmer, which are these beasts called manufacturers and retailers. The minute an agricultural bill becomes a food bill, you've got to bring other stakeholders into the dialogue. Bugger government protecting us from the Chileans. If Tesco and Waitrose and Uncle Tom Cobley say, the reason we don't want to import that stuff is because our shoppers care, our consumers care, we don't need the government levelling our playing field, but relying on them is a fool's paradise.
So, Stuart, should you be lobbying the Department for Business, the Department for Trade, the Department for Health as the NFU?
Well, we are. So on that, yes, and we are, and I think that's absolutely right. I think there is one glaring omission in what you say, though, Andrew, and whilst you have big retail brands who have big reputations. And actually, for me, some of the things that summed it up was about chlorinated chicken. Actually, the front page of the Daily Mail gave a good indication as to where brands will be on chlorinated chicken. But we all forget the food service sector. We all forget when things become anonymous in that food service sector, and people trade on our heritage, our story, etc. And that's where you end up with some of the worst examples of food fraud.
Can I just?
But I think just one point, and on the health bit, and I think for me, yesterday there was a very, very interesting point in what Michael Gove said to you yesterday about obesity. It was actually the bit I thought he became more alive than anyone. I'm not saying Michael Gove's not alive, by the way. And he said, all ingredients of a healthy diet are grown in the UK to a higher standard than anywhere else in the world. So actually, if that is what he is saying, if that is what he believes, and I think he is right, actually, agriculture and quality food production in the UK can help with some massive health benefits to society. Actually, if we can trigger those, 3 billion becomes a very cheap price.
Should public health be public good within the agriculture bill in itself?
Yes, because that's how I think we get the food production onto the face of the bill, is through the healthy food. And can I just one final point on retailers? Many of you who've lost the will to live, look up when I interviewed Asda and Sainsbury's, because they want to save 10%. How do they want to save 10%? By how they buy it from the processors and from the producers. They want to drive those prices down. So if we're going to get food prices more honest, it's not only about honesty in environmental conditions, it's also about honesty in trade. There are some stuff in the bill on that. Should be dealt with by the grocery code adjudicator, not by the Rural Payments Agency, and that was something I was adamant about yesterday.
There was a good question on delivery mechanisms,
Just on Andrew's point, we do need, in the same way we need a harmonised sustainability assessment, we need harmonised food labelling, and it needs to link back to the credentials of the farms or the collective farms that supply the food. And we think that the data that would be collected by DEFRA and other agencies from one audit, not 5, which we undergo every year, could inform the certifiers, whether it's LEAF or Red Tractor or Organic, they could all operate within this harmonised framework, and that would address the marketing point.
So it is perhaps where the two turn together. We need to wrap up.
There is data collection in the agriculture bill, so I will look at that, Patrick.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We take this offline. Thank you so much. It's been a really, really interesting discussion, and thank you so much for your questions. I was trying to keep half an eye on them and make sure that we were heading in the right direction, but as you can see, with 4 opinionated gents who've got a lot to talk about, hopefully you all got a lot out of that. I'm sure all of them are staying around for as long as possible. Over tea and croissants, cake, whatever we've got out there now, you can clobber them and ask your own questions to make sure we're getting our message out there. Half an hour? Yeah, half an hour for break. So back in here at just before 2:15. Yeah? And thank you all very, very much. Please show your appreciation to our speakers today.
How we are doing our sustainability assessment. Do you join our farmers and land managers working group? Because we've got a dozen of us. We're all persuasions, a lot of intention.
So the bit that and I deliberately don't talk about it. So I am an organic farmer.
Yeah, we're
you join us in an argument here about organic farming versus non-organic farming in the sense of anybody who's operating a mixed livestock system and integrating livestock into an arable rotation is effectively complying with some sort of organic principle around soil rotation. Those principles, were they always important to you? I mean, you know, Stuart, you left the industry, coming back into it, did it make sense to try and keep those principles and your values in how you operate your farm?
I'll be pretty blunt actually. The reason we converted to organic production, and it wasn't talked about actually when we were on the stage, it's not because I'm embarrassed about it, but is actually economics. So actually, for us, we were a relatively small farm. We were not going to get bigger because we're surrounded by institutional landlords, and we decided the only way we can succeed and continue with our business is to go into a different market, and we found a niche market whereby everything leaves all the grain leaves our farm in a 25 kilo bag. That's effectively the aim of our business. So it's pure economics. We are certified organic, absolutely, yeah.
Interesting. And so, you know, we hear a huge amount, and I know you were talking about this sort of polarisation between ideologies within the industry. I mean, it can be quite daunting if you're looking at this sort of, you know, why is everybody arguing with each other over the best way to do this?
Exactly.
Does that put people off? I mean, if people are today thinking, you know, is that an ideology or is it market opportunity? You know, how do you kind of approach that for the first time?
I think it absolutely is. It does put people off, and rightly so. And I love what Stuart's just said. You know, he's farming because he wants to farm that way, as I am. And I don't want to be labelled an organic farmer. Yes, I am farming organically. I've in fact been farming organically. In fact, I wrote the world's first draft of the organic dairy standards, but I hate the idea that there's some sort of polarisation between all the farmers here and me because I'm, quote, an organic farmer. I'm not an organic farmer. I'm a farmer who's trying to farm as sustainably as possible. I'm using a market mechanism as you did when you came in, and actually we should find a way of reaching out to the whole of the farming community and using sustainability to drive the public and the market in that direction, rather than say, are you organic or are you not organic? That's the old way. We need a new, more inclusive approach.
So all three of you, actually, I'm going to ask you the same question. You've all worked off farm, you've all done other things as well as the day job. So what do you think there's a particular advantage in having those external skills within the industry?
Absolutely. So I spent 10 years in the civil service, 10 years in the meat trade, and I think you come back to the farm thinking a very different way. I think you do have an appreciation for the supply chain, you have an appreciation for if you like, the policy world we live in, and I think you just become a broader person. I think it's like anything in life, the more experiences you've got. I've got to say, I'm not a farmer anymore. I seem to be some amateur politician. I haven't had a day on farm since February, but effectively, it is about making you a rounded person. That's just your experience.
That is quite good, because I've heard you're a bit sort of lacking in household management at the moment, of sort of remembering to do those.
It's too soon, Emma.
Back in the house.
I'm hoping the heating oil's turned up by the time I get home tonight.
I hope for your sake.
Exactly.
Tom, you worked in media and all sorts of different things. I mean,
so I was in film for 10 years, in distribution, in consulting, and actually my dad gave me two pieces of advice. One is, don't be a ballet dancer or a racing driver. I've followed that so far.
Okay.
The second one is, even if you're passionate about farming, go and do something else first. Even if you go and work for the neighbour for a year, go and work for somebody else or work in another way. And I think there are numerous great reasons for that. Is one, I felt I left as the boy, and I came back as a peer. I came back at a different level with different experience, so I was allowed to leave and come back in a different role. Otherwise, it's very difficult with particularly family, but also business dynamics. But also, then you come back with just a completely different skill set, and you're able to look at that situation differently. I'll be very quick, I heard about a farm in the States, and there was a sewage works up Whitland at one end. And when I was talking to a guy, and he said, when I moved into the town, it absolutely stank, but after a couple of weeks, I couldn't smell it. And sometimes I think with our businesses, only when you go away and come back again can you really look at them and think, Oh, why do we do that?
Why do we do that? Yeah,
Yeah,
and start looking
yeah,
again at first
yeah.
principles around your entire system.
Mm.
So one of the particular passions that you work with at the moment, Stuart, is around health and safety within the industry, and a particular focus on mental health. Could you talk to us a bit about what the work you're doing?
Yeah, so one of the things I'm fortunate enough to do is I chair the Farm Safety Partnership. Now we all at the moment obsess, we love talking about Brexit, we love talking about the consumer. Actually, probably the single biggest challenge for the industry, first of all, is our physical safety. Every 9 days, this industry kills someone. On average, every 9 days. And we almost think it's acceptable. I'm sat here at the moment, I've got a very throbbing finger. Why is that? Because I rushed a job. Well, I had half a day on the farm in the last fortnight. I rushed a job and I burnt myself. But the reality is, we do not take it seriously. And it is, how can I put my 3 kids into an industry where I actually worry about whether they will have an accident? But the mental health one for me at the minute is even more important, I think. We live in hugely uncertain times. I don't know what the future of our industry is. I am an optimist. I will keep telling that till I eventually believe it myself. But actually, we live in very uncertain times. That makes people anxious. We have a massive, we're all big, butch, macho blokes predominantly in this industry.
Not all of us.
With some very notable exceptions. But actually, we all think the question, are you all right, is just a precursor for you to say, of course I am. Actually, if somebody says you're all right and you're not all right, let's just say we're not all right. I'm worried about the future. I don't know what it holds. I am very unsure. Sometimes we need to share those worries and just all be a little bit more grown up about our feelings. I know we're not, it makes us uncomfortable, Me and Tom sat on the sofa talking about our feelings, but I worry about our industry. I have concerns about our industry. Let's talk about it. Let's be more open.
And wasn't it great when we heard Prince Harry saying the best thing I ever did was ask for help?
Yeah.
Such a great message.
Yeah.
Yes. The toughest step is the first one, always. And actually asking for help can be the toughest step.
We're talking about the social and cultural aspects of farming, which I think is absolutely on the money. I mean, I was part of the Back to the Land movement in the 1970s. I'm a Londoner. And I think there's a consciousness shift which reminds me of what I felt like back in the 70s, going on amongst young people, millennials and people younger than that today. And I think it's enormously exciting and encouraging, because I think a lot of people would like to work on the land, would like to work in harmony with nature, but they'd also like to work in a community with other people. And our aspirations for my farm, we're 300 acres, dairy farm, making cheese. But our next chapter, we want to create an educational stage on our farm so that people can come to our farm, learn how to milk cows, learn how to make cheese, but also educate people who are perhaps urban dwellers who would like to have farming experience, and maybe plant a seed in them that they will want to get back into farming. Because I think we need to reverse the number of people employed in agriculture. It needs to go up, not to continue to go down.
Because this is one of the most interesting paradoxes to me, is that we talk about how people feel better when they're in green space. We talk about the value that engaging in manual activity can bring to people, how rural skills can help job seekers. And yet, within a farming context, we have these unbelievably high levels of mental health crisis. So, is it because of the uncertainty, because of the lone working?
I think there's a number of things, and to some extent we always look at those as excuses. We're not unique. So I was talking to some guys the other day in the construction industry. So when it comes to physical health and safety, the construction industry are light years ahead of the farming industry, okay? And have done a cracking job, and our ambition has to be to catch up with them on health and safety. When it comes to mental health, they're in exactly the same place. Actually, it's because it's predominantly blokes, it's predominantly macho blokes who don't talk about feelings. And the point you make, Tom, the Prince Harry one, actually, we just need to be a bit softer. We need to talk to each other. We need to stop doing this thing where, if I tweet, I've done 60 hours this week, Tom feels he has to tweet and say, I've done 70 hours this week. I am much more macho than you. Actually, we just need to talk. Because yes, the isolation is a challenge, but actually one of the things I've found, and certainly through social media, and you two actually are brilliant examples of it, are better than me, actually that's how you can take yourself, yes, you might be lonely in a field, but you are part of that community. And I think one of my big fears as we go forward, and certainly we talk as we come out of Brexit, etc., there will be some more consolidation in the industry. There will be casualties in the industry. Let's be honest about that. Arguably, what we will then lose is a bit more of the community bit that you touch on. And let's just talk about these things. Let's also talk about something we never talk about as farmers, is our health. Right, forget physical accidents or stupid birds with angle grind. It's fine. It stopped. Sort of, let's take our health seriously.
We need to find a new relationship with nature. We need to understand that we are not separate from nature. We're part of nature, and our sense of well-being and our relationship with ourselves can be nourished by experiencing that. Yeah. I think it's a constant issue that's been. We need to go away from using industry language. You know, we talk about the agricultural industry. It's not an industry. It's a culture. Food is a cult. It's not about, even terms like food chain. It mechanizes things. It reduces it to a sterile, mechanized, machine-like thing, when in fact it's a living thing, it's a cultural thing, it's our principal way of relating to nature. I mean, Wendell Berry, the poet, he said eating is an agricultural act. And every time that everyone eats, they're entering into an intimate relationship with a bit of soil that they don't know where it is, they don't know who produced the food. We need to change that.
So the fascinating thing we need to wrap up now, because we need tea and coffee in order to get us through the rest of the day, and you guys will need a break as well. In my mind, what's coming next, there are so many opportunities to do these things better, to allow investment in on-farm safety, to actually make that a policy priority, to allow profits to be written off into on-farm safety measures, for example, to allow community efforts around farming to sort of take out this huge drive for efficiency all the time and actually say we can add value, we can have much more diverse and interesting conversations around how we use the assets that we're privileged to have as an industry. So huge opportunities out there. I hope you'd agree to really tackle some of these things.
So just really say thank you guys. Fantastic session and great to have this breakout session. And to you guys at the colleges, we'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
Very good.
Great. Well done for keeping us all well together.
Well, I hope it was all okay.
Yeah, it's good.
In spring, summer.
essentially, yeah, it literally is just a script.
Thank you very much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you seem to be ignoring me. Could you please take your seats? Well, what a fantastic session we had there for our first session of the day. I think the discussion was incredible, and it just shows the point we're at in time where we've probably got some extremes on the board there on the panel that are trying to agree where we should be heading with agricultural policy. And it was clear to me that trade is probably the thing that's going to unite so many in our food industry, and trading standards are going to be incredibly important. I have the pleasure of welcoming our next four speakers to the groundbreaker session. We've got another fantastic session lined up with hands-on farmers, Brian and John over there, and that are currently implementing and adopting the new technologies and the science that we're going to hear from William and from Jamie. As we stand in most places on Earth, we're only 6 inches from desolation, for that is the thickness of the topsoil layer upon which the entire life of the planet depends. That one quote was probably the most powerful quote I heard at any point in time on my Nuffield Scholarship. The speakers in this session will be looking at the role of science, technology, and farming systems in making sure that farming plays its role as a true solution to climate change going forwards. Over the past decade, the focus on soil and the change on that focus has been immeasurable. The focus on soil health on farm is something which is now sexy and often talked about. The technologies that we're now using are unrecognisable from those that we were using 20 years ago. And the changes that we're going to see and the developments that will take place over the coming decade and beyond are going to be quite amazing. Before we start the session, we've just got a couple of questions on the Me Too app, so hopefully that's all going to work for us. I hope you're all still logged in. I think we should have more than 60 now that are registered. We've got no messages yet, so the first question is the current UK farming system sustainable? I'm sure Patrick answered the first question there because it was a definite no. I'm trying to see where it tells me how many people are registered, but 56 responses. Anybody else? A couple more seconds. There we go, 57 responses, and that's a pretty overwhelming answer to that question. It's maybe not an answer that we all would like to see, but it's probably an answer that we do have to face up to. It's a challenge which everyone in this room wants to take head on and make sure that we do create a truly sustainable farming system going forwards. The second question, are we on the brink of the second green revolution that will help reverse climate change and the role of agriculture in that? Still got about another 30 people to respond. Oh, we've got more who wanted to answer this question. It's quite interesting. There's quite a balance there. Ooh, 50-50. Let's stop it there. Come on. Oh, we need one more. Come on. I think what you see there is that there's probably a great debate in the room to be had about whether technology is really going to be the solution that's going to help reverse climate change. When we heard about the population change earlier on, we know we're going to have 9 billion people or whatever it may be, and we've got to make sure that the way we feed them is truly environmentally sustainable. And I think that what we heard about earlier on with food prices not reflecting that in the shops, and every pound we spend, there should be a pound in taxation which gets invested into the environment. That would be a really simple solution. I know many people wouldn't be able to afford it, but it's something that we've got a responsibility to look at as we go forward. So our first speaker today is going to be Jamie Stutzka. Jamie is a consultant and bioagronomist for Plantworks. Jamie's focus is on soil and biology and the implementation of that on farm. Jamie's going to be followed by William Wells. William's the founder and CEO of Hummingbird Technologies. William will be looking at the technology and its implementation on farm and its role in creating that sustainable farming system. Then we've got John Cherry. John will be known to many of you as the founder of Groundswell No-Till Show, and his shift on his farm from what he calls a high input, low profit system of farming to a more conservation ag minded system that hopefully for him is generating profit. And then finally, we've got Brian Barker. Brian's a former AHDB monitor farmer. He's the current AHDB strategic farmer. And Brian's using a lot of the modern technology on farm, and he's got a real focus on monitoring and managing the implications that the applications of this technology are having for him on farm. So Jamie, without further ado, if I could welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And it's very exciting to be here at what is a very interesting forum, I think. Now, what I will be talking about is soil biology in particular. And I think that, as you'll all be aware, there's a lot to learn about soil biology. It's like looking at Blue Planet 2. The further we look, the more there is to learn. And of course, there is a great deal of science, a great deal of papers are being published. There are thousands of papers out there to read. But I work for a company called PlantWorks in Kent. And what we hopefully do and offer is a practical application of soil biology. So we actually produce microbes in our company. And we look at farming systems and how we can use that type of biology and how we can make use of it and make it part of a sustainable approach to farming. So in essence, we're looking at that balance between chemistry, physics, and biology, and I think that there is quite a lot to learn still within that, and there's quite a lot of ground to cover. But I think one thing that we really firmly believe in, that without healthy soils, there is no future for farming. And we do produce a great deal of food in a very, very successful way in this country, but in order to carry on doing that for future generations, we must really protect what we have. There can't be any doubt that as soon as we put an agricultural system on top of a natural system, we change that. So a natural ecosystem looks very, very different from an arable ecosystem. That is obvious. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but the question is, how can we maybe take some of those ecosystems and go back to something a little bit more natural? That's not because I'm, in the sandal brigade and I'm all, we must be natural all the way or whatever. The question is one of productivity and of sustainability. Because I think if we're looking at how to do this long term, we have to do it in a more natural way. And we have to harness what nature has given us. Now, one way of doing that is to change method. And John is going to tell us a great deal about how he has done that. So obviously, we can go into a completely different management system to try to bring back beneficial microbes. Now, when I say soil biology, I also have to say that I focus on the microbes in particular. I had a phone call the other day from somebody asking me about worms. For some reason, I told him I knew a lot about worms. I said, no idea. But anyway, so I'm talking about very, very small things here. But so focusing on that particular area of biology, we could look at less impactful system with a no-till management strategy, having more crop diversification, because what we see above ground will also mirror what's happening below ground. So one of the problems is having that continuous monoculture on top. And having continuous crop cover. As you'll know, in nature, land isn't really left bare. There's always something growing. But obviously that's not going to be everybody's style, and it's not going to be possible for everybody. Absolutely. So the question is, what can we do? How can we reintroduce biological organisms into soils in a method, for example, a tenant farmer that's not interested in long-term strategy in changing his soils? And that's where the use of inoculants can come in quite handy, and that is where we place our research, and that's where our expertise is. Now, we deal with two particular types of soil microbes. So the two microbes that are like the two legs that our company stands on, as it were, are the arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, or AMF, so mycorrhizal fungi, and then the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, or PGPR. So essentially, we're dealing in two kingdoms, in the fungi and in the bacteria. And like I say, produce them ourselves and look at how can we not only make them, but also formulate them into a format that can actually be used. And then when it is being used, what does that actually give you? What do you get out of that? I want to explain a little bit about what these organisms are for those of you. Does everybody here know what mycorrhizal fungi are? Hands up, anybody who's ever heard of a mycorrhizal fungus. Awesome, okay, that is amazing. I'm really happy to hear that. So essentially, as you will all know, we're talking about a symbiotic relationship here. We're talking about a fungus that grows into the plant root, out into the soil. Now, what's important to know is that this is an obligate symbiont. That means that the fungus has to have a living host plant there and growing in order to survive. Now, why are they important? Why do we care? And why have they been around for so long? We know that these guys have been around for about 460 million years. And we know that 80% of all the land plants and of our crop plants actually associate with mycorrhizal fungi. So what's the deal, right? Well, there is a great many benefits to be had for the plant from being in this symbiosis. One of them, obviously, improved nutrient uptake, because you're reaching a lot more areas in the soil. You'll also get more phosphorus, because the fungus can secrete acids and actually unlock the phosphorus. And that, in turn, obviously can lead to increased crop quality and yield. That's going to be something you're all going to be interested in, understandably. But there's also kind of more hidden benefits that that aren't so obvious first time around looking, like, for example, this improved systemic resistance. What we're talking about is a better immune system in the plant. So essentially, when there is an attack on the plant, it can recover better from that. And also increased drought tolerance. Now, I think this year, that's probably something that was a little bit more interesting than it has been in the past. But in a plant that is in a relationship with a mycorrhizal fungus that can reach more water, and it can use water more efficiently. So quite interesting all of a sudden when we have a lack of water. What we do know also is that, unfortunately, agricultural practices can damage mycorrhizal fungi. And one of the biggest problems there is soil disturbance. You have to imagine that the body of the fungus is the mycelium underground. So when we go through that and plow the soil, we chop up that mycelium, we essentially break up the body of the fungus. So it stands to reason that that's a fairly unhealthy thing for a fungus to happen to it. Fallow periods and non-mycorrhizal crops. Like I said, the fungus needs a plant there all the time. So if that plant isn't there, again, we get that depletion. Now, I have to say that just plowing the ground by itself isn't really the biggest problem. The biggest problem is following that with a fallow period. So if you break up the fungus and then leave the field bare, that's when you really start losing spores and mycelium and so on. Non-mycorrhizal crops, like I said, 80% of the crops that we grow are mycorrhizal. A few of them aren't. And that includes, for example, the Brassicaceae, so oilseed rape. And if I'm going to guess here, I guess most people are going to have oilseed rape in their rotation. And also the quinopods, which includes sugar beet, for example. So fairly common crops, but they are non-mycorrhizal. So that's essentially like a whole year of a fallow period for a mycorrhizal fungus. And we know that some pesticides, and not all of them by any means, can have a negative impact. But we believe that if we treat soils or we change the management method that we use to grow mycorrhizal fungi in the soil on a regular basis, either with the treatment or with the changing the system, we can benefit from that and actually see positive effects in terms of plant health and ultimately yield as well. So the other guys that we deal with are the PGPR. So it's a very specific type of bacteria. And a lot of the benefits that you'll see that these guys have are fairly similar to mycorrhizal fungi. At the end of the day, you know, these relationships and these symbioses have developed because there is a job to be done, and these do similar jobs. So they free up phosphorus as well. They sort of help with the nutrient uptake that way. They help with drought protection. They also produce plant hormones to get better plant growth. But possibly the biggest claim to fame of these guys is that they are all nitrogen fixers. So you'll all be familiar with rhizobia in legumes. These guys do exactly the same thing as what your field of clover is doing for you, i.e. it generates free nitrogen. So we're taking atmospheric nitrogen and changing it via enzymes into plant usable NH4. So we feel, you know, that's a pretty good addition to our roster of products and very much worthwhile looking at. But what we find there is that it isn't a case of one size fits all. So when we were looking at the different bacteria that we have, we produce routinely 14 different strains, and we screened them. We put all of them against one single crop. We didn't get the results we wanted. So we looked at them in isolation, and what you see there on that table is each letter stands for one particular type, one particular strain of bacteria, and you can see that some of them cross over, like E, for example. That's a good one. That's a one-size-fits-all kind of guy, but some of them really don't. So we have to be very careful about what we put where. And coming out of that, we have formulated some products that are very much crop-specific. So again, because of how we work, and the company is actually based very much in an academic research setting originally, and we then formed a spin-out from that, but we still have much connection into the research business. We won't put anything out into the world without actually trialing it fairly extensively. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of farm trials that we've done this year. So here we were looking at wheat on 5 different farms. We took that specific consortium, and these were the results. So we were specifically looking at yield because that's something that we can look at easily. And we were looking at ear counts and grain yields, and you can see that there was a significant increase here in ear counts and also on the average grain weights. Now I just want to highlight one of the farms here. It's not possibly the strongest data set that we had, but I think it was a very interesting indication here of what happens when we layer more than one microbe on top. So you can see that when we have PGPR alone, for example, when we have AMF and PGPR, all of a sudden that becomes much stronger. And that flows into how we formulate our products and how we advise farmers to use these products. So we look at using the AMF or growing the AMF and getting that underlying network of fungi, and then using the bacteria on top to look at a long-term approach and a long-term sustainable building of soil health, but also short-term look at your pocketbook and saying, okay, so if I put on these bacteria, do I actually get a yield increase, and do I actually earn more money out of that? So that's just my quick acknowledgements, because there's a great many farmers like John who let us traipse through their fields and trial these things, and have been very, very gracious in allowing us to trial these products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I'm sure that if you'd asked that question 10 years ago about mycorrhizal fungi, there would have been very few hands up in the room. So that's a great sign as to where we've moved. William, could you please take the stage?
Thank you. It's great to be here today and to discuss the fast-moving landscape of agriculture. And I'd like to talk to you about technology's role in that, and a little bit about my own company, Hummingbird, of which I'm the founder and CEO. So we use imagery from drones, from robots, from satellites, from planes, and we analyze that imagery to help farmers see complex problems within the crop's physiology itself. We love things like disease that's invisible, or classifying weeds at post-emergence, or providing early season yield predictions. Anything that's a challenge and is not low-hanging fruit, we tend to do. We're only 2.5 years old, but there is 42 of us in the business now. We're based in London, as we were incubated in Imperial College, which is a great centre of computer science excellence in London. We're not farmers or agronomists, even though we understand and respect agronomy. And it's an important difference, because we found that looking at the industry with an outside perspective has enabled us to copy and mimic and borrow and steal a few techniques used in modern day medicine and other data science arenas to try and add a bit of value on farm as it comes under more and more pressure. As I mentioned, we're not a drone company, we're not a satellite company. We use images from anywhere. You don't want to be a one-trick pony when you've got Chinese drone manufacturers and satellites that are increasing resolution. We're in a world where the technology is moving even faster than our science team. So you have to be agnostic to survive. We're revenue generating in 5 countries now, and we're flying today in Australia looking at potato yield modeling and irrigation scheduling. And we're flying as well in Brazil, where we're looking at early weed classification in soybean. So we are a British business that is already beginning to export our technology, having learnt from the best in British farming up and down this country over the last 2.5 years. We still only have a few hundred customers, but we're backed by the biggest, probably the biggest arable businesses, certainly in the UK, with the likes of Velcor and Beeswax Dyson and Worth and Gees and Niab and a lot of the usual suspects, having been very kind to us and having backed us from our early days. They allowed us to experiment, and they allowed us to make all of the mistakes that technology needs to make in order for it to improve. Key for us is that we turn up on farm before a critical decision-making junction, and we're able to fly 400-500 hectares a day and get that data back onto a smartphone, back onto a desktop in under 24 hours. If we're looking at disease before a T2 fungicide application, or we're plant counting sugar beet at establishment, we need to pinpoint our timing so that there's a decision. Otherwise, you can't measure what we're doing in terms of value. Technology, for it to work on farm, has to add some sort of return on investment. Otherwise, people won't adopt you. And all of the Innovate UK funding and Agri Epicenter funding that you can get won't change that in the long term. And we are very commercial. We almost steer clear of public funding to try and discipline ourselves to help farmers with or without subsidies or with or without public support. This is an example. I mean, whilst we have sort of 25 data scientists that are every day trying to figure out clever techniques to classify blackgrass when it's only a few centimeters high, very hard data science problem. We also go after some of the low-hanging fruit. And what technology like the Internet of Things, drones, resolution, cameras, hyperspectral imaging, machine learning, all of these things that we do. We don't do all of the technology, but we do a lot of the new stuff. What this does is it allows us to take things like Pete Berry's work that he did 20 years ago, and then Yarra's work that they did 10 years ago, and bring it into the 21st century and make it cheaper. So for example, we use computer vision-based imagery to measure the green area index of every single oilseed rape plant in a field. And we do that instantly. It works automatically. And it means that when you're applying your nitrogen, you are actually pinpointing the optimum quantity based on that canopy assessment. There's no human error or 3 smartphone photos that get in the way of your maths being correct. And this is not new. This is not new science, but the delivery mechanism is there, and it's cheap, and it's being used, and I'm proud to say that at least 8 people in this room are using it, to my count earlier. This is the shape file that goes in any sprayer or any of your equipment, and being compatible with Gatekeeper and John Deere and all of these other legacy businesses is vitally important for us as well. Having whizzed through that, I wanted just to pause on my last slide, just to give you a very honest account of some of the opportunities and challenges that remain enormous for us as a business, and perhaps things that will either act as a catalyst or act as a blocker to the green revolution that we mentioned. The first is collaboration and integration. Having made very small strides since we began, we do have the benefit of being in a few countries. And I have to say that UK farming is the most uncollaborative market we have by miles. So everyone says it's collaborative, but it's not, because you have these data silos stuck in publicly funded institutions. You have oligopolistic businesses that don't share data or block you if you work with their competitors. It's pathetic. And the farmer suffers. You have software businesses or machinery businesses that don't like people being compatible with each other. So farmers have to log into about 30 different systems just to understand what weather it is outside. I mean, it's so confusing, it's so complex that even some of our best engineers can't untangle the sort of dark corridors of, Gatekeeper's basement or John Deere's operating system. But we have managed to work with some of the best, and we work with lots of competitors, and long may that continue. We can't do it all on our own, so there needs to be more collaboration and more integration. Regulatory risk and opportunity. So if any of my investors ask me, that all I want to talk about is the algorithms and the science and stuff, but in reality, regulation, both in terms of a risk and an opportunity, will either transform or kill our business overnight. So for example, we've done 20,000 flights in the last 12 months using drones on UK farmland, and we've never had a safety incident. The fact that farmers can't use driverless robotic systems or unmanned aerial vehicles, there's no public safety risk, and it would eliminate 90% of the costs of so much of the technology that's available now. What costs £2-3 a hectare will go down to 50p a hectare, and suddenly you've got technology that provides a return but is also extremely cheap. And that's a big issue, and we're falling behind other countries now. Similarly with Brexit and DEFRA, I mean, we slightly sit on the sidelines, but all of our customers' budgets are going to get decimated if there are very draconian measures put in place or removed, or nice things removed. And the reality is that if R&D is the sort of first thing that goes, if your P&L is under pressure, everyone knows that in the business community. So that's something to think about. Similarly, if there's a soft landing that enables farms to benefit by being environmentally sustainable, being responsible, using empirical-based evidence to put their inputs on their crops, that will help us immensely. We're very much part of the sort of environmental KPI arena. We can measure things like nitrogen leaching from space. We can look at runoff, and we help people to responsibly apply their chemistry, knowing where the channels leading to watercourses are. It's all quite basic for us on a computer science front, that. Penultimately, usability, return on investment, and trust. There's a lot of burnt ground for technology. So, the biggest challenge for us is trying to persuade a farmer that a mistake we made 2 years ago won't happen again, or a mistake that some idiot made 5 years ago when they were selling them a soil map won't happen again. And you've also got to make it usable. So we're trying this algorithm where you hover your mouse over your field on a Google Map image, and we already know what crop it is, and what growth stage, and what was in it the year before. It means that we don't even have to ask for your data before we onboard you as a customer. So we're moving towards a world where seamlessly it stops becoming the sort of farmer giving all your data up and then someone selling it behind the scenes. Our customers own their own data, and it will always be like that. And the final point is machine learning. So we are a real artificial intelligence business, and as such, we can afford to be honest about it, which is that it's seriously difficult, and it requires huge data sets and quality data sets to make it work. And it's not a silver bullet. It takes a while for it to kick in, but when it does kick in, it's magnificent. And we've seen some phenomenal progress made in the last year in gene editing, and particularly in plant breeding. You've probably all heard of CRISPR by now, but no one had 2 years ago, but it really is incredible. The challenge is, it's very easy to collect data sets on when you're breeding plants. It's very hard to collect data sets in a windy field in Lincolnshire when you're trying to measure yellow rust incidents, for example. So it is a work in progress, a lot of it, and it needs support and more collaboration. So thank you very much for listening, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions or chat to you afterwards.
Thank you very much, William. We hear data talked about a lot, and I'm sure that it is the key to unlocking some of the future productivity. But somewhere we've just got to make sure that we get it right, because it's an area which worries a lot of farmers. Now we're going to hear from John. John's obviously, I'm not saying Stuart isn't a proper farmer or Patrick's not a proper farmer, but John is a proper farmer who gets dirt under his nails.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, I'm not very good at public speaking either, so you'll have to bear with me. My wife's a teacher, as she was, and she said, you know, do a bit of a lesson plan first, explain what you're going to do. So I'm going to talk to you.
9 minutes.
I'm slightly embarrassed to be labelled as a groundbreaker, not least because groundbreaking is the last thing we do. If you know anything about no-till, groundbreaking, you know, bit of a no-no. Also, I'm not a groundbreaker in the sense that I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. There's a lot of people who've gone on, you know, I'm just copying what they do, and it's fantastic. Some incredibly inspiring farmers from around the world. And in particular, Mother Nature, who does things better than any of us. And if we can watch what she does and copy it as best we can, then we're halfway there. As it says in the thing, we farm 2,500 acres of chalky boulder clay in Hertfordshire, just down the A1 a bit from here. It's lovely, if a bit tricky soil. When we cultivated it, was very tricky. It was horrible soil. We stopped ploughing 20 odd years ago. We found we were just ploughing straw down one year and ploughing it up the next, and it seemed a bit daft. And I became aware that the top 2 inches of soil is where all the exciting stuff happens. You know, why on earth bury it 6 inches down? So we started cultivating shallowly. You all know about min-till. It worked fantastically well. The soil got nicer and nicer, and the black grass became a complete carpet over the whole farm. Eventually, we visited some real groundbreaking farmers, and the guys who were not cultivating at all, and we realized, well, if they could do it on their really horrible clays, we sure as hell could in North Hertfordshire. And we abandoned tillage altogether in 2010, and we've been 100% no-till ever since. There was a little bit of meanness egging us on, meanness and laziness. It cost an awful lot of money to cultivate. We were saving a lot. We were bored of sitting on tractors. I don't know how many of you are familiar with how exciting it can be to drive a power harrow very, very slowly up and down a field, and it looks exactly the same where you started and the bit you've just done. And there's a huge cloud of dust blowing all your best soil away. That doesn't happen anymore. But a strange thing happened, and I've noticed this happening to a lot of no-till farmers. We started off thinking we were being very clever, saving a few quid. And what happened was we became, at least I did, became completely obsessed about the soil. And in particular, all the little creatures that Jamie is talking about that live in it. We've been used to, as an industry, treating our soils as a kind of inert medium. You know, I remember when I was at university way back in the last century, soil science lectures seemed to crop up about once a term, and it was all about, you know, the mixture of silt, sand, and clay, and sort of chemical analysis of it. And I don't think there was one single mention of soil biology. And it turns out that soil biology is what it's all about, and it's what we're so excited about. It's a meanwhile, we've been treating the soil, giving a little soupçon of this and a squirt of that. We're trying to kind of make it do stuff which it can do perfectly well on its own, if only we would let it. Farming we're treating it as an industrial process, with the soil as our factory. So to get away from that, we've been, what we did at our farm is we practiced the 3 basic tenets of conservation agriculture. I'm sorry I haven't got a slideshow, so you'll just have to memorize these. They were up earlier, but conservation agriculture, or no-till farming, it relies on 3 fundamental sort of go-to ideas. The first one is minimal disturbance of the soil. The second one is keeping the soil covered at all times, ideally with living, growing things. So Jamie's mycorrhizal fungi can actually stick their mycelia into living roots and have that fantastic interaction. And a diversity of different crops, because nature abhors a monoculture. As a result, we're now 8 or 9 years in, our soils are full of life, we think, and they allow us to grow decent crops with fewer and fewer inputs. And because we've got these mycorrhizal bacteria, fungi in there, they're feeding our soils with phosphates and other ingredients. We haven't put any P or K on any of our fields for probably 10 years, and our indices are going up. Perhaps we're mining the soil, but the point is that our clays have got a fantastic amount of incredibly useful nutrients in it, which the plants can't access on their own. They need these little bugs to do the work for us. Far better to look after them and get them to do it for nothing than go to whoever and buy the inputs, and that, by applying them, you're encouraging your bugs not to bother mining them from the clay for you. It's obviously quite hard work. We're finding that rainwater soaks in much better, the soil holds it better, we're getting more organic matter. Organic matter can hold 5 times as much of its mass as in water in its own weight. So in a dry year like this, that's fantastically helpful. We're getting more humus in the ground. The ditches run clear. We're building soil rather than losing it. One of the speakers said earlier how farmers look after their soil. I kind of beg to differ. You've only got to wait for a heavy rainstorm and go and look at your nearest river, and you'll find that it's mud-coloured. It shouldn't be. If farmers are looking after the soil would be in the field, not in the river. You've only got to look at the satellite pictures of planet Earth. Another thing I should have got up on the screen for you of a planet after heavy rain events, and you've got massive plumes of dirty water coming out of the Thames and the Severn, polluting the sea, but more crucially, taking really valuable soil from all our fields and losing them for good. These are public goods. We also got much more biodiversity. We've got a boring number of skylarks. Luckily I'm deaf, I can't hear the blasted things, but you can see them fluttering everywhere, cheeping away. We've got flocks of linnets, we've got yellowhammers, all these things which are meant to be... Oh, blimey, what? Oh, sorry. And it's all about, it's fantastically exciting. It's all about carbon. It's taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, as Patrick said earlier. Only farmers can do this. Farmers are actually we can sort out climate change, not just everyone in this room, across the whole world. It's tremendously exciting times. Anyway, it's well, I might as well shut up now, really. But I suppose I ought to say, no one is actually telling us to do these things. This is a complete farmer-led revolution. It's farmer-led around the world. I've been around different countries talking to farmers who've kind of invented this technique of no-till. And it hasn't come from the universities. It hasn't come from governments or institutions. And farmers have worked out how to do it, and they're telling each other. And there's farmer organisations that you can join and they'll give you information. There's 5 fabulous new magazine called Direct Driller, which is printing articles from around the world. And of course, there's the Groundswell show, which it's obviously the show to go to. We started it just because I was so disappointed that no one else was doing this. And it occurred to me, of course, no one else was going to do it because the only people who benefit from no-till farming is farmers. You're far better off. Sorry, I didn't actually get onto the thing, but if Gary Markham, who's here with Land Family Business, he's running a benchmarking survey for a benchmarking group for no-till farmers to show just how profitable or not this technique is. There's no point saving the world if you're going to go broke. But the exciting thing is we're spending so much less on inputs and fixed costs, which aren't fixed at all, like tractors and machinery. Sorry, I'm off now. Yeah, anyway, that's it. Thank you very much.
And now we move on to Brian Barker. Now, I'm sure Brian's going to tell you all that he does targeted cultivation rather than is a sort of only no-till. And targeted cultivation came from me, didn't it, Brian?
Yes, it did, yes. Well done, Tom. I'm going to try and rattle through. I've got quite a lot to talk about, and I know that he's going to be telling me to keep going quicker and quicker and quicker. So it's going to be a bit of a roundup of what we're trying to do with the AHDB on the strategic farm and the sort of the methods that we're going to. So hopefully this, oh no, there we are. Right, this is what we're going to start with. So this is who I am. I farm in Suffolk. I'm trying to do it in the way that I think is right. I'm trying to ask questions along the way to make sure that I try and drag a few farmers along with me. But what are farmers? We're basically gambling. We're gambling with our businesses because we're investing our money into hopefully getting money back. And we don't know, there's so much risk involved into actually growing crops. It's actually crazy to think about farming if you're trying to explain to, say, someone will just go into farming. But actually, when you look at so much risk, we don't know what the weather's going to be, we don't know how much going to get paid, we don't know what's going to happen. It's just madness that we could keep slogging our guts out to try and produce food. So I got involved with the AHDB, with the Modern Farm Programme. It's a great programme to be involved in, and I would emphasise everyone to go to their local meetings. It's a great way of meeting other farmers, challenging your mindset, and that's what I did. I really challenged my mindset about how I farm and why I'm farming it the way I should be. And I've changed it drastically since I've been involved for 3 years. I was then a glutton for punishment, and I decided I wanted to lose more hair and go greyer quicker. And so I got involved at another level, which is trying to bridge the gap between research and farmers on the ground. And so this is what we're trying to do within the Strategic Farm Programme. And we're going to try and find some answers along the way, but it's going to be a story that farmers get involved with and come and see what's going on. But I can't say that I'm going to find a silver bullet, but we're hoping that we can answer a few questions along the way. So how have we done that? Well, we drew a line in the soil. We wanted to know what my farming system was like at the start, so we could then look as the 6-year programme went along, we could see what changes we made. With my targeted cultivation practice, I could show all different levels of cultivation, and then we looked at our soil, our structure, our weather, everything. We analysed as much as we possibly could to get as much baseline data, because once you start these programmes, it's very easy to go, oh, I wish we did that in year one. So we tried to make everything possible in year one to start the ball rolling. So there's a snowball effect of data coming out of our farm. The biggest thing that really opened my eyes was when I started jumping into the bottom of my ditches to actually sample my drains. This is a unique opportunity that Essex and Suffolk Water are helping me with. I call it the field urine test because this is basically what's coming out of our fields. And so this is an example of the different things that we found. And this really triggered questions after questions after questions that I think farmers need to be aware of, and we need to be better at doing what we do. So I'm going to quickly try and take you through as many of these as possible. So this is the picture we're talking about, when the rain and the soil comes away from the UK. It's costing us a lot of money. When we see a ditch full of brown water, it's costing the taxpayers lots of money. The government is sorting it out. There's so much we can do if we can actually understand why we're getting this. It's not all bad. Sometimes it looks worse than it actually is. And I was challenged on Twitter one day when I put one of these photos on. They said, well, my ditch is running thing. I'm a no-till farmer. I said, well, I went back to the same field 24 hours later and they're all running clear. So why is that? Those four bottles were from the same drain outlets, but 24 hours period different. So why is there that relationship between brown water and then clear water? These are the questions that we need to know as a farming industry so we can then better our practice going forward. So these are the things that we're trying to sort of look at in more detail. I got loads and loads of data. I do like an Excel spreadsheet, and I was delivering all this information. I was just, wow, data overload, but we were getting so much information. It was really interesting to see what was actually coming out. We were looking at nutrients, we were looking at everything else, and it was really eye-opening to see what's happening. The red squares aren't all bad, it's just the way the scale works. But we are going to be judged as one industry. We're going to be judged as one. And so when we were looking at the actual pesticides coming out of our drains, it was really, again, another eye-opening example, because when you're looking at the column, which is propyzamide, which is the curb, I haven't applied that for 4 years on my farm. And we went through a period of 1.3, which is 13 times over the threshold for the EU directive. So I was like, crikey, where's that all come from? So we traced it all the way back up the drainage network, and it found that our neighbour's oilseed rape field had 2 drains coming into it, and then it had contaminated the whole of my drain network all the way through my farm. So again, this is a real risky time for us, because it's very easy for research and the environment agents to look at this and go, crikey, well, he's obviously been doing it wrong. But when he actually looked at the curb application, it was done by the book. But again, we've got to be very careful about these sort of things coming out and seeing what's going on. But we're not the only ones who are causing a problem. I very cunningly disguised 2 of my data sets as field number 9, well, 13, should I say, and these are the sewage outlet pipes from our sewage cleaning works. And you look at the level of phosphorus coming out in those, out of the actual sewage drainage pumping station, then it's dramatically higher, and you're thinking, crikey, we're not the only ones causing the problem. But we have to be seen as part of the problem. And so we've got to be able to sort of justify ourselves and look at it in a different way, in a different light. But the thing that really shone for me was the nitrate levels. We have reduced our usage, and I'm trying to drive down usage. The great idea of being a moron farmer, just stick moron, we'll get back, morons. But we need to really understand where we're doing and what we're doing and how we can get a little bit smarter about applying these fertilizers and try and wean ourselves off the blue bag syndrome. This is one that was an obvious one to put up. So we've got a graph here which is taken from my farm. It's 1 year's data set, but the blue line at the top is the nitrate levels coming from underneath a overwinter plough. So traditionally ploughed it over, left, and you're looking at that blue line. The dotted line is the EU directive of 50 milligrams per litre, which is what the target is. And we're well above it with a traditional plough system. But where we use the overwinter cover crops as a system, you can see that the green line along the bottom is negligible. That absorbs, and using the cover crop as a sponge to absorb this nutrient is what. But then with that comes more risk, cover crops, consistency of crops afterwards. But is this a public good? Is this what we're aiming for going forward? Some really interesting stuff. So we've taken this again forward, and so we're doing a cover crop trial. So we're comparing overwinter plough with an overwinter plough which has then been put in with the same cover crop. So comparing them on the same, and doing the same for a cultivated stubble and then cover crop into that, and then we've got a basically undisturbed stubble and cover crop as well. So again, this is all pooling data. So this is the snowball of questions that I, on our farm, with the help of the AHDB, are sort of pushing forward to see if we can sort of eke out a few of these answers going forward. The other thing that we're sort of trying to look at is the actual use of fertilisers and how we can get a little bit smarter. And we've been looking at crop biomass. If we can get a bigger biomass early in the season, can we actually apply less to when this actually might be the time when it actually seeps out of the thing? So the blue line was the late drilled. We're being told by agronomists, oh, we've got to go later, we've got to go later with blackgrass, you've got to go later, you've got to go later, aphids next year, crikey. But then when we were trying to get to it to actually grow, and we got a backward crop coming out into the spring, we were going, well, we need to put some more fertiliser on, we need to get some more going. And you can see that when we actually applied just the 50 kilos of N early, we had a massive spike because we didn't have the biomass, we didn't have the roots to actually absorb it because we didn't get it right in the autumn. Then you compare the hybrid barley, which has got much more vigour, it goes in bigger biomass, it goes in earlier. You can see that the nitrate levels released through the winter was much less. And so when we put on 100 kilos, double, the spike wasn't as big because it was there ready to kickstart and get going early. And then the grass at the bottom, the green line, We grow herbage grass seed on a 2-year rotation. That's got 2 years worth of roots. The ground is undisturbed, and it's already growing. It's growing pretty much all the way through the winter, and so that showed the leaf spike. So we've got to be a bit more smarter about how we apply it. We've got to understand what we're doing, and if we can wean ourselves off putting it all wrong at the time and putting the right levels on, using the technology that's coming through and everything else that's going on, we need to be smarter as a group of farmers going forward. And this is what we're trying to sort of challenge the mindset of what we're doing on farm to get other farmers to do the same. So this is another trial we got. I'd like to do big trials. This is a 36-hectare field. And so we're trying to manipulate early biomass by actually placing fertilizer at planting. So we've got 3 products being trialled in a block. So we've got 3 being placed at trialling. So we've got polysulfate, TSP, and kieserite. We've done a cane trial, a little square trial last year, and we saw a response to these 3. So we've carried it through. And then we're actually comparing if it's just placing the fertilizer or it's having the fertilizer in the field. So we've actually broadcast after planting the equivalent amounts to see if there's a benefit. And literally to a green square, the placement fertilizer was up nearly 4 days in advance. And so is this 4 days of sunlight, of recycling the energy coming from the sun and absorbing all this nutrient, absorbing last year's nitrate that wasn't, nitrogen that wasn't used up? Can we actually stimulate better biomass going forward? So these are the questions that we're trying. It's the snowball effect of questions that we're going to try and do in 6 years. And then we don't want to be just people who just go, well, actually, we just got this great big crop and we're just going to throw more and more on. But can we actually become smarter? Can we get more for putting less on? So now we've got another trial in the ground. This is 17 hectares. And we've got 5 different varieties drilled 90 degrees to the tram line. So they're going to be a full range of disease spectrums. And then we're going to manage them with one strip is going to be untreated. I've only said that I'd have 15 metres, not 30. Just to see what we can do with actually applying nothing. Then we've got our low, so how low can we go? Bit of a limbo. I'm going to have a massive argument with my agronomist when I go, well, we can't do this, we've got to do this. And he's going to go, I don't want to be seen to do it wrong. I said, well, this is part of science, so we're going to challenge the way we do it. So the low is going to go as low as we possibly can, looking at the scenarios thrown at us in the year. Then the medium, that's pretty much going to be the farm standard. What I would say is cost effective to the season that I'm being produced and being thrown at by Mother Nature. And then we've got the Rolls-Royce treatment. See if we can push these varieties going harder and harder. And then we're looking at how we can sort of introduce the variable rate and flat rate nitrogen as well. So we can then use the biomass, the NDVI, the technology to see if we can actually push them even further on the tram lines as well. So that's all right, we're good. Because this is my rounding up slide. So going forward, we have really got to challenge our mindset. We've got to challenge mindsets of all our growers, of farmers out there. It is going to be a challenging time. There is going to be so much change in our industry that we need to be proactive about embracing this sort of stuff. We know that soil is important. We've got to look after it better. That's pretty much written in soil now. But we need to embrace the technology, trying to learn how it can integrate into our system. We need to learn how to apply less, and we need to be better at promoting ourselves to the general public and towards our politicians. We need to hound them and get them to understand what we're trying to do and the end goals. So, farmers may be gamblers, but we are resilient, willing to learn, brilliant innovators, bloody good at what we do, and we're all passionate about our industry. So keep doing what you're doing.
Well, 4 very interesting presentations there, and I think we'd like a bit of audience involvement now. So is there any questions from the audience for our speakers? Patrick.
I've got a question to John, which is that Rothamsted did a meta-analysis of the soil carbon outcomes of min and no-till and found that without catch cropping and other fertility building measures, it wasn't a significant increase in soil carbon. In other words, min-till and no-till has benefits, but it won't reverse soil carbon declines. I would like you to comment.
I'll just paraphrase the question. So Rothamsted did a meta-analysis, and without, min-till and no-till didn't reverse carbon decline. They maybe stabilised it, but they weren't increasing soil carbon. Could John comment?
And a second question, William. have you done any stuff on drones looking at soil carbon from the air?
Has William looked at soil carbon from the air or from drones? John, first to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the trouble is no-till, it can be done in all sorts of different ways. And so, I mean, I've been to no-till farms in America, which the soil is completely astonishing. You can dig it with your bare hands, whereas their neighbour's ground is like rock. And they've got their soil organic matter up from 1% to 10% in 30 years or something, which is a phenomenal change. But they've done it incredibly well and all the rest of it. And a lot of the no-till experiments are done where they avoided cultivating for 1 year or something, and they say, well, this is a no-till crop, or this is a, and as you say, they're not using cover crops. By far the best way of getting carbon back into the ground is reintroduce animals into your rotation, as you were saying earlier. And I think to get the UK farming back to mixed farming would be the best thing we could do, and get animals out of shed and eating grain. 2/3 of the grain we grow, it's not for human consumption. It's either for animals or for, anyway, sorry, it's getting off the subject. But it's we don't, yeah, I mean, I think it's no-till in itself isn't good enough. Min-till, I kind of just, the trouble is, it's very, very hard to measure soil organic matter. There's all sorts of ways of doing it, and loss of ignition. You tried it on our soils. We got flakes of chalk in there. The chalk evaporates, and that gets put down as organic matter.
I'm just going to bring Jamie in. Is there anything that with the sort of your bioagronomist hat on, is there any of your additions of particular bugs that can help this carbon sort of sequestration?
Well, I mean, I think that you're probably looking there a little bit more at the kind of bugs that break down stuff. So, I mean, of course, yes, in terms of having the symbiotic relationships and feeding plant material, and, for example, using cover crops to bring organic matter back into the soil, then, of course, we can grow bigger, healthier cover crops. But I think you're probably looking more at saprotrophic fungi and bacteria that actually work at breaking down material as well to really get the carbon in there. There is, however, one big advantage of mycorrhizal fungi. They make a sticky protein that's called glomalin, and that, I'm sure you've probably all heard of that, that actually binds soil carbon. There's a USDA stat that says 1/3 of all soil carbon is bound in glomalin. So, in other words, no mycorrhizal fungi, no glomalin, you're giving away 1/3 of what you're trying to put back in. So there's definitely that advantage.
William, the second question.
So we are looking at soil carbon measurements. It's not necessarily always commercially viable in the sense that you need imaging equipment such as hyperspectral imaging or synthetic aperture radar or LiDAR to actually detect it. And sometimes you have to just back out a few elements of the equation. So we're obviously doing it from the air, so we can't take an absolute sample, but like soil moisture deficit, we can figure out a proxy that's good enough. Funnily enough, in Australia, they've suddenly introduced measures where they're rewarding landowners based on soil carbon. So all of our customers are suddenly saying, can you do it? But we tend to have to look to the military and geological innovations and try and figure out a cost-efficient way to do it for farming. But yes, it's a really exciting area.
Mark.
A question for Will. You mentioned that UK, in your experience, wasn't as collaborative as it might be, but you're working around the world. Which countries have you seen that are better, and why? What are they doing differently to create that different environment?
So I'll give you just one example. I mean, this is collaborative, this room, but data sharing isn't, let's say. And the US isn't always right, but they are very good at doing things like creating nationwide soil databases or EC maps. And you've got to remember that there are millions globally, but hundreds of thousands of computer-savvy sort of data scientists, wannabe sort of young people that would love a database like that and would try and sort of open source code solutions that can help us all. And it's that kind of crowdsourcing approach that I see as really collaborative. So it's a very technical angle that I was going at.
So if I ask you about data there, William, I mean, as farmers, we've got very protective about data. But I think the information I hold myself is thousands of bits of information.
Yes.
It may be called data, but it's pretty useless data until it's collaborative and people can use that to try and have a real impact. Would that be a fair comment? Or?
I think so. I mean, data privacy and data collaboration are kind of two separate things. You've got to have privacy. And potentially the farmer's trust has been breached a number of times in that arena, which is not going to help. But there are incremental gains that could be had today just on collaboration. If everyone shared, there's so much low-hanging fruit.
And I'm just following on from that, Will, I'm looking at the question here. Is the source of the data coded to allow for easy sharing and use of the data you're generating from Hummingbird?
I mean, we don't sell any and we don't really share any, but we are.
But you just talked about collaboration.
No, in terms of we don't share any. So we didn't share any farmers' personal data.
Yeah.
But it's things like, okay, take something independent like weather data. So there should be like masses of weather data collected, or data that comes from R&D trials. We've seen some amazing stats from Brian, and we've also seen some incredible sort of data collection going on with John. But can everyone act on that sort of data? And what's the role of places like Rothamsted and the epicenters? Because I mean, they have consumed the lion's share of all the funding, and I would wager that there aren't that many private companies that are sort of collaborating or benefiting.
Brian, you're generating a lot of data or numbers on your farm. How time-consuming is that? And is it something, if you really costed your time in collecting all that data, is it something that every farmer in this room can justify doing, or is it something that we need to be looking to the bigger picture, the AHDBs, the Rothamsteds, to actually generating a lot of this work for us?
It is time-consuming. Luckily, I've got 2 dogs that need a lot of walking. But the data that I'm getting, I'm just one of those people who I like statistics. If you ask me what my batting average is, I can tell you. So I like the stats. I like to know. I like to interpret it differently. But yeah, I think we need just basic starts. We need to start small and get more farmers across the base to actually just get a bit of data and go with it. And then it is a snowball effect of data, and we just don't want to sort of lose that. But the snowball effect is very easy to sort of harness. And then we need to get more soil scientists on farm. We need to get more data scientists, more sort of the real clever people that can deal with data more than I can, to be on farm, and we need to sort of, as you say, get together and work together to take our industry forward.
That's great, thank you. Now there's one here, we can't get through a conference without talking about glyphosate, can we? If the glyphosate license is revoked in the future, what is the impact this is likely to have on the fledgling no-till movement? I'd actually like to broaden that out and actually agriculture as a whole. So I don't know who wants to start on that one. I mean, John, I guess that glyphosate is pretty important for your system at the moment.
It is, but it's at the moment. I mean, I've been on farms where they've been no-till for donkey's years, and they don't use glyphosate, and they've got a fantastic system, but it's in another country and different climate. We'll certainly struggle. There's nothing to touch it, especially if diquats going out of the window. But I'm sure there's a way around it. But I don't know what it is. I mean, yeah, it won't knock it on the head. It's another challenge we've got to sort out.
Now I'm going to ask the biologist. Do you think there's any long-term impacts on soil from glyphosate?
I really don't know, because I think that the data that we're getting is so emotionally and politically tainted that I think it's really hard to pick apart. Now, I know that the one study that started it all was very flawed. So I think it's really hard to pick apart now. And I think that, unfortunately, we've picked this one scapegoat out of a great many chemicals that we could have picked on. But I think that, in particular with the no-till movement, is so innovative that I have no doubt that people will come up with a way around it, because the whole system and the whole way that farmers came up with it by sharing information and being very open about what they were doing. In my opinion, people will come up with an alternative.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess when people challenge me with that question, I think we would end up with a lot less intensive farming systems. We would have to have the rebuilding phases. There would probably be more grass in the rotation, but I look at the knock-on impact on world agriculture and world food production, and genuinely, I would at the moment would be pretty horrified at what it would look like if we suddenly didn't have glyphosate available to us. And I see Mark's still got the microphone. I don't know if it's fair to bring Mark in or not, but.
Well, I think there's no reason for us to lose access to it. We need to follow Brian's advice at the end and communicate. The decisions become political, as you said, Jamie. The science base supporting its availability is extremely robust and unchanged, and we should support that and explain that. And look for other means that we control. We need other ways of controlling weeds to protect manage glyphosate resistance risk.
Yeah, I think that would be my biggest worry, Mark, is actually a world agricultural system that has become so reliant on one active ingredient. That doesn't tick sustainability for the long term to me, because resistance is a huge challenge that we're going to face long term. Have we got any more questions in the audience? We've still got a few more questions on the screen here. Got one over there with Peter. You've got a microphone just coming, Peter, I think.
Could I ask Brian, please, have you done any meaningful experiments and results on winter cover crops, and for a cost-effective method rather than just what it looks right and it seems right? Have you got some really good data?
We're building on it. We're building a structure of the first year was really asking the questions to see what the impact of these cover crops were, and then this year we're expanding our trial, then we're going to expand it next year. It's going to be a snowball, as I say. Questions keep coming. We don't answer that many questions because there's always another question coming straight behind it. But there's cost analysis, there's biological, there's the actual chemistry, all being looked at in much more detail than I would have ever could do myself. So yes, watch this space, and it's going to be rolled out. There's obviously another strategic farm in the west now, and so we can bounce off what they're doing to what we're doing. So again, this knowledge to knowledge exchange that the AHDB keep wanting to promote is working, and we're actually showing that there are some really good data and results coming out of what we're doing.
On our farm, Peter, I'm a big believer in this generating this sustainable system, but where we've trialled cover crops on heavy clay over winter, the yield differences have been quite severe, and the £114 a hectare that you currently get paid for them wouldn't be enough, in my experience, for whole-scale uptake. And so, I believe that it's the right system. We've got the free energy source that we need to utilise, but I think that at the moment there's still a lot of work that the science community can help us with to make this really come to fruition and understand the recycling of nutrients that those cover crops are stopping being leached, but when are they made available to the following crops? And I think that's one of the real challenges that we have.
We'll be looking at that to see when it's released. So I've got a field that's been looked at for next winter as well, in detail at nitrates and other nutrients, to see when that magic nutrient is then released, and is it just going straight down the drain next winter. So it's sort of building the bigger picture and looking at it, and don't get blinkered by just one single sort of result.
So now we've got a really interesting question from Abby Kay. And how would you like to see soil health defined in order to allow farmers to be paid for providing it as a public good? So obviously we know that in the Ag Bill, soil health is talked about. Yesterday, Kerry McCarthy was very passionate about soil and having soil included in the Ag Bill. But how would you define it? Jamie, I'm going to start for you. What is soil health, and how could we use that for a public good?
It's quite difficult to define, isn't it, to quantify. And obviously I'd have to come back to my triangle that I had in the beginning. It has to be a good balance between the chemical, the physical, and the biological properties of the soil. So looking at available nutrients in terms of the chemistry, looking at what is the structure like, and looking at the biology. That's where it's very, very difficult, because how do we measure that? And we can do things like the CO2 burst test to measure a totality of biology that's there, but that's not really a qualification, it's just a quantification. So we don't really know what that is. It could be that most of that is take-all fungus, for all I know. So I think that we need a lot more science to go into that in that sense, and then hopefully to come up with a way of really qualifying where do we find that balance between those three.
So carry on round. I'm just trying to get a microphone to the front here.
I mean, we're really just seeking clarity on what those KPIs might be. I mean, we're really more about doing something on a scalable way using the technology and actually having a feasible sort of way of doing this en masse. But we're very much waiting for the clarity on what metrics will be looked at and how they're recorded and when. And
so you will respond to the targets that you are set, sort of thing. That's your role in collecting the data and generating the information.
Exactly. I mean, we're sitting there waiting. I mean, we've put forward ideas, but yeah, we're very much waiting.
John?
Well, I hate subsidies, and I don't think farmers should be paid for soil health because it's in their interest. So, you know, just do it for your own benefit. I mean, it's terribly distorting to be paid to do something. It always has unforeseen consequences. It's very hard to say what soil health is. I suppose if a soil is healthy enough to grow a crop that doesn't need spraying and doesn't need fertilizing, but it still yields incredibly well, that's very healthy soil. That should be good enough for you as a farmer. You're making money for no inputs, you know. Happy Christmas, you know.
Brian?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'd say. Soil is our growing medium, and if we can increase our yields year on year, but by applying less, it shows that our growing medium is in a good state of affairs, and so it's be said to be healthy. But the question comes of someone else's soil is completely to my soil, so how can you judge my soil against John's soil? So it's that, yeah, soil health is a very scary term to sort of try and put a label on it.
I'm just going to bring Patrick in.
Well, the Sustainable Food Trust.
Is the microphone working at the front?
Hello?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
The Sustainable Food Trust has established a farmers and land managers working group, which I mentioned earlier, to look at metrics for capturing each of the key categories of sustainability, of which soil and soil health is a critical one. And we've concluded that it would be necessary to have just a small number of metrics, amongst which probably the single most useful one and a proxy for soil health is soil organic matter. Now, as has just been said, different soils will carry different levels of soil carbon, and that has to be factored in. But if you could factor that into the measurements, it seems to me, to John's point, surely if you are building soil carbon and you get rewarded for that as part of the emission reduction targets in the climate change debate, there's nothing wrong with paying farmers to be soil carbon stewards, because that would shift the balance of profitability and work towards mixed farming, as has been said.
So I'm just going to now bring that on. Something you said about tenants, Jamie, and about how some of your applications might be a fast track to, rather than improving soil health for the long term, but actually some shorter financial gains for tenants. Now, there is going to be a huge challenge as we move away from the current payment system that's proposed at the moment for the tenant farming sector. And longevity here and the long-term nature of our industry is something that is going to be very challenging to implement in an era or in a time where the payment structure is going to completely change. How can we make the new Ag Bill suitable for the tenant sector as well as for other sectors? Anyone got any ideas?
No.
I suppose if you implement it as soil health measure and you stipulated that the use of land, meant that target had to be hit, and you had some way of benchmarking and safeguarding that any land that was put to agricultural use still had to hit that benchmark when you handed it back, or you implemented rewards for handing it back in a better shape than what you started off as. Perhaps that would be a way of changing direction there. At the moment, there's no accountability, is there? I mean, nobody asks if you
I think they're beginning to. I think there is a change there now, but I mean, obviously in Ireland, they're looking at tax breaks for long-term tenancies and things like that, and whether that's an option that we should think about over here. So rather than direct payments, some sort of tax breaks. But Brian?
I think I would like to see a sort of a food hygiene score on your farm gate. So your five-star farmer would get sort of benefits from whatever reams, and then the people who aren't hitting the benchmarks of the government, and they would then have to work harder to get better sort of takes from things. So when we had the Health and Harmony consultation, I was talking about this. A professional CPD professional development, where farms on the farm gate were actually shown that they're developing and looking at new ideas, and your gold stars, your 5-star farmers would be then given more back by doing it better. And then that would be a drive. It's the carrot and not the stick.
Tom's waving me at the back, but I'm assuming that means we've got time for one more question. Would anyone like to ask the last question from the floor? If not, I'm going to be slightly controversial to John. Something you said about cost savings, John. The people that I speak to about no-till and about conservation agriculture would say that if you go into it because of cost savings, you're starting off from completely the wrong base. And actually, it's about the system, and it's about the belief in the system rather than the cost saving that you get out of adopting no-till. Do you have any comment on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're quite right. I mean, it is it's possible to do it horribly wrong,
I'll just expand a little bit. I'm nervous when I hear Michael Gove talking about no-till and min-till being good and everything else being bad. I'm very nervous because if you do no-till badly, your productivity will fall, and potentially you're actually worse for the environment than not adopting it in the first place. So in that context.
Well, I mean, the trouble is also, I mean, there's very little research being done on it. I mean, it's as I say, farmers are doing all the work, sharing information with each other. There's precious little going on in any of the universities. So we don't know what is good and what is bad, apart from what various different farmers have worked out for themselves. So it's yeah, I mean, for sure, it is possible to be too mean and cock it up completely. But it's was like you're saying about cover crops. I mean, I passionately believe that cover crops are the right thing to do, but they can destroy your spring crops if you get it wrong. You know, but it's a you know, and every year we try something different, and it either works a bit better or a bit worse. It's you know, we don't know. I mean, I think it's too early to label it a great success or a great failure. You know, or something that we should all aspire to. I'm very excited about it. I want other people to experiment, but you've got to go into it with the right mindset. It's not just about shaving £100 a hectare off your fixed cost, which is what we've done, or you know, which is only a ton of wheat, or you know, half a ton probably this year. But you know, it's not a huge amount, but it's.
So, I mean, William talked about the lack of collaboration in UK farming, and I think that's something that is a big challenge to everybody in this room. But I would say that the no-till farming sector, the conservation agricultural sector, are a sector of UK farming, however small it may be, that actually collaborate and share information very, very well. And the growth of that movement is probably on the back of that sharing of information, rather than being driven by anywhere else. So I think that is an area that we can really look to as how data sharing of information really can work for the industry. Anyway, if we could just thank our speakers. It's been a fantastic session, and thank you very much. I know that William would just like to come and say a few words about the society. So, William, before lunch.
So on the back of the information we've just had, I was doing some complex mathematics at the back of the room, and I've taken all the data sources that were available to me and I've threw it into the system and discovered that you're all incredibly fortunate people today. Because not only have we had some fantastic speakers this morning, but it's cold, wet and miserable outside, so you're very lucky to be in here. I just want to cover a few points here, taking the advantage to talk about what the society is up to. There's a few things coming up which I want to tell you about. First and foremost is the Peterborough Dinner, which takes place here on the 15th of November, and tickets are just about still available for that. We have to go and get the parsnips dug, so if you could let us know as soon as you can to decide who we send to dig them. The Winter Stock Festival is coming up at the end of the month, so whilst there were only 0.something% of you with an interest in livestock today, that person and a half would be very welcome to come along to the Winter Stock Festival. Getting into the nitty-gritty, the society is moving forward and trying some new things. We're making a move into careers promotion and skills, so we're working with a number of different organisations out there to try some new things. One of those is a work experience pilot, so we're working with an inner city school in Peterborough, and we're trying to find agri-businesses out there, so it could be farms or really anyone right across the supply chain who might be interested in taking I think it's a year 13 I don't know if they go to year 13 now, but to take someone for a week's work placement in April next year, to give them a flavour of what your business does and what it has to offer. We're really trying to improve the image and the reputation of agriculture. No one else is doing it out there, and if you saw a fairly fiery letter from me back in July in the Farmers Weekly, I was quite irate at that time, and I'm mellowed a little bit, but we're really trying hard to raise the people's aspirations, but also to raise awareness of what a fantastic industry agriculture is. So if there's anyone out there who could accommodate a student for a week to give them a flavour of your business, that would be greatly appreciated. Cultivate is the other organisation we're very proud of, which is our young members group. I did give Peter Bennett a badge earlier on because what he has in years he makes up for in enthusiasm and youthful thoughts. So if there's anyone out there interested in a young members group, you're very welcome. The final thing is there's 3 of us heading off tomorrow to Canada. Tim Beaver sitting in the middle of the audience here, and Hannah Darby and myself, we're heading off to the Royal Agricultural Society of the Commonwealth Conference in Canada. I'm told it's probably warmer there than it is here at the minute, but that'd be good. So we're really looking forward to that and to some of the exciting things that we get from that. We sent Tom Martin and Amelia Rome 2 years ago to Singapore, and Tom came back home with the idea for FaceTime a Farmer, so there's no pressure, Tim. Please go through next door. Lunch is about to be served. Don't forget your dessert after you've had your main course, because you'll be charged by the kilo in the airport tomorrow. Stay on this evening after the conference is over. There's a reception at 3:30. You can stay on, see the trade stands, go and look at our supporters, show your appreciation to them, maybe place a few orders if you wish, but would appreciate if you could acknowledge the trade stands and the sponsors up there and spend a bit of time with them and stay with us later on. I think that's it for now. I'll not keep you back from your dinner. Thank you very much.
For just a few more minutes now as we welcome our guests fresh from the stage and talking about the amazing innovations that they are bringing in their own businesses. So Jamie William, thank you so much for joining us, and we're joined as well by Tom Bradshaw, who was the chair of that session. So the purpose of our little chat now was really to kind of understand what has brought you to where you are now and the lessons that you might be able to give to ag college students who are sort of at the start of their careers. So, Jamie, can you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got to where you are now?
Sure. So before I started working in research and in biology in particular, I actually worked for 15 years as a professional rider, a horse rider. Fantastic. Decided to have a career change, and I think that's actually quite important to keep in mind that it's never too late to go back and do something else. You know, so I went and took another degree, and then got into research. I knew very early on while I was doing that I was very interested in soil science, and I've been very fortunate in the luck that I started working with increase more research, and then ended up in the company where I am now. But I think for me, the main thing was that all throughout, I got 2 degrees, one in America in animal science, and then another one here in commercial work. And throughout, because basically for financial reasons, because I had to make a living, I was working at the same time studying. And I think to anybody studying now, I would say do that. If you can get a part-time job, even in the industry, get some experience before you get there, you're going to have a really good start when you get there. You know, for people, you know, that have just been studying full-time for 4 years and they have no idea where they want to be or where they stand.
I can imagine there will be a lot of students now in agricultural colleges who are very used to working, providing study and practical work as well. So, what about you, William?
So my background, I grew up on a farm. My mum's a plant pathologist, but my whole career was spent investing money in tech companies. I used to run a big global hedge fund, and I started getting really into robotics, AI and satellites, and driverless vehicles, and DNA sequencing, and sort of realised that the marriage of both my passions was agtech and hummingbird. There's so much within farming. It's, you know, anything in the food sector. It's the best of technology. It's the coolest elements of plant pathology and crop management or livestock management. And I would encourage people to have an open mind and to test ideas and be entrepreneurial. There's a lot of help available. You've got the AgTech Catalyst, Innovate UK, university funding schemes, all sorts of competitions. There's some big industry help. Just get out in front of them and test your idea, do a business plan, don't be afraid, and if it's crap, try again, and you get some traction, go for it.
Yeah, I think at the moment the ag tech or the agricultural sector in its broader sense of food production is just so exciting. Yeah. The opportunities that we're going to see, the developments over the next 10 to 15 years are just going to be incredible. And it will be, I mean, it already has become one of the sexy industries to be in. And I think that's such a turnaround from 15, 20 years ago. And, you know, the opportunities now are really to get stuck in and make a difference.
So you guys being sort of technology and science focused, talking to pure agriculturalists, what do you find the hardest challenge? And do you find that a generational difference in talking to a younger generation of farmers who are more willing to consider how science and technology can be utilised within their business compared to perhaps some of the older decision makers within the industry at the moment who might be a bit more sceptical?
You know, we've actually had a really friendly reception from anybody and everybody in terms of, I think it might be because we're bringing something different and new to the table, I don't know, but I have to say that for me, I can tell you, you know, there's as many people in the older generation that I work with on a regular basis as there is younger people. And often I actually find younger people sometimes are a little bit less courageous, you know. They're at the beginning of their career, they don't want to make a really big change to what's happening. They want to maybe take the experience of the older generation. So be brave, guys. You know?
Be braver, that's interesting. Yeah, what about you with the tech side?
I mean, it is tough. The older generation, the barrier to adoption exists sometimes because of age, and people are used to doing things in a certain way. And you know, some farmers have told me, well, they're going to retire in 5 years' time, they're not going to change, and it's up to the next. I mean, it's not very helpful. But lots of young farmers and young agronomists and young crop scientists are using technology like ours as a means to sort of further their own careers or fast track their own careers. So, for example, you know, if you are an agronomist within Frontier or Hutchinson's and you happen to be the kind of the in-house specialist at satellite and weather data, you know, you're going to be able to have conversations at the farm gate that other agronomists can't. You're preparing for the world in which people can ground truth crops using VR and AR, and they don't even have to be there. How can we manage 20,000 hectares, not 10? Those are the people that are going to win long term. So often with technology, it's one step back, 3 steps forward. And those that embrace change and some of the more exciting elements of ag-tech and the wider industry are going to clearly win in the long term.
So within the industry, you know, this Tom, you know, as a practicing farmer, you know, day to day making decisions, you've got a huge amount of things that you need to take into consideration, and sometimes having the time to think about some of these aspects is incredibly difficult. You know, to actually dedicate time to looking at soil health, to dedicate time to looking at how tech might work. How do you know, how could we better factor in that within the general busyness of being involved in farming?
And I think that's the question that I asked Brian in the session, really, was about how do you value your time, and how do you look at whether you're getting a return on investment? Because it's easy to generate data, it's easy to spend a lot of time in the field, but does it have an impact on your bottom line? And actually, I guess we're trying to simplify our business a lot. Really, the number of major decisions that we make in an arable farm, I think we can narrow it down to a lot less than we think it really needs to be. It's really about the day we drill it. What we've done before we drill it, that's the most important. The day we drill it is very important. But after that, we've set the potential. And actually, the number of decisions we're making on farm, I'm trying to simplify rather than overcomplicate it, because I think it's very easy to overcomplicate. But then I'm probably at the moment not utilising information, data and technology as well as I can do.
Very interesting. So do you think that there are big advantages that even on a progressive farm like yours that these guys could be contributing?
Absolutely, I think that the missing link at the moment is turning what William's doing and what Jamie's doing into pounds, shillings and pence on my bottom line. And the moment that I can see, if I invest in X, Y, and Z, I'm going to get Z plus back. That is what I need to see as a farmer, and then I will be adopting the technology.
So do you think you guys can get better at communicating the return on investment in this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, so for our best, our most scientifically robust product, which is using computer vision to measure the green area index, so the green pixels against a brown background, it's the peat berry, it's so basic for oilseed rape. We're trying to do profit sharing, basically where we give it to the farmer for free, and we take 50-50 of profits above and beyond what general farm profits are. Now, that's extremely risky for us as a business, but it's no surprise that in the US, the latest $billion ag tech business, called Indigo Ag, is pushing out kind of profit sharing models where technology is ultimately free, but you share in the upside.
And at the end of the day, then it's in your interest to make sure the farmer gets the best out of that.
And then that's where we're all heading. And you've just got to be innovative with the science, but also the business model, and also the sell, and you've got to try every trick in the book to get people using it. Because once you've got a good database, then you're fine.
What about on the science side? How are you evolving? How are you working with farmers to get that uptake?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like I'm in a very luxurious position because I'm sort of this conduit between, the farming world and listening to what people actually want to know and what questions they want answered in terms of microbiology and soils, and then linking that with the research that happens in the academic world and that we do as an R&D activity in our company. So I do think that we try very much at Plantworks to link the two and to look at how can we build in potential cost savings. So can we, for example, substitute some mineral N inputs by using the nitrogen-fixing bacteria. So, we then minimize the runoffs in terms of the risk of using too much nitrogen in that format, and we bring in an organism that can add much other benefits. So, I think we try very much to communicate the findings that we have then back to the farming community, but also to listen.
Yeah. That's absolutely fantastic, guys. I know you'll all be really, really hungry as well as we are. Fantastic chat. Thank you so much. And I think the message is really not just innovation in technology, but innovation in how technology is taken up and utilised so that we all get to benefit from this stuff. And it's a real key takeaway to take. Thank you so much. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Yeah. All done. Thanks, guys.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It's been a really good session.
It's like the hologram election.
You just have to trust there's something out there listening. Bad.
Lovely. Yeah. No problem at all. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Otherwise, you've got conversation.
about my job is being in the countryside every day.
So that's variety, that is. It's different things every day. You never know what's going to happen.
Throughout the whole year, it's seen seasons from spring, summer, autumn and winter.
I learn from all of the people who work here who are a lot older than me. I'm quite young, got a lot of energy, and I think they probably sort of benefit a little bit from me being here as well. I'm Megan Keeble. I am a level 3 agricultural apprentice.
So my name's Dan Goodwin. I'm a level 3 apprentice at Eastern Otley College.
I work at an agricultural contractors in Suffolk.
I do all the spraying on the farm, all the cultivations, and we'll do as much work as possible to help my employer out.
A typical day is arrive at 7 o'clock, do oils, fuel, add blue, filters that need to be blown out, do my light check and my electric check. Because if you look after your tools, they'll look after you.
Today, one of my jobs is to put an application of fertiliser on our spring peas. Put the fertiliser into the fertiliser hopper, put the right kilograms a hectare onto our computer and go and spread it onto our spring peas.
Being an apprentice, I think it gives you the opportunity to learn all of those little jobs that you can't necessarily learn in college or in a classroom. You're only going to learn it if you're out using the equipment.
It works really well as being an apprentice with the college. You have 6 weeks at your workplace, a whole week at your college. You're in the classroom that everyone enjoys the same industry. You can exchange stories and show your tutors that you are learning while you're working.
With the agricultural apprenticeship, that is the perfect setup for me because I can work and earn money and I can then also get my education with it. With the money that I've earned from working on my apprenticeship, I've managed to earn the money to pay for my HGV, Class 1, and I've also earned the money to be able to rent a house, so I live on my own. My HGV is my heavy goods vehicle licence, and it means I can drive my baby.
From the day I was 10 and I was able to walk into fields, I wanted to go straight into farming, and that was my goal. And now, look where I am now, being the Apprentice of the Year. When I got the message that I won, I was absolutely gobsmacked, proud. All my hard work paid off for the last 4 years.
I won the Agricultural Apprentice of the Year runner-up. I was quite impressed. I didn't think I'd get that far, let alone come runner-up. I was really proud of it. It made me feel really good about myself and felt that actually the little things I do are clearly recognised and appreciated.
Dan's been excellent, and over the last 4 years he's picked up loads of practical knowledge, and with the help of Eastern and Otley College he's just blossomed.
I've seen Megan's apprenticeship work well. She's a very responsive student, to be fair, and she'll come back with questions of work she's done at college, which I can then help her with at work, and of course we're getting the benefit.
It's not only growing crops, it's looking after the countryside. We are custodians of the countryside, and that is an important thing, and he takes a keen interest in that as well.
Those initial years of work are absolutely key to the person that you end up with. So we want that to be a good experience for them and one that they learn and understand about the industry. And the best way to do that has to be to take on apprenticeships.
We need young people in the agricultural industry, and unless we encourage young lads like Dan and girls into the industry, we're going to have a job having enough employees on the farm.
Key to every business is your staff, so it's best to put it in if you want to get it out.
We need young people, young minds, to understand the new digital technology that we're using on the fertiliser spreaders, sprayers and combines now.
There are so many jobs out there. If you can't find something, speak to the college. Get onto their website. There is careers and open days throughout the year with the colleges. Go along and ask, and they will happily help you to find somewhere where you want to be.
So if you want an interesting career in agriculture, do an apprenticeship.
So folks, welcome back to the afternoon session. Did you have a nice lunch? Oh good, are you well fed? As William asked, did everybody have their pudding? Yeah, good. Well done. That's fantastic. Really good to hear. The video you've just seen was created by Eastern and Otley College to highlight apprenticeship opportunities. And it's really designed for farmers to take into schools. It's designed for schools. So if you're going into a school, then do contact Nicola just down here. She's going to stand up and wave. Or anyone on the Eastern and Otley stand. So that's a great tool to bring with you if you're going into schools. I should also highlight that BASIS and Neroso points are available for this event, and I believe, I'm looking for Ruth, but I believe they're available where you registered, where you picked up your badge. She's the thumbs up, that means that is correct. And I should also just highlight that on the Me Too app there is a survey, so we'd love to know a little bit of information about you, a bit about how you found today, and what we might be able to do to make it even better for next year. So if you get the chance to fill that in, we'd be really grateful. While we're on the app, why don't we have a look at a couple of questions? So phones out, let's get ready to go. There are no messages yet. The first question, if available, would you use genetically engineered seed? I think we had about 60 responses before lunch with Tom, so I'm going to wait for us to get up to somewhere near there. That's pretty convincing at the moment. Just wait for a few more. Dad, have you got yours done? Yeah, good. Oh, it's possible to change one's mind. So maybe the no voter had. Or maybe it was kind of fat finger syndrome, but I'm up here, so it can't have been me. Let's look at the next question. And the next one actually requires us to enter some text. So in relation to your business over the next 12 months, what are your biggest concerns? Examples there being labour shortages, poor prices, BTB, crop establishment, market instability. But obviously there are a number of others. And we'll be producing a word cloud. It'll come up on the bottom there. It's pretty fancy, isn't it? There she is, of course. I can see uncertainty featuring pretty highly. Pesticides, aphids, GOVE, policy. Sorry, pesticides, aphids, and GOVE. I do apologise. That wasn't intentional. Because we also have ignorance up there and a number of other things. I think that's pretty fascinating. Sorry, I've basically spent the morning offending people. I've actually managed to dub probably the UK's leading proponent of no-till agriculture as a groundbreaker, and I feel like I've done the same thing with this afternoon's session, and I've really been in two minds as to whether or not to brand it risk takers, because although each of our speakers have no doubt taken risks in recent years, it's their foresight and their planning and attention to detail that have set them in such good stead. They owe their success not to reckless speculating, but to really knowing their business, knowing their market, knowing their capabilities, and having the courage to step out. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker. I doubt there are many doctors of crop pathology in the room today. Make yourselves known. I can't see any hands at all, so just the one. Our next speaker, however, is not only that, but identified a growing food trend. He researched and developed it into a crop capable of being grown in the UK and founded the British quinoa company. Oh, gosh. And he sold into Waitrose, Marks & Spencer's, Booths, Pret, and a range of independent retailers. Please welcome the winner of Arable Innovator of the Year and the Grocer's Top New Talent Award, Stephen Jones.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today to talk to you a little bit about my business. So, as described, I'm Stephen Jones, and I formed the British Quinoa Company along with my dad several years ago. The thoughts behind the company really were, as a lot of farmers do, what else can we potentially grow on our farm to give us better margins, to just improve the farm and give it a longer lifespan, hopefully. So in terms of our history, so obviously we've come from absolutely nothing in sort of 2005, 6, 7, where we first had the idea, and we actually trialled the idea on our farm in a really, really small way initially. We didn't want to take a big risk, so risk takers obviously it's got to be a measured risk, but we put a few seeds in the ground that came from places like Tesco, Waitrose, Julian Graves, to see if they would grow, and they didn't work. So 2007, I could say, was complete and utter failure. But from then on towards sort of 2008 onwards, we identified new varieties that were actually bred within the European climate, within the Netherlands, and they worked much better on our farm. So from there, we had to really try to evaluate whether there was actually a potential business for us or not. So from there, we did a lot of agronomy trials, testing the seed rate, the different yields we could potentially get, and trying to work out whether it was actually financially a viable business for us. And in 2013, we managed to harvest our first really successful crop of around 20 tons, so pretty tiny. 2014, that went up to 80 tons, and that was really good. It was a lovely business to have, but 80 tons is still a small amount. And all of that went into a company called Pret a Manger, who make a lot of salads. And it was absolutely brilliant because it gave us a lot of publicity. But we needed more volume because we couldn't meet all the market demand. So from there, we started growing sort of 700 tons the year after. And after that, it's just trying to make sure we're able to maintain the stocks that we need. Hopefully that should change it. So in terms of what we've done in our business, we were required to do a lot of trials to see whether we could actually grow quinoa on our farm. And the left-hand photo is a trial that we did of some different varieties of quinoa, just to see whether they suited our climate better in terms of how they grew, how they yielded, and the quality. And the photo on the right, we were trying out a Garford hoe to see whether we could get that to help control weeds for us or not. And it worked fairly well. With things like quinoa, you should know there's absolutely no herbicides available. So although we're growing some crop organically, the vast majority of it is completely conventional, except we're not able to use pesticides, which brings its own challenges. So this is a picture of our first commercial crop. As you can see, it was a complete and utter failure. So it's very much a case of spot the quinoa plant in there. There are a few, some things like pale persicarius, a lot of fat hen in there. So it really, really didn't work for us. And we found that a lot of this was due to us not really understanding how it needed to be drilled, exactly when it needs to be drilled, etc. So a lot of our trials went into things like that. So our first successful crop, this is me looking a bit sinister down in the bottom of a quinoa canopy. That crop was amazing because we managed to get the sowing depth just right, enough seed in there as well. So we just got a really lovely clean crop. And we found that we didn't want to use varieties that were short because they would just be overcome with weeds. We want to use really vigorous, nice tall varieties up to around that height, just so that it's able to smother out the weeds as best we can, again, without the use of any herbicides. So that was brilliant. And the key thing that I always say to people is if you're able to innovate, you can bring extra benefits. And the benefits that we had would be able to have things like Countryfile, Channel 4, and also the BBC, so like their regional news to come onto the farm to film what we were doing. And you might know that if you want to have publicity, it costs you a lot of money. But if you're able to do things like this with the BBC, it's free. It just takes your time, and it's the best way you can build your company up in the public eye to grow the company, really. So a little bit about the varieties. So as I mentioned, a lot of the risk for us at the start was what varieties do we grow? Because of course we all know that we can grow quinoa or quinoa on farm already. We've been doing it for many, many years, and that's in the form of bird cover. But those varieties do not work for the human consumption market that we're looking for. So we managed to go out there and find a lot of new varieties. The best ones came from the Netherlands, and we were able to be in the right place at the right time to get the exclusive rights on those varieties. What that means is that obviously when a plant breeder breeds a new variety, it can then get registered. They will then have plant breeders' rights so that people can't just then grow that without paying them a fair royalty. So we managed to get that license in the UK. Quinoa is a very, very limited small market, so for us to be able to control that is very, very important. We were able to, from those varieties, get good seed yield and good quality, so a nice big white grain. They were saponin-free. You'll find with your varieties that you go for bird seed, they've got a very, very bitter coating on them. You can't have that if you're going to eat it as a human, so we had to have varieties which didn't have that bitter coating. And also, the big thing for us is to be able to directly harvest the crop. Previously, we would have to swath the crop. In Shropshire, where it's a bit damper than other parts of the country, that just does not work. So the new varieties were able to be combined, stood up. And the general production cycle is that we'd plant it in April, we'd grow it throughout the spring and the summer, harvest it directly with the combine, as I said, in the September time. The next stage of the whole process is to actually clean the crop, to take out all the bits and bobs that we don't want people to eat. And that was actually really quite difficult because where in the UK can you find that sort of service? We had to look around at a lot of different companies who would be able to offer that service for us. We managed to find one, and from there we built a really good relationship. But As I say, with harvest, this is just showing a few photos of what it's like just before harvest. So we wanted to go from like that obviously very yellowy colour to a golden brown colour just before we harvest it. And crops like wheat, obviously you leave them, they're going to senesce naturally. Quinoa is like that in a way, but it's always going to be that a little bit wetter than wheat. So it'll come into the combine fairly damp, and then we've got to dry it very, very quickly to make sure that we don't get things like microbial growth, potential mycotoxins, etc. So we've really had to look at the safety of the product far beyond the farm gate. Cleaning, as I said, we use a company called Dunn's who do a lot of pea and bean seeds. They're a very good company. They do all these different processes, as you'll see on the left-hand side, in terms of things like screening, aspiration, colour sorting to remove any grains. And what we really want at the end is for a raw agricultural commodity to go in and a cleaned, finished, high purity product to come out the other end. And that's expensive and it's very, very time consuming, but we had to invest in a lot of new equipment to allow us to do that. And over the years, we've been getting better and better at what we've done. So again, coming back to things like risk, it's always a risk purchasing expensive equipment, but we've done it in stages and we've broken it down so that we're never investing a whole load of money all in one go. We sort of try things and then wait and see how things develop. Current innovation, we've tried a lot of different things. This is just a little snapshot of what we've done. We tried to make quinoa honey, so quinoa flowers, lovely little bees, make some quinoa honey, probably sell it in London for ridiculous prices. Doesn't work, unfortunately. There is lots of pollen, but bees just don't want to forage in quinoa for some reason. So although we thought it'd be a really great one to get going, it didn't work, unfortunately. The other thing that we've been working on for quite a while is a red quinoa. Quinoa grain is normally white, but the red quinoa is great for adding things like colours to salads. And again, that needs a whole new way of growing the crop because of the varieties and processing it. And the photo on the top right is of toasted quinoa. We've had toasted quinoa in places like Marks and Spencer's and a restaurant chain called Leon as well. And we just heat the grain up to really caramelise the sugars that are inside to give it a little bit of extra flavour. So I think my 10 minutes is nearly up. So this is the last slide I have, I think. So current innovation. So it's taken us 3 years to get ready-to-eat pouches, the concept of ready-to-eat pouches, from the first meeting we had with the manufacturer onto the shelves of Sainsbury's. And we only got them on the shelves of Sainsbury's about 4 weeks ago, which has been brilliant. But it's taken a long time to develop the flavours, the whole range, to make the actual cooking process so that the grains are nicely cooked and not sort of gone to a mush, and then to get it all sold into the supermarket. So yeah, 3 years of work to get from where we were to having it in the supermarkets. And we're finally there now. And although things like this is actually a small part of our business, the main part of it is selling in bulk to food manufacturers. Having own brand where with our own label on it is absolutely key, and we're very, very pleased to finally be there with it. And I think that is it. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, that's perfect. Our next speakers are a husband and wife team from Colchester in Essex. They've successfully built up their business, Fox's Farm Produce, working together to grow Christmas trees and pumpkins and dividing roles and responsibilities to play to their strengths and remaining friends at the same time. Perhaps, I wonder if it is the presence of their dog, Fudgy, recently appointed head of general fun, who has contributed to their success. I suspect, though, it's their energy, knowledge, business sense and mastery of marketing and social media. Please welcome Guy and Emily French.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
When you think of a risk taker, what do you think of? A bungee jumper? A fighter pilot? You don't necessarily think of two farmers from Essex who only ever made it as an extra on Towie, but that is what we are. We are here today to talk to you about the highs and lows of the risks we have taken in our business.
We are Guy and Emily French. We're a husband and wife team with farms based in Colchester and Basildon in Essex, all on rented land. We don't claim any subsidies within the business, and our enterprises include pick your own pumpkins, a corn maze, farm mud runs, wholesale pumpkins and retail Christmas trees.
Although from a farming background, I started my career by doing a degree in business and worked full-time in the corporate world of HR, with no intentions of being a farmer. In 2015, I gave this world up to tackle the business full-time, as it was clear the business just couldn't progress without my attention. And this is when the business really started to grow. I do all the back office work, including managing the sales, marketing, accounts, everything.
So I'm from a farming background as well, and I started a full-time career in 2007 alongside the business. I undertake all of the farming and husbandry tasks and the attention to detail with growing the crops, and that's my main role within the business. So, wholesale pumpkins. We grow 3 main commercial varieties, all of which are for Halloween. We have 40 acres wholesale that we grow. We grow them in an arable rotation. We grow about 150,000 pumpkins a year in that rotation. We distribute those pumpkins all over the UK. Our growing season is May to September, and we start harvesting in the middle of August and finish hopefully by the end of September with distribution in October.
Pick your own pumpkins. So we started the concept for members of the public to pick their own pumpkins directly from the field back in 2014. It's quickly become popular with over 40,000 visitors annually, and it's growing. Every year we are innovative and try to make it even more fun for our visitors. This includes Bale Mountains, games, and we really focus on making it educational with fun farm facts. Above all, it's a great experience, as after all, people could just go to Asda to buy their pumpkins if they really wanted to. Our Corn Maze event started as a summer event for a variety of reasons. Number one, our customers from the pumpkin patch asked us for it. And number two, we wanted to extend our cash flow season. It's now been added to our pumpkin patches. Guy cuts the root out himself to save costs, and I create the game.
Retail Christmas trees. So we grow 20 acres of Christmas trees, which we sell through our retail sites. That's about 40,000 Christmas trees that we have in the ground. Our retail Christmas tree site started off through buying and bought-in trees and selling them on. We're now 100% self-sufficient. We planted our first Christmas trees in 2010, and we now sell them over 2 retail sites. We've invested quite heavily in specialist machinery for this crop, because actually it's not a conventional crop where we can buy the machinery second-hand, so we've had to be quite detailed with what we've invested to make sure the enterprise works for us. We use a contractor for specialist jobs such as pruning and leader control. This year in 2018 we introduced the Farm Mud Run. It's a 1.5 kilometre multi-lap obstacle course aimed at children. A lot of families participate in this event, and it's a mixture of man-made obstacles and natural obstacles over the farms.
So back in the day, 2007 is where it all started, with Guy and his love of farming. He started keeping a few sheep and growing a variety of veg in a vegetable patch, selling to local farm shops as a hobby. Growing this selection of crops led to eventually growing the niche of pumpkins in 2010. I met Guy this year using the Young Farmers Dating Agency, and our dates soon became harvesting green beans and the like, not the norm. So we did all the pumpkin growing and harvesting by hand ourselves with friends. The following year, we started growing and selling Christmas trees. We then opened our pumpkin patches. And in 2016, we became the East of England Co-op Best Newcomer, supplying all 90 of their Essex and Suffolk stores. Last year, we opened our Corn Maze, and earlier this year, we started our Farm Mud Run. And here we are now, our Harvest 2018.
The main risks in our business, and some of these were touched on this morning, but noticeably the weather. So pumpkins are 90% water. We have a dry year like this year where we had 13 weeks of drought without 1 millimetre of rain. That was a bit worrying at times. Very good for pick your own, but it just makes the pumpkins a little bit smaller and we have to manage through that. If you have a wet year, you get larger pumpkins, but you get poorer storage quality. And sometimes we have to close our pick your own pumpkin patches if it rains.
So competition. All businesses obviously have loads of competition, and we always try to make sure that we are one step ahead. In 2016, we became the first people in the UK to grow Frankenstein pumpkins using a mould. This created great PR and led to newspaper and television coverage, which was great marketing for our pumpkin patches.
Cash flow, again, another problem for most businesses. Our cash flow is seasonal. We need to manage the inputs that go into that, and we try and come up with ideas as to how we can extend our cash flow season. So can we do early bird discounts on the mud run? Can we incentivise wholesale pumpkin customers to pay earlier in the year to secure their order? So that's a way of how we try to extend or manage cash flow.
Social media is a great opportunity as well as a great risk. We have over 25,000 followers on our Facebook page, which is great, but the risks are when someone has a gripe about you or posts a review that are things outside of your control. So earlier in the year, we had traffic as a major issue because all the major roads around us were closed. We had a few bad reviews and we had to respond and manage the response rather than just saying what we wanted to, which was, it wasn't our fault.
So adapting our business is quite important. So the range of crops we grow, they're quite niche. And if we want to vary our Christmas tree acreage to meet our market, which is either growing or shrinking, we're 8 years behind. So we need to plan for that 8 years behind. With pumpkins, it's not so bad. We just change our acreages every year. With the mud run, if we do a mud run 12 weeks apart, we can change it then.
So we have to be really organised in our business. So we create templates and standard operating procedures, especially for our wholesale crop. This became apparent last year when the person doing all the back office work, i.e. me, had a baby right in the middle of pumpkins. Luckily, by this point, we had grown to a level to employ people. And we are even here today after arguably the busiest day of our year, like yesterday.
So niche crops, the nature of the crops being niche is a risk in itself, so we've got to go out there and find our own knowledge. There's limited market knowledge out there in the UK for our crops. We're members of all the associations in terms of British Christmas Tree Growers Association, Outdoor Cucurbits. We sit on that board and we go to those meetings occasionally as well.
So there are some risks we cannot manage. Working together. So being husband and wife and talking about work continually is tricky at times. This photo was taken in the first year of planting pumpkins on a very wet May day when I had sat behind the tractor all day, freezing to death, but I still married him.
So when an idea fails, so we're constantly trying new things, and one of the ideas that failed for us was daffodils. We trialled them, we did all the research, we had a great crop of daffodils, we had a customer through the East of England Co-op who were willing to distribute them for us. What was the problem? Daffodils are price sensitive. We can't compete with the major growers on daffodils to supply into the East of England Co-op, who can still buy them in at the same price from the larger growers. We had a lovely crop of daffodils and it looked amazing, but we did go into it on the basis of it being a low risk in terms of we knew what we were in for if it didn't work out.
So managing our risks. Market research. We research ideas. We even tie them in with holidays, so we've been to Denmark for Christmas trees and the USA for pumpkins. We check out all of our competitors using their websites and social medias, and we always try and be one step ahead. One thing we never do is copy, because different personalities, different soil types, different customer base means that what works for one person won't necessarily work for someone else.
So innovation, that's another risk that we need to manage. Harvesting our pumpkins is a good example of where we've improved the innovation. So originally we just put the box on the ground, we'd get the pickers to walk to the box and fill them up. Then we thought, actually, we can save the forklift in the field. Let's run them into tractor and trailers and they can throw them up. We then realised that was inefficient because people were standing on trailers and throwing them up. And then we were getting more damages in the crop when we were grading out the other end. So actually, we just went down to the simple system of a front linkage system, moving along, and that improves our efficiency and the cost of our labour. With our Christmas tree harvest, we're adapting our trailers to make sure that we can get more on and make that more efficient so there's fewer journeys in and out, distributing those as well. Managing our risks, knowing our market, like Emily said, you need to know those markets and those crops inside out. Then you're at a lower risk, we think. Cross-market segmentation is really important. So we've got people coming to the farm for the mud run, the pumpkin patches, the Christmas trees. They're all a few weeks apart, so we need to make sure that we're offering customers a discount or an incentive to come back to us. They're a captive audience who have been to our business, enjoyed our business, so we want to make sure that we're drawing them back as well. Cost efficiency is where we constantly look at budgets, we're constantly monitoring our yields, we're constantly seeing what's working on our cost side of things, so that we actually know where we stand with our business. We'll compare the yields year on year, we'll compare visitor numbers, frequency and type of customers that come into our business as well. We need to know that our customer is who generates the market for us. With the worst case scenario management, that was an example with the daffodils. We knew what we were in for, so we always think, if we do this, what's the worst that can happen? So our key learnings are stick with it, don't give in at the first hurdle, but equally make sure that you've got that commitment to it if you are going to go ahead with it.
So don't do something just because you think it's a good idea. We were invited to Borough Market with our munchkins, so we spent a load of money, jumped at the idea, set up the stall, just to realise that actually tourists don't want to buy a pumpkin.
Don't reinvent the wheel. We keep things really simple. We look at it and think, how can we look at this differently? So even from some of the presentations this morning, you just look at it and think, how could we look at that differently? Could we take something from one of those presentations and apply it to our enterprise in the same or a different way?
So be passionate. Ultimately, you've got to love, live and breathe your business. It's more than a job, it's a way of life. And you have got to take the good with the bad. It's good when it's good, but it's lots of tough bits to plough through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Guy and Emily. That was fantastic. Really, really good. So I had the pleasure of having a cup of tea with our next speaker a couple of weeks ago, and I was fascinated by the story of his rise to become a successful dairyman, running 4 farms encompassing both organic and conventional production, and diversifying to produce a number of products marketed across the world. He recently actually became a neighbour of mine, farming almost right up to the showground itself here, and it's been fascinating to see the changes he's made in a short time, dividing large fields into paddocks and installing tracks and troughs and everything his herd needs. For those of you who enjoy looking over the hedge, I would recommend the northbound A1 as providing an excellent vantage point of his business. But actually today, that's a vantage point that you won't need because we're about to be treated to an insight into a diverse and successful business and the man behind it. Please welcome Will Armitage.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Very pleased to be here. Really enjoyed the conference so far. Till I get up here and stand in front of you. Risk taker. I'm fairly adverse to risk. Opportunities, I love them. Take them at all opportunity. So this is where we've been over the years. Highest yielding herd of cows in the country. Won the Gold Cup, and then went into partnership with my present partner in 2004. Converted to organic 2005, and then we had the most profitable year ever in 2008, so my business partner started to sit up and take notice. And in 2011, we bought a farm together. 2012 was a pretty hard year, and there was a lot of organic guys getting out of milk production at that time because the margins weren't there. And I applied for a Nuffield scholarship and was very lucky to get one in 2013. So then went off to Denmark, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, America and France, just to really be sure that I could continue to grow the business organically in the future. 2015 started the dairy unit up on the land that we purchased as a dry stock farm initially, and then last year I was just in the right place at the right time when I went over to RH Waterworks, just the other side of the A1, and we've now started a contract farming agreement over there. And one of the main reasons for taking on this 1,700 acres was actually securing organic feed for the other 2 dairy units. So it was about minimising risk going forward, because I can see feeding organic cows in the future could be a real problem. Yeah, so my wife and Jess and Giles, they're all passionate about agriculture and organic agriculture now. In terms of the crops, we're growing lucerne, red clover, grass and white clover, fodder beet, oats, and then diverse whole crops on farm. Last year, the fodder beet did 30 tonnes to the acre, fresh weight. I'm afraid I'm still in acres, I'm getting on a bit now. But that's, you know, well, it's a hell of a good yield when you can sell it for £42 a tonne, but we actually fed it to the cows. But plant diversity is really important. The cow in the middle, that's High Point Chief Mary, and she actually gave 17,600 litres in a high yield and gave 176 tonnes of milk in a lifetime. It's a phenomenal amount of milk, and she was really my mentor through the high yielding days. So where's the business now at this moment in time? Keythorpe Farms is where I live, 350 autumn calving cows on 730 organic acres. Glebe Farm, 220 spring calving cows on 415. Manor Farm Chesterton, just the other side of the A1, it will be 350 cows on 1,700 acres of organic land, but quite a large arable block there. We're growing oats over there and fodder beet at the moment, diverse whole crops. Highest yielding fields over there did 3 tonnes of oats organically, 3 tonnes per acre this last year. And then the conventional business that I took here on in 2008 is 300 cows on 610 acres. And we also make yoghurt over there. So in terms of business profitability, we need productivity, got to have productivity, but to achieve, we're not looking to maximise output, we're looking to optimise output in all scenarios and get the dynamics within each business correct. Nutrition, we must be feeding high integrity feed. There's absolutely no question, and that was something I've learned from my high yielding days of cows giving serious amounts of milk to where we are now and being organic. The integrity of the feed that we feed to our cows is vital. And if we get that right, well, then we have the health and we have a high immune status because the mineral has been mobilised from the soil into the plant and then into the animals. And we're currently running at Keythorpe at about, well, it's about 5 cases of mastitis per 100 cows, where the national average is about 36, 37 at this moment in time. So all of these things can only be achieved with a healthy soil. So I'm afraid I'm going to bring my business back to soils because it's my biggest asset and I've got to get it right. Okay. The NPK system is fine for growing crops, but it does nothing for soil health, and it's all about soil health going forward. And it's really highlighted to me in the organic system, we have to have soil health. We can't rely on throwing bags of nitrogen about. So the good farmers, when I was out on my travels, were looking at the Albrecht system. Some people don't like this system, but basically it's just giving us an indication of the elements within the soil, and these are the desired levels. And really it's the CalMag ratio that is the real starting point, because that is an indication of how your soil will function. There's 2 pie charts there, and these are actually soils from our discussion group. So very high magnesium soils, they're going to be wet, heavy. They'll tend to poach an awful lot with cows on them. They'll grow a good crop of blackgrass as well, because there's not a lot of air in the soil. And to rectify that, we can be putting gypsum on. Also, all we need to do is get these soils to flocculate. So these soils aren't going to change year on year that dramatically, but we must adopt a fertiliser policy that we can alter this. Sorry. And then the pie chart in the bottom, basically that's very high calcium soil. So if you've got a very high calcium soil, there's no way that you're going to hit optimum or maximum production out of that soil unless you start putting some magnesium in, because a plant needs mobilised magnesium to actually photosynthesize, which is really important. So this is our soil analysis from our best paddocks. And you can see, yeah, the organic matter, we're running about 8.5, 9, and I think that's about where we want to be. Don't want to be up over 12 because our soils tend to close down at that point. But the CalMag ratio is there, 82 to 9, and we must be addressing that magnesium in our fertiliser policy, being organic. So we're putting Epsom salts on in a foliar feed. pH is now stabilised. Since we've been organic, pH has stabilised at 6.9. Year on year. But these are the big ones. There's actually 25 tonnes of phosphorus in our soils. So it's about mobilising these soils and getting them working. And we can only do that with biological function. And again, potash, there's plenty of potash there. You know, we've just got to get these soils functioning. So soil chromatography, this was something I looked at on my Nuffield, quite liked it. It's a pretty picture, not lots of figures, which are sometimes a bit in your face. So here we go. In the middle, you've got the mineral zone. You've then got the organic matter. The biology is around the side, and then the interaction between the two are the rays, an indication of the rays. Now, On the course, we actually did 120 chromos over the 2 days, and this was the best chromo that there was on the course, which really highlighted to me the synergies between cows and ruminants and the soil. Did 2 more chromos, that's out of the same hole of 50 centimetres. So at 50 centimetres down, there was a worm down there. What he was doing down there, I don't know. But there was a lot of mineral down there, less organic matter, but still some biological function. And then down the bottom, that was in a mango grove. So an awful lot of leaf litter on top, but they'd actually mummified their soil biology. So there was actually no organic matter in their soil, although it was there available. You know, they were working with a dead soil. So what we've got to do, and I think we get very hung up about feeding biology and what biology is there and what's not there, but it's very similar to a cow. What we've got to do is feed it, and when we feed cows, we actually feed the rumen microbes. So if we get the feeding right, we will get the output, and we will have resilience and health. And that's what I learned from the high-yielding cows, and it's very similar, you know, to our soils. The soil should be a living organism that we feed on a regular basis, and most of the food for the biology comes from the root exudate. Okay, but when you actually look at the microbes and what they're made up of, you can see that the carbon-nitrogen ratio of a lot of these soil microbes. When you look at the carbon-nitrogen ratio, you can actually see what a lot of soluble nitrogen will do to your soils. So Patrick Holden this morning saying about, you know, nitrogen taxes and things like that, whether we quite need to get to that, but you must realise that throwing on an awful lot of nitrogen is having a detrimental effect and is burning off your liquid carbon, not necessarily organic matter, but you are burning off your liquid carbon. With high uses of nitrogen. Went down to Australia and met a guy there, and he said he was growing topsoil at a rate of 1 inch a year. And I was thinking, well, you know, that doesn't happen. But actually, a thread root on a plant produces 300 psi, and when it gets to 300 psi, it'll stop, can't go any further. So that will be your anaerobic zone. And what this farmer was doing, he was actually growing his soil down. So with roots and good soil chemistry, so cow-mag ratio being right, we can actually grow topsoil. And here in the UK, we're at a massive advantage to, you know, a lot of other countries within the world because we've got water available to us. There's only 9 countries in the world that have available water. And then we've got really good soils with high mineral concentration. So here in the UK, we've got a massive opportunity to bring a lot of efficiencies back on farm. In terms of nitrogen, there's actually 78,000 tonnes of nitrogen above every hectare on this planet. So why are we throwing it on out of a bag? You know, we've just got to get our soils functioning properly. You then come on to cover crops, and cover crops are vital. Maximising photosynthesis at all time. And then in terms of there should be more collaboration between livestock farmers and arable farmers. And in this situation of mob stocking, you can actually build organic matter very, very quickly because you're starting off with an awful lot of vegetation. If you've got a lot of vegetation, you've got a very large root mass. When you graze that, the root mass will shrink back, and then they're trampling about 30% of it. These are oats. You'll notice that was actually drilled with a sky drill, but we don't roll afterwards. What I don't want is all the weed seeds germinating between the rows. Press wheel's heavy enough to actually get it roll to get the good germination, and then we can go through with an iron bock and take out that once we've got a frost mould in between. That is actually the same crop. We do plough at Keythorpe. We're organic. Going forward, I need to challenge that. I want to move away from it, but I'm always ploughing down, you know, a lot of vegetation into the soil. So in terms of feeding that soil biology and energising that soil for the next crop, you know, it's always there. And oats are absolutely, you know, they're critical to us because they mobilise so much P and K within our soils. And then down in the bottom corner, that was our fodder beet last year. We had to re-drill it you know, what I thought was very late, but we ended up doing 30 tonnes per acre of fodder beet last year organically. So we're getting there in terms of output. So plant synergies on my Nuffield. I was very fortunate to meet up with Olaf Larsson, who's a dairy farmer but also a botanist in Sweden, and he is adamant that plant diversity and the synergies between plants will take agriculture to the next level. And we're certainly seeing it in our whole crops that we're growing. So our whole crop will be oats, barley, peas, beans and vetch. And the aim is to actually get that to combining and feed that as a concentrate on farm. Some of the others, plantain chicory, that was spring lupins, spring wheat in Sweden. That was on an organic farm and that was his concentrate. Red clover. But plant diversity is absolutely vital, and we need to really start to work with the synergies between plants, and whether it's by cropping in rows or as one stand. Composting and foliar feeds. Well, compost, you know, all biological waste should be composted. This was actually down in Australia, and they hadn't got any. All they got was a herd of dairy cows, 600 dairy cows, so they were scraping slurry and mixing it with wood chip. They were on very high magnesium soils, so they were then mixing calcium carbonate they were using, mixing that into the windrow. And then when that windrow got down to a temperature of around, well, the mid-20s, they were then adding soil from their best paddocks into it. And so they were multiplying up soil biology in these windrows. And they were saying that that was 10 more times effective than putting the slurry straight onto the field. So I think we can do a lot more on farm. Foliar feeds, we're using foliar feeds at Keythorpe. This was a guy down in New Zealand. He was using a carbon source, which was humates, and then minerals. He was high mag soils as well, so he was putting calcium in. Magnesium, calcium in, and then molasses to actually feed the soil microbes. He wasn't organic, so he was just putting urea in, but he'd actually dropped his nitrogen usage from 240 kilos of N down to 40. So it was absolutely massive, and he was still growing 16 tonnes of dry matter per hectare, measured by Lincoln University down there in New Zealand. So there's an awful lot we can do on farm. So the quality and integrity of the feed we produce on farm is a result of the way we manage our soils, and I think it's great to come here today, and I think there is a movement, you know, that we all understand, and we've got to go forward in terms of water quality. The bit that nobody's really grabbing hold of at this moment in time is the quality of the food that we're producing on farm. And out in America, they're growing an awful lot of empty calories, and then you look at all the health problems that are out in America with obesity and autism and things like this, and basically people are eating more, but there's no mineral concentration in the food. And so they are eating more, their body is looking for the mineral, but it's not actually available to them. So be fit for the future, become a biological farmer. So I'm not saying everyone go out there and become an organic farmer, because it's very restrictive, and I don't think it's not the panacea, but biological farming is, because you can increase production, no question. You increase your organic matter, you get a more biological soil, you will increase your overall profitability. But know your base saturation rates, feed and nurture soil biology as a priority, use plant and soil microbes diversity to build resilience in the farming system, live mineral-rich fertilisers, and there needs to be more collaboration between livestock and arable farmers. And as I said, that was one reason for getting this, getting this land mass next door, was so that we could actually grow more feed for ourselves for the future. So, as I see it, biological farming is the future, and we need to embrace it. Righto.
Thank you, Will. My wife said to me the other day, I think you're a bit of a soil geek, Tom. I said, do you think so? She said, it's okay, I kind of like it. And it's fascinating that we've seen some great practitioners today, and they've all got a real focus on their soils, which seems to be at quite an odds with the kind of public opinion. So a lot of the session content today overlapping. But let me introduce our last speaker. Many of you will know him already. He grows more than 30 crops across 880 hectares, manages a staff of up to 80 and blocks of land rented within a 35-mile radius. And he was recently named Farmers Weekly Farm Manager of the Year 2018. I need say no more. Please welcome Mike Shapland.
Thank you very much, Tom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you are delighted to know that I'm the last speaker. And also apologise for the second mousetrap slide of the day as well, Andrew. So, yeah. So, James Foskett Farms, who are we? Well, we are a family business. We're based just outside Woodbridge in East Suffolk. And we crop about 880, 900 hectares annually, of which my boss, James, and his brother Guy own about 120 hectares. So the majority of what we're cropping each year is rented in. So what do we grow? Well, essentially, hopefully we grow food, and we grow obviously different types of crops. So we're growing cereals and sugar beet, and I've rated these in a in a risk order, if you like, my perception of the risks involved in these crops. So we grow a fairly small area, about 230 hectares of cereals and sugar beet. We grow about 400 hectares of potatoes. We grow about 130 hectares of onions. Onions I classify as becoming increasingly high risk, and really the background to that is loss of herbicides, active ingredients, is just generally becoming a bigger issue, but particularly in onions we're getting hit very hard. And also sometimes we can have real problems with internal defects on onions that can cause sort of complete crop loss and complete financial loss from that crop, which is a little bit unique. So quite high risk. And then we also grow about 200 hectares of organic vegetables across 4 blocks of organic land. And we've been doing that for about 9 years now, and quite a range of crops. So lots of bunch carrots. We do about 1 million bunch carrots a year, which are washed and bunched, hand bunched. We do onions, we do green beans, we do garden peas, we do sweet corn, we do butternut squash, we do red beet, and we grew and potatoes as well. So quite a range to give us the rotation. So this got me thinking about risks and why bother taking risks, really? Why engage in growing all these slightly risky crops? Jimmy Carter, former US president, go out on a limb, that's where the fruit is. And I think everyone would recognise that there's generally a risk-reward balance in life, and if you want to achieve that reward, then quite often there's significant risk involved. I suppose my job and what my boss pays me to do a lot of the time, I suppose, is to identify and assess those risks, and then furthermore to manage what you're doing about them, and how do we make our businesses a little bit more fit for the future. So I've looked at risks. I put them into 3 categories. I'm quite organised like that, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit organised. So different categories. So the first one, production. So weather, machinery and management. And then secondly, marketing. And thirdly, people. So weather, it's been discussed before today, and obviously is something outside of our control generally. But it's huge. This was one of our reservoirs on the 21st of July this year, and you can see it's empty. It's completely empty. We had to take quite a lot of fish out of that reservoir before it completely emptied. And that's on our farm at home. We had about 80 hectares of organic vegetables that were being watered out of that source. So we were fortunate in that we could actually transfer some water from another licence, and you can see there we're just starting to refill that, but that did involve 2.5 kilometres of lay flat pipe, crossing 3 roads and a river and a railway. So a little bit of determination, but yes, a bit of motivation there as well. So what can we do about in terms of managing the risks that the weather imposes on us? So investment in irrigation upgrades. So we look at increased capacity in terms of reservoirs. We can look at increased pump capacities. We can look at other irrigation sources, whether that might be appropriate or not. We can look at just how we crop land, how much we stretch resources in a particular situation, and whether we intensify cropping on certain blocks or whether we have to relax it to make sure that we've got sufficient resource to deal with that. We can look at cropping and variety choices. So certain crops we know are going to demand more irrigation. Certain varieties will demand more inputs as well. So just being a little bit cute about where we put what crops and what varieties can help us in that as well. And I think something else I've learned over my management career is that drainage generally always gives a return. A lot of our land is very light land where we're farming, but even in that circumstances, good land drainage systems, in my opinion, are always key and always give a return. And the other thing is we can consider insurance cover. So hail damage, frost damage, so it's another option. Machinery breakdown. Yeah, sorry, not all of these photographs are from the farm. Yeah, machines, we all use machines. They're absolutely integral to most parts of modern agriculture, and they all break down in my experience. What can we do about it? Well, what we've done about it is we used to have a really, really poor workshop, which was off-site, the roof leaked, it was cold, it was miserable, nobody wanted to work in there. We have a large investment in machines on our business, so we recently invested in the business and put some new buildings up, and one of the key things we wanted to do within that was to put up a better workshop facility. And that's been a tremendous benefit to the guys working in the business, and yeah, it's had a huge effect on motivation as well. We can look at extended warranties on key items. So we have a range of systems for owning and operating machines, whether they're purchased or leased or contract hired. But certainly where we're purchasing key items, then you do look at buying a decent amount of warranty if that's a really critical piece of equipment. The other thing I did was I wanted a really good machinery person in the business. I was very lucky, managed to attract someone who is absolutely excellent and has transformed the way that we manage our machinery within the business and professionalised that side of what we do enormously. The other thing for me is machinery dealers. I want machinery dealers who are close to me geographically, but also close to me in terms of understanding my business and what I want out of those assets, really. And the other thing that we do quite a lot of is we fabricate quite a lot of our own machinery. So if there's a particular niche and there isn't a machine on the market, particularly on the organic side of the business, then we tend to fabricate that ourselves. So inter-row gas burner has been an example of that, where we were able then to use that gas burning technology, but on an inter-row basis rather than a whole bed or a flat bed type basis. The other production risk can be poor management. So sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes I get it wrong. And that can give us reduced yield, reduced quality, obviously pest, weed, disease problems that essentially can significantly reduce the return we're going to get from that crop. So how do we go about that? Well, managing that risk is really down to various things, but predominantly site selection. So is it the right soil type? Is it the right location? Have we got the right supply of water? What is the soil health like in that particular situation? So site selection is absolutely key. Agronomic input, in my opinion, needs to be independent. And again, that's absolutely key. And the quality of that agronomic input, the regularity and the detail of those crop inspections, crop visits is absolutely paramount in our business. The other thing is auditing. So external and internal checking. So just trying to drive out complacency from the business. Just because we've always done it that way in the past, let's have plenty of challenge, plenty of external checking. And I think the other thing is culture. As your business grows, then the team of people that are operating within that business is obviously expanding as well. And you need everybody to be bought into the end vision. So before you go into that field, everyone really needs to be absolutely clear in terms of what crop, what is the outcome for that field? So secondly, marketing risks. So what can go wrong from a marketing perspective? Well, price can crash. There can be reduced demand or a problem with movement, which can be a real issue if you're dealing with something that's fairly perishable or time critical. Bad debt could be a major problem, obviously. And competition, we've heard about competition as well. So significant risks there. So our business has really tried to use collaborative professional marketing for most of our key products. And I think that's been quite key to where we have been successful in growing some of our lines, in that we have we've put our produce into a collective pool and we've handed over the marketing of that to guys who are professionals. I'm just a rubbish marketer. I just don't like it. I don't enjoy it. So it's far better for someone who's engaged in it and far more professional to do that. We do try to fix prices where we can, where we know we can lock into something that's going to give us a return on investment. And if we can't necessarily fix prices, we'll try and fix a proportion of that price. And we'll also try to fix the volume, because sometimes volume and movement for us is really key as well. I think the most important thing, though, is that they need to be customer-led. They need to be demand-led in terms of our strategies. There's no point in us growing, another 200,000 heads of butternut squash, because if there's no demand there, we are going to struggle to sell it. So it must be demand-led. And customer visits, we really try to get our customers out on farm. We find that they become so much more engaged. They're so much quicker to build a relationship with us if they can get out. They can see what we're trying to do on the farm, and they can meet the guys, and they can see what we're doing. People risks, I think that's one of our biggest risks within our business. We're quite a big team, really. There's 25 of us full-time. We're very fortunate. We have 70 seasonal guys, predominantly from Romania, and they're fantastic. And lots of them have been returning to our business for 8, 9, 10 years now. And it's an absolute privilege to work with them, and we'd be absolutely stuffed without them, to be honest. So how do we make sure we keep getting those guys back? Because, to be honest, a lot of them have lots of other opportunities. So, in my opinion, they need to be paid fairly, and they want decent opportunities to earn. They do want to earn money, so they want a decent number of hours to work. They want good accommodation, hot shower, good bed, simple. And also, there needs to be another element to it. There needs to be an element of socialising, trips, barbecues, parties, but also the environment in which they're living needs to be a social environment. So it's about empathy, really, at the end of the day. Human performance. So we have to do lots of things on piece rate. We do spend a lot of time analysing that and trying to set those so that they're fair and so that people get good opportunities to learn. And when you analyse it, it becomes quite a useful tool then. We feed a lot of information back to the guys, so it stimulates that competitive spirit. But also, we like to be investing in coaching and development and just helping those guys reach the aspirations so they can earn a little bit more. So, yeah, fair pay, good salaries for the salaried staff, good piece rates that allow the guys to earn good money. I think the other important parts of staff management are annual appraisals for all the regular guys, and good training and development plans, and good opportunities for them to move up within the business. If we have opportunities for guys to move up, then we try to do that internally if we can. Strong communications. It's quite difficult sometimes when you communication and regular text, regular meetings, modern IT allows good communications these days, but it is so important that people feel engaged and part of the business. And then lastly, just listen well. If people have problems, just be a good listener. Obviously, health and safety is another major, risk to our business, to be honest. Not only do we want our staff to be, safe and healthy, but it's, everyone's worst nightmare as a business owner, as a business manager, that you have a serious accident or worse, a fatality in your business. So it's about developing a business culture and having appropriate leadership and really demonstrating how important that is within the business. It's important to have just robust, I think, keeping things simple, keeping the place tidy, making sure that communications are good, that people really understand what they've been asked to do, really understand how pieces of equipment work. The other thing that's really key, I think, for us, and we have a standard business induction for everybody who works in our business. Every year they come back, everyone goes through the same business induction, so everybody's getting the same information, and hopefully that's given them a good basic starting point. And then, yeah, lots and lots of regular meetings and updates. Not always easy when a busy business, but it is important, really important. So, yeah, that's me done. In summary then, obviously, obtaining rewards and high performance often involves taking risks. I think the key thing is identifying those risks and acknowledging them. I'm a firm believer that risk and challenge really are there and can be used to galvanise a business, and that's, I think that's important to use. I think sometimes these things need embracing. David Lloyd George, don't be afraid to take a big step. You can't cross a chasm in 2 small jumps. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. So we'll move into our question section. So do submit your questions via the Me2 app, or if you can't access that, we will look for some questions from the audience shortly. But I first wanted to touch, actually all our speakers are in a range of different relationships and partnerships. We have Guy and Emily, husband and wife team. Stephen mentioned working with his father. Will in partnership, and obviously Mike with James Foskett with the farms there. And we have a number of sponsors who kind of specialise in dealing with partnerships, thinking of Brown & Co. or Active Business Partnerships, and there are a number of others. So I'd just love to talk about, or to hear from you, about how you manage those relationships and what you've learned over your time. Mike, you're giving me a good smile there. Why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I suppose I'm employed by a limited company. I'm a director of the company. I don't have any shareholding in it. And I suppose it's a situation where I'm, engaging James now, and we're looking at 10, 15, 20-year plans to try and, establish a roadmap and a future for the business. And yeah, we spoke earlier, Tom, about succession planning as well, because that's the next, big step for our business as well, because I'm not getting any younger, and neither is James. So it's important that we have the next generation coming along, and the next successive management in place, really.
Thanks. Guy, Emily, how come you haven't killed each other just yet? Or have you tried?
Yeah, so
what have you learned?
Strangely enough, we do actually have a partnership agreement in place. It's called a marriage certificate. No, but we actually genuinely do have a partnership agreement, don't we? And we found that's the most tax-efficient method for our business. The mud runs we actually run through a limited company because of risk and liability and getting the public liability insurance for that. So we actually isolate the mud runs through a limited company, but the rest of the business is all run through a partnership.
And I think in terms of working together and living together, there are some times when I have to say, enough now. We are talking about other things. We do have a life outside of the business.
I was only allowed to talk about pumpkins for 10 minutes on the way up here.
That's true.
It was fascinating also, just speaking with you yesterday, actually how you kind of divide your jobs and your roles, and we were joking, Guy, that you're actually only allowed to operate in the car park.
At the pumpkin patch.
And then if someone talks to you, we have to refer to Emily, because actually that's an area of her expertise, so it's great to see.
We do actually work on each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we identify where we're strongest with our skills, and that's what we isolate in the business, and then we'll manage down or delegate from those skills. So.
Definitely.
Brilliant. Will, would you comment? You're working a business partnership?
Yeah, a few business partnerships. The first one, I actually worked for 13 years for Peter Dixon Smith before we actually went into partnership. So we actually knew our attributes very well, and we knew we could work together. The second contract farming agreement, we actually, that started up, and we were employed for the first year, just to be sure that we could actually work together, and then we went into the partnership, and then the other partnership has just started, but that's been on the back of what we've done in the other contract farming agreement. So I think it's understanding and being very open from the start of what people want and what your aspirations are and your goals are going forward. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, let's take some questions from the Me2 app. So the one directly addressed to you, Stephen. Why did you have to turn to the Netherlands for appropriate quinoa varieties? What happens in the Netherlands that doesn't happen here? And I had a visit with Bayer a little while ago to the Netherlands, and they really are really set up well there. So what can we learn, and what more should we be doing for ourselves here in the UK?
Well, we had to turn to the Netherlands because there were no varieties that were bred in the UK at all that we could use. So it was a very obvious choice. The thing that they're doing out there is, I should mention that the varieties come from a university. the varieties actually bred by this university without really knowing what the end market would be. They know they wanted to produce a variety for human consumption, but at the time, the market for quinoa back in sort of 2005 was minimal. So they kind of did it just to see what they could do. And it only just so happened with sort of happy accidents, really, that a big market developed to use the varieties in Europe. What we could do differently in the UK is to really have places that are breeding varieties. Really, if you say without a specific market, it's probably the wrong way of saying it, really, because it's difficult. It would be great if people were actually growing these or breeding these varieties in the UK without necessarily having an end market for them, but that's not really very financially sensible. And the reason why we haven't had anybody else doing it in the UK is because of that very reason, really. So that's why we just had to look in one place to find the varieties that we wanted.
Brilliant. You've obviously all experimented in different areas. I really enjoyed hearing about your quinoa honey and equally some of the daffodils, and I think there were some really key learning points from there. So it'd be great to understand, perhaps each of you, what you really took away from perhaps lines of the business that haven't worked. Maybe I'll start with you, Guy and Emily.
The daffodils was something that we trialled because we thought, how can we be different and stand out? So we're always looking at something to think, right, we're going to go down this route, and what's the key marketing behind it? The daffodils was the colour. So if the customers come out to the field to pick their own, we thought that wouldn't work because of the overheads of running the events and things like that. So we thought, actually, let's learn how to grow them and let's put them through the wholesale customer. We actually grew them really well, considering we hadn't grown them before, but it was just a key learning, and actually, to be honest, it was just a complete waste of time for us and our business. And we did learn about the harvesting very, very quickly, but we had a great relationship with the East of England Co-op, so we supplied out the contract to them, and we knocked it on the head sort of straight away. So.
I think one of our key learnings, though, was about our time. So perhaps it's made us realise that we need to value our time more. So when we were doing the harvesting of the daffodils, because the cost price was so low, we did it ourselves. And we were spending hours, and it would be demoralising because you'd end up picking one tray full of daffodils, which you thought, oh, that's, I don't know, 30 bunches. So that's when we thought, actually, hold back, we need to value our time more than how long it takes to pick that.
We did it with an experiment with a view of, would it work, and could we then roll it out? So we did it, on a scale that we were comfortable with to start with, to see if we could roll it out and fulfil that contract to start with. So.
At the other end, have there been any other business examples of something that perhaps hasn't gone quite how you'd planned, and what do you then take away from that?
Yeah, I mean, we have a small glasshouse site in our business, and we back in 2013 set up a hydroponic living leaf salad business on a floating raft system, and again, we were quite successful in terms of the production and the setup of it. We invested quite heavily in it, and ultimately, the multiple retailer that it was going to pulled the line. It was an expensive product compared to other salads at the time of austerity as well. So, yeah, financially it was quite painful. We managed to ride it out, but I think the lessons I took away from that were being more robust in the market research and really investigating stuff, being more robust in terms of stress testing your figures, in terms of situations, what could go wrong. And also, I think it was a little bit of a departure away from our area of expertise, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but there is a danger there. So those three lessons, really.
Brilliant. And Will, we saw your timeline of a number of kind of career highs, but I'm imagining there were a couple of points in between there where things didn't go quite so well.
Yeah, I forget about those fairly quickly. I think the biggest challenge is people within the business, be that partners and staff. And I guess I hadn't really realised or taken on board how much of my time they wanted. And I think that's, I've got to be addressing that going forward, because I'm still doing the day job, and actually the problem is I like the day job too much. So I guess I look back and it's always a failing on me rather than what we've done within the business, I guess. Yeah, so it's just being honest with yourself and going forward, isn't it? Pushing on.
Yeah, absolutely. I should point out that when I said to Will that the session was beginning at 9:30 this morning, he said that's a 6-hour lie-in, which is absolutely remarkable. What about you, Stephen? Are there any things that you took away from the quinoa honey and a couple of the other ventures that you mentioned?
I think the key thing for me is just to try new things, which is obviously what you do. You've got to try them before you know whether they're going to work. But I think the biggest thing I didn't expect within the business was on the processing side, and that we've got to clean quinoa before it becomes edible. And during that process, you actually lose anywhere between sort of 35 and 40% of the crop, that being in chaff, in dust. And that straight away, that puts your processing costs up by 35, 40%. And even then, sometimes the crop can not quite be pure enough. So that for us was a really quick learning curve, because we're used to just clicking a button on a computer with some wheat, loading it to a lorry, and off it goes. But quinoa, we were much more involved, and that was a very quick learning process about what we had to do with that.
Great, yeah, that's something to really take away from there. A question from Abby was about the pumpkin market, and we know that around about a third of our food is wasted in the Western world. I think within pumpkins, that's probably going to be significantly higher than that. So, Emily, as the branding, marketing, social media guru, is there anything you're able to do to help your customers further along the food chain rather than sticking a candle in them and then putting them out on the 1st of November?
Yes, I would say that out of all the pumpkins we grow, probably 1% is for the food market, which is shocking. We do promote the use of pumpkins in a variety of recipes. So simple recipes like pumpkin soup, etc. We post that quite a lot on social media. We've got lots of recipes online. So we're trying to promote it that way. This year we've also worked with a soup kitchen who have taken some of the pumpkins that we didn't sell, and they've used those pumpkins in their kitchens this week, I suppose. And also local farms have taken some of the excess ones to use for their turkeys or pigs for food. But unfortunately, a lot of it is wasted, and I think until that bit of the Americanised Halloween comes over to England, it's still going to be wasted because people just don't know how to cook with them.
And I think from our research that we've done and carried out, we've tried to actually say, can we go into the food market because it's an extended season for us? Yesterday they were worth something, today, 1st of November, they're pretty much worthless. So we've tried to see how we could extend our market, but it's actually been really difficult. You can't actually change that consumer perception of it. Whereas when you go to America, pumpkins are like potatoes in our diets.
Great stuff. Thank you. Stephen, we've just had a question about quinoa. How much can the quinoa market grow? And I would probably add to that, well, you know, you're a pioneer within that market. You're creating the market. You're growing it. You'll obviously at some point see it reach a roof or to start to level off. How do you manage all that? And what's the new quinoa? 2 questions in one there.
It's a really difficult one to know quite where the peak of the market is. I think if you look at the amount of rice we eat in our diet, it is a huge amount within the UK. If we can continue to grow the quinoa usage to replace that rice with a healthier product, then actually there's quite a big market there. But where quite the roof is, I don't know. It's a sort of thing whereby the more we eat, the more cheaper we can actually produce it, and then the cheaper it is, the more we'll eat. So I think actually there's room for the price to keep coming down gradually and consumption to increase. I think that one of the main reasons why companies are using a lot of things like brown rice over quinoa in their mixes, maybe they'll put a mix of like 90% rice, 10% quinoa, is because quinoa is 10 times the price of rice, which is by far a bulk commodity. What's going to be the next quinoa? I don't know. I've seen loads of articles in the newspapers over the years that say things like amaranth, buckwheat, chia, teff, fonio are all going to be the next quinoa, but I don't think it's going to happen, because I think if it was, it would have happened by now. They've all got interesting properties, but none of them seem to combine the interesting properties along with the ability to produce it on a mass scale as quinoa's had. And that's why it seems to have gained that crown and seems to have kept it, despite a lot of people saying there'll be something else coming along in due course.
Brilliant. Well, we'll follow you with very closely to see what you come up with. Let's take some questions from the floor. We've got Ruth and Kirsten out there, so let's look to see if any of you have got some questions. Yes, there's a question down here at the front.
On the pumpkin situation,
So we'll bring you a microphone.
Squashes weren't very popular. So why? It seems to me that you want to go the same route as the squash route.
Sorry, can you just repeat
that? Well, that's the thing. It wasn't long ago that squash was not a very popular thing on the menu. It's always on the menu in my house now, so I don't see why that shouldn't be possible with pumpkins.
Yeah. It is consumer awareness, and like I say, we've done quite a lot of research. We tried to push it, and if we could expand our acreage and push it into the edible market, then great for us, because we've got the systems, we've got the infrastructure, we can harvest later, so after the Halloween market, we can put the squashes and the other the food-eating pumpkins into that system, and we're actually spreading that over all our overheads, so we're benefiting from economies of scale. So we're constantly looking at ways that we can remarket it, and we trialled something with the East of England Co-op. They've got the 90 stores that we supply. We've tried to push the squashes into that. They've come back to us and say the consumer doesn't want them. And they're quite a good example for us to be pushing them on, because they've got the retail stores where they're trialling those products. We've really struggled to try and get the food-eating pumpkins into the marketplace on a mass scale.
I think it will happen. I think if we look at the scale of Halloween and the popularity of Halloween over the last even 5 years, I think that now, I think squashes will and pumpkins will take that similar journey as well, like they have in America. So I see that in the next 5 years, there will be a lot more pumpkins on the menus in restaurants, and it will be more of a food that you do have at home, especially after Halloween.
I think it's educating the consumer and the market as well, because if you cook with the wrong squash, you could get a really bad flavour out of them. Some of them taste really horrible. But if you cook with the right squash, with the right recipe, they can taste really nice. But it's just educating the market about that taste and deliverability of that vegetable.
Brilliant, thank you. We've got a question from Nicola Curry, who's the Apprenticeship Programme Manager at Eastern and Otley College, one of our sponsors.
Nothing to do with the apprenticeship, sorry, but I'm just going to put the whole room out of their agony. That question from Tim B. Please, can we have an answer, Mike? How the heck do you get an irrigation pipe across a river without?
Underneath it.
Any more questions from the room? I'm just looking for some hands. It's a little bit dark out there, so I can't see you particularly. Yes, there's a question back here.
Farmers are often seen as being non-risk takers. Why don't you think more of us take more risks?
Good question. Who would like to?
I think some of it is to do with it's a family business, and I think the asset comes in or through the family, and as farmers, you want to try and protect that asset, so you don't want to put that asset at risk, because if more farmers geared up their business, invested in off-farm assets, so commercial lets or something like that as an example, they could be making that asset work for them in terms of another route of income stream. But because it's a generational sort of succession thing that comes through the generations, you want to sort of protect the family silver. That's what I think.
I think maybe to add on that, the biggest issue is time. So it'd be lovely to take risks, but it needs a lot of thinking about and a lot of effort to execute the plan and see it all the way through. And I think I've got loads of different things I love to do, but I just haven't got the time for them. So that's probably one thing I'm sure that a lot of other farmers out there perhaps struggle for as well.
I think it's actually a bigger risk to sit still. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you always got. So if you're content with your lot, sit still, but otherwise take the risk and get on with it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I really agree with what Guy said. I think, I think a lot of businesses are family-run businesses with family assets, and I think that can be a big barrier to risk-taking at times.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Well, there's some great questions come up on the board, but we are running out of time. So I see the Secretary of State has popped in at the last minute and asked a quick question. Could you give, so perhaps we'll round off with each of our speakers just giving one no-brainer point that each business should really be considering. Let's go from left to right.
I think from my aspect, the biggest no-brainer would be don't put all your eggs in one basket in terms of risk. The way I tried to build my business was to take steps along the way, try something cheaply, add a bit more money to it, add a bit more money and a bit more risk. I think looking back, that was a real no-brainer, because if I'd have just taken the leap straight away and started planting large areas, we'd have had a complete and utter disaster. So I think that was the one sort of take-home message that I would really have.
Thank you, Stephen.
I think identify your niche and work on that market segment to actually see if it's going to work. So test that idea that you've decided to go into if you're entering into farming.
And my thing is, so don't just push an idea. If it doesn't work, don't keep flogging it. You've just got to sometimes just draw the line.
Thanks, Emily.
I think there's a big risk just selling into the commodity market, and we need to get closer to our consumers out there.
Invest in your people and listen to them. I think our staff are our biggest asset.
Wonderful, thank you. Some great points there just to take away at the end. So will you join me in thanking our speakers for the final session? Well, what a wonderful day we've had. I've been fascinated by each and every one of our speakers, and I've heard and been part of some fantastic conversations in the breakout sessions covering subjects from politics to pumpkins and everything in between. We owe a huge debt of thanks to our speakers today who've spent much time preparing, presenting and pondering your questions. I've been challenged and energised to look at my own business again, and I'm sure we all have too. So thank you to our curtain raiser, Professor Andrew Fern. Thanks to Neil Parrish, Stuart Roberts, Patrick Holden and Decision Makers host Emily Norton. Thank you to Tom Bradshaw and the groundbreaking team of William Wells, Jamie Stotsker, John Cherry and Brian Barker. And thank you to our risk takers, Guy and Emily French, Will Armitage, Stephen Jones and Mike Shapland. Your speakers, ladies and gentlemen. So secondly, I'd love you to join me in thanking our wonderful sponsors who've helped make today such a success. I'm going to attempt to name all of them. We have Sky Agriculture, Anglia Rural Consultants, thank you, AS Communications, Active Business Partnerships, Ben Burgess, British Sugar, Brown & Co, Dalton Seeds, Eastern and Otley College, Land Family Business. There's a few more, NFU Mutual, Stephen Eagle Toyota, Burgess Farm Produce, Roy Thorne Solicitors, Soil Fertility Services and Syngenta, as well as the many brilliant companies who make up our CLA Tech Hub. There's still plenty of time to speak with them after the formal close as we move into our post-conference drinks, but for now, we'll thank them with our applause. My third thanks is to Ruth Trollope and all the team from the East of England. You've seen William up here as well. Ruth is too humble to say it, so I will say it for her. Everything you see really today is down to her, and so she's just standing at the back. Ruth, thank you and well done. And thank you to you, dear delegates. Thanks for your attention, thanks for your questions, thanks for your enthusiasm. We'll endeavour to spend the next 364 days ensuring that next year's conference takes off from where this conference ends. And by way of reward, I'm pleased to invite you to join for a drinks reception which starts immediately afterwards through in the room to my left, your right. And that's a chance to discuss further some of today's topics and mingle with our sponsors and speakers. That is our Drinks and Thinks reception in the breakout room, sponsored by Stephen Eagle Toyota and facilitated by the CLA and the Small Robot Company. So thank you all for being here today. For those of you watching by live stream in the agricultural colleges, there's a final session with risk takers Emily and Will. But for those of you here in the room, enjoy your drinks and thinks, have a safe journey home, and I hope we've helped you further along the way to being fit for the future. Have a good evening.
Traditional farmer, I think I'm more of a new farmer in terms of idea, but then on the commitments and the background work rather than the physical kind of contract, etc. So I was looking for something more interesting, and that's the main thing. Though it's a try and find a venture of what you want to do, because it's the best thing I've done.
Well, they say that if you find
find something you love doing, you'll never work a day again in your entire life. And I suppose that's it, to find your pumpkins or whatever it might be.
If it feels like work, you shouldn't be doing it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I tried that on the family farm, and that didn't
Stuff doesn't get done.
No, exactly.
What about you?
I guess I'm an old school farmer, and I share together. Sometimes I will go into our news bulletins.
Yeah.
Mostly it's program on a Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh, good. Something a bit different then, isn't it? We don't really have that much in Essex, actually. There's obviously farming today nationally, but Lincolnshire being a little bit more rural, I don't think people in Essex would want to hear much about that, would they?
Because they all eat the food. The number of farmers and farmers' sons coming into the business are less. We've got skilled apprentice speed up.
Right.
Centre of Lincoln. So we try and aim parts of the show there to say that if you drive past the field, this is what's happening in it. Kind of thing.
If only they knew.
The partnership approach that we've taken to this, we've got a number of enterprises, so you must be working with lots of different people within that business. How do you manage those relationships in order to keep growing the business and being successful?
I think that is a juggling act, and that's one thing I was just about to say actually, is that the good thing that I love about farming is every day is different. And I have worked in that office environment where it is very samey, in my job. What I've done today is totally different from what I'm going to do. And it's amazing to see having different enterprises is great because you've got lots of different things of your own personality put into all of those different enterprises, and you've got things that will overlap, or you just take one and have totally new ideas. I think that's good.
Will, we will come on to you. I just want to ask a kind of further question. Because you have had a previous incarnation, what have you brought? Can you be kind of specific about the kind of skills and abilities or the rigour that you've brought from your previous career?
Yeah, so one of the things I brought, I think, is the realisation that if something doesn't work, you could always go back to that office environment, which is not what I want to do. So I suppose at the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, I'm lucky to do this, which is good because it's a passion inside you that makes you do things every day. And also, I suppose, the structure and my organisational skills for being in this environment, I still have that. I like to have lists and know exactly what I've done, because I do have to do all the health and safety, all the boring jobs, so we call them. So that's one of the key learnings, I suppose, and just making sure that everyone's done.
So what about you, when you're taking things forward, who are you investing in?
The reality is going forward there are going to be more and more joint ventures, so people who actually step up and want some skin in the game, it's going to come, and they're there, the opportunities are there. I think we're working far smarter than we used to in terms of the hours that we're putting in, and the quality of life is becoming more and more important to people. So I think there are endless opportunities if you're prepared to put the work in to start off.
The opportunity to challenge the status quo.
Oh, yeah,
and when people say, you have to do the hours, you have to do it this way, this is the way we've always done it.
And I think that's what I do with the staff on the farm. I say, look, these are the protocols, this is the way we do it. If you think we can work smarter, please bring it to me. I'm happy, to adopt it. Because at the end of the day, it is a team. We're working as a team. It's a team ethos to get, and it's that life-work balance and making sure that we're ticking all the boxes for all the individuals within it.
So just picking up on that then, Will, because I'm finding nowadays, and certainly for people coming into food production, I think there are almost fewer farmers, but more people involved within farming, be they bioagronomists or soil scientists or nutritional advisors. How do you work within your business? You clearly know a lot of stuff about stuff and soil and dairy, but you must bring in experts from outside. How do you manage that? Maybe you don't. Maybe you do.
I don't bring in that many experts. I do bring in experts in terms of financials and budgets to be sure that I've not overlooked anything.
Yeah.
But in terms of practical knowledge on the farm, if you're in the system, you're looking at the system. And it was like the slide that I showed earlier. My mentor was that high yielding cow.
Yeah,
Sheep Mary, the sheep, 176 tons of milk. And I think on farm we can actually look at systems and see what's working. And it's not going to work every year, but it's building up that knowledge base, isn't it? So I don't bring a lot of outside knowledge onto the farm, but I'm always looking and I'm always listening.
So one thing I picked up on what you were saying, I think, in your presentation was that you're not claiming any subsidy.
Yes.
So subsidy free. So this is something that possibly the entire industry has to think about moving towards, in theory, over the next 10 years. Your top tips for surviving in a subsidy free world?
I'm not sure I've got any top tips because we've always done it. We've always been self-sufficient. So every time we've done business plans, and we did Vassos as well, we make sure that we're self-sufficient before we do something. And I suppose that's, although we're a risk taker, that's where we're less risky because we have to make sure that we're doing it.
That's so interesting. You see that as being less risky because I think for a lot of people, the subsidy check would be the ultimate de-risking tool. So that's, I mean, what's life like without paperwork? I guess you're still doing health and safety.
Oh yeah, we still do loads of health and safety. But we also do all of our adult rented land as well, which is different. It's just what we've always been used to, so we're not, haven't heard of it.
Well, I think we probably need to wrap things up today. Thank you, Will. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Much appreciated. It's been fantastic to have you guys with us, and fantastic to be able to stream through to some of our top agricultural colleges. So, thank you, Royal Ag Uni Cirencester. Thank you, Eastern and Otley, and thank you, Shuttleworth College, for joining us. We will build on this for next year. We'll learn some lessons. Let us know how we've got on. Don't forget to tweet with the hashtag EOEFC18 or Snapchat or whatever it is you guys do. And we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you very much. Session business.
Tom, you've pulled this whole day together. The thanks go to you.
Cheers, everybody. See you next time. Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys.
That worked. Did it go?
I hope so.
It's really good. I was thinking.
It was going to be a bit more there.
No, I know. Actually, in a way, I find that less disconcerting because if you can see yourself, you're always looking at yourself moving. So that's I find slightly less disconcerting. Well done.
I was just thinking there's about a minute lag on each of